mission, on a mission. Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. On a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Trying to mission, a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission. I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission. On a mission. On a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And I had like a really interesting show I wanted to do today because I mean there's so much going on. I mean, when it really comes down to it. So lately, what's happening is that ICE is attacking people in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? They are attacking homeless people. And we're gonna get into that, but the main thing is that what's happening is like there's this whole thing about what Trump is trying to make Chicago to be this violent place, and they also passed this insurrectionist act, you know, and I think it's really they're trying to make it into like that there's some insurrection going on, so it's almost like he's projecting what he really wanted to do. And trying to say that the Democrats are doing it. Now, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. There's a lot of people that are like, you know, that are Democrats and Republicans. They no matter who you are, no matter what your politics are, they want to make someone be either or. You have to pick a side. And you're a Democrat or you're a Republican. Are you a Blood or a Crip? Are you in the gang? Are you, you know? And they like to try to pigeonhole me as a Democrat. However, I'm looking at the news and I'm just making my decision based on what that is. I live in a red state. I live in Texas, okay, and I make enough money that I would possibly be more of a Republican than I would be a Democrat. You know, because any of the laws in my tax bracket, you know, would help me more than they would help a person that's struggling. You know, that's you know, in a certain tax bracket. You know, like when you get to a certain tax bracket, it doesn't really benefit you to be a Democrat because, you know, if you're making over 200,000 a year or something like that, that tax bracket, you're going to probably want to choose Republican because your taxes are going to go up in a Democratic role. But that's neither here nor there. That's just about money. I'm not talking about money. What's happening in this situation is not even about money. It's about like just common decency, what's happening here, you know? And I think that people are, you know, because everybody has gotten so conservative to the point where they are losing their ability to understand humanity, you know, just being a human being, you know. And so when you're seeing people being tackled down, told to shut up, shoved into vehicles, you don't know where the heck they're going by masked men, that is a kidnapping. That's kidnapping. I don't care what anybody says. That is straight up kidnapping. And I don't understand how we could look at someone getting kidnapped and be like, oh, well, they did something that was against the law. They came over here, but they got kidnapped and got put into a van and thrown into a facility. You know, at least when the police kidnap you, they show their face, but these people are not showing their faces, and that makes it even weirder. That's weird. So you can't sue them because why? They have no qualified immunity. Now, if we have pictures of the people that are kidnapping people. But this is the reason why I have a problem with these kidnappings by ICE is because they're beginning to kidnap American citizens, and we're going to get into that. But the first thing I wanted to do is to get into how, like, with this whole thing that Trump bringing the National Guard to Chicago and trying to militarize things, they're not finding what they think that what they thought they were going to find, you guys. So let's go into what they're really finding. Let's see exactly what they're actually finding when they're going into these places, Chicago being one of them. Let's see what they're finding. Okay. Change the background. Oops, sorry. Wrong one.
Or to be emulating what Gavin Newsom pioneered, both as an advocate for his city and state, and Karen Bass as well for her city. But just tell me where you see this heading this week and in the coming days.
Well, I think what they have all come to realize and understand is that not only is this a usurpation of their power, at least that's what they say. That's what Bass said on the streets. That's what Newsom was saying when it came to the calling up of the Guard and the deployment of the Marines. Obviously, he's not going to deploy the Marines to L.A., but when the Marines were on the streets of L.A. And Pritzker as well. And what they are communicating when they're saying, come get me, come arrest me, is that he said to me, he said, I don't know if we'll have an election. And we were joking about it, but I don't know if we'll have an election in 2026 or we will have the military outside of the ballot boxes. And so they are taking this from just an immigration related issue to saying democracy is on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's part of what is compelling people that, as you said, Cornell, may not have otherwise showed up for an immigration protest into the streets. That protest of 7 or 10,000 people up and down Michigan Avenue was not your ordinary immigration protest. That was people from all walks of life on the night that the Cubs' future was on the line in Chicago. It was a really electric, impressive thing to see. And I think because their local leaders are standing up and saying, this is about your neighbors, documented and undocumented, but it's not just about the future of who gets to live in this country. It's whether or not we get to have a free country at all.
Yeah, and Nicole, I'm gonna be a bad guy here because I'm gonna say, it's not bad for their politics thinking about running for president.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You look at Pritzker and you look at Newsom. They've been outspoken. They've taken on this fight. They're doing everything the base has asked that they want to see more Democrats doing. And again, I'm completely neutral. I never want to work another presidential campaign as long as I live. But I got to tell you, I think this positions them well in a crowded field going into a Democratic primary.
Let me just give you an alternate analysis. I mean, president of what? Because right? Because like if this doesn't win, president of what? And I think that the MAGA world braids these things together, right? Why do 48 states pass voter suppression laws? They passed them predicated on a lie that Bill Barr told us was a lie. He told us it was bull bleep. It's Monday. I'll try to get through 2 hours without swearing. So the same thing with immigration raids and militarized federal law enforcement. Like, what are they on the streets for? Only the pro-democracy side is trying to answer that question. To MAGA, it's a Lollapalooza. They're there for all of it. They're there for mass deportations. They're there to make it scarier to vote. They have no plans on leaving. Like, we're the only side trying to unbraid what is just their mass overreach.
Yeah, I'm not kidding when I'm not sure there's going to be an election.
Yeah.
I'm not, right? I fingers crossed, I hope there's going to be election. But if I look at everything that's happening in this country right now, I'm not 100% sure that these people aren't going to block an election. That he's not going to
free and fair election.
A free and fair election. That he won't, put military on the street, and especially in certain areas of the country, military will be on the street to stop us getting in the way of having a free and fair election.
Tim, as the optimist here on the election front, set us straight.
Well, for starters, a lot of these midterm elections, the key races and the House races are going to happen in blue states, in places where people like Gavin Newsom are the governor. And so, who knows what we could all catastrophize together. But in the lead up to the elections, if we're concerned about, troops being outside voting locations, Trump's forces trying to intimidate folks outside of voting locations, Gavin Newsom and Kathy Hochul and Governor Pritzker and others, could try to counteract that in various ways. I hope we don't end up in that situation, but that's possible. And a lot of these House races are going to be in blue states or or in swing states. So, look, I think that's part of it. And I think that a lot of times these efforts do backfire. And this is not to be scared about anything. I talked to Mark Elias, and you have. I'm actually kind of more scared about the post-election, like whether they try to do stop the steal again and fake seat people. But a lot of times these voter suppression efforts backfire, and we're seeing that in the streets now. Like their efforts. I mean, do you think that their efforts to smear the No Kings protesters as Antifa and un-American and terrorists and all that, do you think that's going to make for smaller protests this week or bigger protests? I think bigger. And so a lot of times these efforts backfire, and I do think that you might see that both in the voting suppression and in the protest space.
What's
Look
so
at me
great.
being the optimist.
No, I love it. I love it. This is your job until further notice. But my favorite thing about calling the No Kings protest anti-America is it's literally the whole kernel of the idea about America was to not have a king. So like if that's become No Kings, like I'm out. What are we doing here? And I think what is being tested is sort of the laboratory for fantastical lies. And to me, like the news value of Rogan and Green isn't like, oh, look, it's too icky for them. No, because they went along with all of the BS ahead of the election.
So, this is an open panel. So if anybody wants to come up and express themselves, you feel free. I'm just showing the news, and what's out here. This is, some of the thoughts. Hey, how's it going, Miss Jackie? The thoughts and opinions are not necessarily mine. These are just interesting things that I'm finding that's happening. And if anybody has anything that they want to clarify, like that where might be wrong and how this might be weak, and that whatever that these are paid protesters, if anyone wants to come up and say something about that, please feel free. The StreamYard link is right there, and you feel free to come up and say whatever you have to say. But I'm not really here like I said, I'm not. This is not I'm not speaking in a tunnel. I'm also going to put the StreamYard link in the description so that if anybody wants to come up, they can join the conversation. So if anybody, I just put the StreamYard in the actual chat. So if anybody wants to join in and say something, because a lot of the time, I'm sorry, well, I guess I can't put it in there, never mind. But, a lot of times people will be in the chat saying stuff, but then it's like, okay, well, give me some clarity about that, So let's finish up what they're saying. And I don't think it's an unfounded fear that people are going to have a hard time. People are already saying that they're going to try to give Trump a third, and it's in the thing. I think it's in the Constitution saying that a person can't be president more than twice. But they're already trying to somehow find a way to make him have a third term. So I don't really see where this is, where it's completely off base that they might try to do something. It seems like they're using a lot of different tactics in ways, and then creating new ways to do stuff that never existed before. Like ICE is loading people into budget rental trucks. What are we doing? Let's go.
But once you start talking on a podcast, it is infinitely more difficult not to swear when you're having normal conversations. But the whole fantastical nature of No Kings is somehow Antifa. No Kings is the most American brand for any protest movement that America could ever have.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is them always with the projecting, but it's what they're doing is anti-American. And there's nothing more, in addition to the kernel of the idea of No Kings being an American idea, the idea of being able to protest and speak out peacefully in March and say that what your government is doing is wrong is a fundamentally American principle. And then on top of that, if you just want to layer into it, I went to the No Kings protests in New Orleans in June, and it wasn't a lot Antifa type crowd. There was a lot of fanny packs and NPR tote bags. At the crowd, and so it's not even attached to reality. It's like on every level it doesn't work. It's like offensive and a lie, and again, maybe it works in their information silo.
Hey, Dub, how you doing?
Eventually, that stuff gets popped if it's this fantastical, and if people see the difference with their own eyes.
Another, domino to fall, I think, that I've seen as a reporter out in the streets is we've talked about how it's not just the pro-immigration folks that are in the streets now, it's the pro-democracy people. But I think the three of us have actually talked about this before, if I'm not mistaken. I think members of the military, if they haven't already, may very well soon start to turn on this administration because of the way that they're being deployed to the streets. It's not just the Barranco children of Narciso Barranco, the Marines whose father was beaten by ICE as he was cutting bushes at a IHOP in Santa Ana, California, but it's the people from all of these communities from which, maybe even Texas, they are deployed and being asked to stand face to face with people who come from communities just like their own.
Here's the issue. They are not just getting people that are immigrants and rounding them up. And I spoke about this. I predicted this. I said they're going to start attacking homeless people. ICE is going to become a general agency for just rounding people up and sorting it out later. And some people, that if you have a warrant or whatever, I said that they were going to be just getting everybody and throwing them into places. And then, indefinitely without no, and no paperwork, nothing. And I'm about to bring up this story coming up next after this, that it's going to say exactly what I said was going to happen, because it was a whole thing. People were like, we ain't worried about them. We only worry about the immigrants. They did something illegal. But I said, listen, this is just the beginning. See, ICE is just going to start off with the immigrants. And it's almost like they're becoming their own Gestapo police force that is able just to scoop up people off the street and then take them to a facility and then don't have no paperwork, nothing. And then just let you out about 8 hours later. You could be on your way from work and have to go to work the next day, and you in an ICE facility for 8 hours, and they sort it out later. They don't ask for your paperwork as soon as they they tell you to shut up and get in the truck, and then when you get to the facility, which might be Lord knows how many miles away, then they sort it out. They take your belongings, your phone, and they have the nerve to be asking people, well, is this your phone? Whose phone is this? All this other crap. But then they probably go through your phone and see if you got something. This whole thing is becoming something else, y'all. ICE is not just becoming a police immigration enforcement. This is becoming something. ICE is becoming its own police force, and they don't have the same rules. I don't feel they don't have the same qualified immunity. If they're in a mask, you don't even know who they are. They don't have to tell you their badge number, nothing. They can just grab you up and throw you in a car. And it's not just immigrants. Anybody could be an immigrant. It could be a white person could be an immigrant. A Chinese person could be an immigrant. Anybody. They're black people. So just because right now they were focusing on the Hispanics, now it's turning into something else. Let's finish this up, and then we're going to go into this. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Watch.
Asked to enforce the law in a way that they would overseas or in a combat zone with people from American communities. I can tell you firsthand that members of the National Guard that I've talked to are deeply uncomfortable about having to participate in a mission like this. And we're not talking about a small.
So what? So the quiet one, Jasmine Crockett, said that the Republicans have just passed legislation to allow Trump to deport American citizens. What? Is that true? Can you show me where she said that, or send me? Because that's crazy. What? Deport them to where? And see, that's another thing. Now this Burkina Faso thing, that's it. That's probably what's happening. Hold on. Because there was 1,000 people trying to get citizenship. This is all coming together now. Thousands of people were trying to get citizenship just by going to Burkina Faso. They were paying into the ADDI. But almost at the same time, Trump was trying to get Burkina Faso to sign over a thing to allow them to be able to deport people and send them to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso said no. I wonder if the reason why and it's almost like he's blocking the black people that's trying to leave and actually go to Burkina Faso and say, no, bump that. We want you to, whatever immigrants that we deport need to go to. And then now they done turned around and stopped black people who wanted to go over there and develop it and told them no. And meanwhile, Trump is trying to get people to be able to just deport random illegal immigrants over to Burkina Faso. But then the black people that want to go to Burkina Faso, they're telling them no. It's a lot of wild stuff. I don't understand what's going on, y'all. Let's see who else is saying that. Liver since Tom Holland became American real quick. I'm not sure who Tom Holland is. So where Burkina Faso? Why does ICE not clean up Arizona? Half the population are illegal. Because is Arizona a blue state? I think that this whole thing is an attack on the blue states. That's what I think it is. I think they are purposely trying to attack blue states. Let's go.
Constituency. We're talking about the members themselves. We're talking about their families. Who, if you don't think they're talking to their families about this,
Right.
You're wrong. I could tell you firsthand. I think that there are more constituencies yet to turn on this administration for the way that they're using the military in the streets, not just for immigration enforcement, but in the context of this democracy.
Well, and that's, John Kelly's final warning before the election to America was that what he wanted to do and was blocked by people like Kelly and Madison Milley was to put the military on the streets. And the reason it's bad for a whole bunch of reasons. It's bad for Americans on the street who shouldn't be policed by our own military. But it's ultimately the worst for the members of the military who in a natural disaster show up to help and in a time of war, go far away to fight.
The question I would ask if I was Donald Trump's opponent is, do you really want a demoralized National Guard all in 50 states across the union because they're waiting to be deployed to hold long rifles up against their neighbors in between ICE detention centers and protests on the street? That is something for everybody, I think, who's joining the military today, 17, 18, 19 years old.
Who wants to join the military to fight a war within the country of America? It is about foreign and domestic. You do to take an oath to protect all enemies, foreign and domestic. But this is not about enemies. This is just an agenda, and it's not necessarily that these people are enemies. Could you imagine that you got a cousin in Chicago, and then you got to go and attack in your neighborhood or whatever, where your cousin and stuff like that stay at, and they're not even doing nothing? Like, what are we doing here? I don't understand what the end goal is. To
think about that they may be deployed for that purpose rather than the one that they think is a noble calling to stand in defense of this nation abroad.
Incredible. Thank you all for starting me off today like this. I needed that. Your new reporting is online now, right?
It is. I think there's a QR code up on the screen. Okay. I hope everybody can scan it and take a look because it will really.
Trump says immigrants are driving violent crime in Illinois, but ICE can't find many who are.
Debunk the things that you're hearing from this administration.
Right, I see the headline. I don't see the QR code, but we'll get it up there. It's on just who these agents are picking up on the streets of Chicago. It's on our website right now, but.
Now, I'm not impartial to MSNBC or Fox. I know people say, well, that's MSNBC. They're more focused on liberal stuff, But I think it's okay. So, and someone says, okay, I think that so we watching propaganda. Okay, so all of this shit is propaganda, to be quite honest. CNN, NBC, all this shit is propaganda. What do you mean is propaganda? Everything is propaganda if you think about it. At the end of every YouTube video is a commercial, sir. Like, don't you think it's all like based on whoever's idea, whoever you're listening to, is what they're going to be talking about. So. People want to say certain things are propaganda and other things aren't. No, it's all propaganda. It's all bullshit, But at the end of the day, it's not. It doesn't mean that we can't, talk about it. Let's talk about the propaganda. Okay, so it's propaganda. Let's talk about it. What part of it's true? What part of it's not? Why say, oh, you're just showing propaganda? Okay, well, give some context. At the top is StreamYard. If anybody wants to join, please join the conversation and tell me where the propaganda is. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to talk about no, honey, I've been up since 4:00 in the morning, sweetheart. I get up early. Anyways, let me go into the actual story that I was really going to discuss. I was just kind of warming up and getting everything going as far as what I was going to be discussing. The real story I wanted to talk about is the fact that ICE is actually, targeting people just on the street, just grabbing folks, and that's the part I find very frightening about all this stuff that's going on, is that they're just grabbing up folks and sorting it out later. And I think that gets scary, you know. So let's start with the first video, and then go from there.
I had to run in with ICE. Monday night, September 29th, I was at home, minding my own business, and I heard a knock at the door. When I looked through the window, I could see people in uniform. They were wearing the green Army fatigue uniforms. When I answered the door, they pushed their way in, and is there anybody in here with? And I told them no. They said, we want you to come with us. And I'm like, what for? You know, what is this all about? And that's when they told me, they said, just shut up and come with us. At that point, I grabbed my backpack and I headed on out the door with them. When we got on the porch, they put my hands behind me. They put those zip ties, they put those on me. Once they got me outside, we came down the street to the corner. And when we got here, right on the corner, they had a lot of units, a lot of cars were out here. There was some press, members of the press out here. They had right about where that car is at.
Right where the blue car is, or the green-looking car.
Where that green-looking car is at. They had a budget renter truck. They put me up into the truck. When I got in the truck, there were already about maybe 10 people who were already in the truck. And then they started bringing more people. They had everybody in zip ties. We were in the truck for about, I'd say maybe 20, 25 minutes. Mm-hmm. They sealed the truck up and the truck pulled off. Next thing I know, they're unloading us and we were out at the facility in Broadview.
I'm going to ask you about, I want to know what the conditions were like inside, but let's go back a little bit. Mm-hmm. When they knocked on your door, right, and they told you to come out. Right. Did they tell you why?
No.
Did they ask you anything like who you are?
No. I tried to tell them.
All right, so that's the beginning of it. So people are saying that they're trying to join, but they can't. The StreamYard, I did pin it at the top. So I think if you could click the pin message, you should be able to click it, because I don't know why. I think when I do this portrait, thing, it's not allowing the StreamYard links to be clickable for some reason. I don't know why. But and I also tried to put it into the I'm gonna put it into the description as well, because everyone's saying that. Let me put it in the description as well. But yeah, so as you can see, when ICE is going around grabbing people up, taking them about their house. Okay, these people are not on the street; these are people in their house. Okay, and because they are going for a specific building, whoever's in that building got to evacuate the building. They tell you come with us, and then you ask them, okay, well, hold on, I'm a citizenship or whatever. I'm a citizen, whatever. And they're telling you shut up. They listen, I don't care about that. And then you have to sit there and go through their whole process and be told shut up. Now, this guy is not a low-hanging fruit. He's a regular, just because he's older and he's missing an eye or whatever. We say, okay, we want to dismiss people like this, but I really want to go into that. We don't just dismiss people. That's crazy.
They had the word ICE on their back, so I knew who they were. And I asked them, why are you guys taking me? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. And I was told to shut up and just follow instruction. I did as I was told. When we got to the facility, I again tried to tell them, look, you got the wrong person. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. Again, I was told, shut up. I tried to tell them, I've got everything in my backpack. My birth certificate, I got my ID.
Why'd you have it in your backpack?
I had some business to take care of with the Illinois Department of Public Aid. I went there earlier in the day.
So at no point did they allow you to show your birth certificate or any identification?
They didn't want to see nothing.
Well, I've heard people say they're not just rounding people up, they're getting identification. They're not being rough with people. What do you say?
They're lying. They're not checking IDs. The building behind me was the target, was the building that they were targeting.
This building right here, the orange brick building?
Yeah. I couldn't understand why they were at my building, because my building is not there. I'm a block over in the middle of the block. I didn't see any reason for them to be bothering us.
They were just scooping people up randomly?
Yeah. People that were just hanging out out here were all rounded up as well.
It didn't matter Latino.
Didn't matter what color you are. They were scooping people up.
But it was black and Latino. What time was this?
This was close to 10:30, perhaps.
At night.
At night.
So you were out here in the darkness doing with all this happening.
Yes, we were in the back of a moving truck.
Were there seats in there?
No, it's like the trucks that you use to load your furniture in. It was a budget rental truck.
So you had to stand up to get there?
Well, some people were able to sit down, but most of us stood up because there were, it was too many people for everybody to try and sit down.
What were you holding on to?
Each other.
Were you rumbling around in the back of the truck? Anybody falling over?
We managed to maintain because with the amount of people that we had in the truck, if somebody was about to fall, you've got enough people to break that fall.
How many people?
I'd say we had about 40 or more people in that truck.
What the hell?
Come on now. Now, y'all think that this is humane? Do you think this is how you treat American citizens, to throw them into a truck, a budget rental truck, you guys? So, yeah, we need to boycott budget. And you know how many black people use budget rental car when they can't get no other. We the main ones, but getting budget, and they throwing black people in the truck to and take them down the ice, and they're using budget rental trucks to do this with. What are we doing here? And this is an older guy. He has one eye. He's elderly, and he has to stand up balance in the back of a rental truck while they ship people off into a facility, telling people to shut up and all this other stuff. First of all, this guy was not a drunk, fat, ignorant fool, and that's ridiculous to say that. Okay, and listen, you need to we need to get rid of this person. We don't talk about that. We don't talk like that. We're gonna put you in timeout, sir. We don't talk about people like you. Don't know this guy's history. Just because he's black and he got a missing eye don't mean he's drunk and he's very eloquent. Actually, he's a very good speaker from what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing a ignorant fool. I'm hearing a black person that was in his house chilling at 10:30 at night and ICE coming in saying, "Come with us." And you see the ICE thing, you say, "Okay, well, no, I'm an American citizen. Here's my bag. I have my stuff. Shut up and follow directions." And you just get told, "Shut up." You get pulled out of your house and then told to shut up. So what is this? What are we doing here? This is reminding me of something else. And I'm not going to say the word, but this is what this is sounding like. Shut up and follow direction. Then they take you off to a facility, and then you're inconvenienced hours later, and then they don't even take you back home. You got to figure it out, sort it out how you're going to get home. They take your belongings. What are we doing here? I just want to play that again.
They had the word ICE on their back, so I knew who they were. And I asked them, "Why are you guys taking me? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant." And I was told to shut up and just follow instruction. I did as I was told. When we got to the facility, I again tried to tell them, "Look, you got the wrong person. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant." Again, I was told, "Shut up." I tried to tell them, I've got everything in my backpack. My birth certificate, I got my ID.
Why'd you have it in your backpack?
I had some business to take care of with the Illinois Department of Public Aid. I went there earlier in the day.
So at no point did they allow you to show your birth certificate or any identification?
They didn't want to see nothing.
Well, I've heard people say they're not just rounding people up, they're getting identification. They're not being rough with people. What do you say?
They're lying. They're not checking IDs. The building behind me was the building that they were targeting.
This building right here, the orange brick building?
Yeah. I couldn't understand why they were at my building because my building is not there. I'm a block over in the middle of the block. I didn't see any reason for them to be bothering us.
They were just scooping people up randomly?
Yeah. People that were just hanging out here were all rounded up as well.
It didn't matter Latino.
Didn't matter what color you are. They were scooping people up.
But it was black and Latino. What time was this?
This was close to 10:30, perhaps.
At night.
At night.
So you were out here in the darkness doing with all this happening.
Yes, we were in the back of a moving truck.
Were there seats in there?
No, it's like the trucks that you use to load your furniture in. It was a budget rental truck.
So you had to stand up to get there?
Well, some people were able to sit down, but most of us stood up because there were, it was too many people for everybody to try and sit down.
What were you holding on to?
Each other.
Were you rumbling around in the back of the truck? Anybody falling over?
We managed to maintain because with the amount of people that we had in the truck, if somebody was about to fall, you've got enough people to break that fall.
How many people?
I'd say we had about 40 or more people in that truck.
What the hell?
Okay, so this is a good comment here. Black people, stop opening your, and this is not only black people, white people too. If you see some officers at your door, don't open your door. Do not, if they don't have a warrant, and they bust down your door, then they have done something wrong. Okay, so if you don't open your door. If they don't have no reason to be, you didn't call them there, don't open your door. I wouldn't just say but this is you're calling BS, okay, but okay, you can call that, but that's not this is not the only person that this has happened to, sir. And the thing is that how could he speak so eloquently about something that happened and it's going on, and he happened to have it happen. He knows that this was the building that was supposed to be happening to. Somehow they're over here at my building at 10:30 at night. And this guy was not out on the street. He was in his house. Okay, well, all right. Well, if he's a paid actor, even if he is a paid actor, still a good, I don't think he's a paid actor though. Bottom line is that if the people are going into a house, into a building, grabbing people, telling them to come with me, knocking on doors, come with me, and then wrestling you out, you're trying to explain to them, listen, I'm American citizenship, whatever. And they like, shut up. Then they take you downstairs to a budget room. And I encourage anyone, since we can't figure out who these ICE agents are, they all got masks on, they don't got name badges, can't ask them for their card or nothing like that, like you could do police. And the police are working with them. I would try to, if you can't get, they're gonna take your cell phone from you, so you ain't gonna be able to record or do nothing. You got to find a way to either memorize people's names or something like that, or I don't know, get a piece of pencil and a pen, write their names down, and then since you can't sue the ICE agents because they know that they don't have qualified immunity, that's why they got their faces covered up. Budget rental car. If they put you into a budget rental, I would sue budget rental. If I get any injury when I'm in the back of that truck, and I think I would be injured. I'm mentally injured. Everything injured by being in the back of a budget rental truck. That's, first of all, that's unsafe. That's not, humans are not meant to go into the back of budget rental trucks. What are we doing here? What is the American government doing, throwing people in the back of a rental truck, whether they're immigrants or not? Okay, there's laws that we must obey, but do we just treat people inhumanely, throw them into the back of a budget rental? I guess they figure that, hell, if you done been into a different trucks getting here, so you'll do this anyway, so we'll just throw you in the back of a truck because that's how you probably got here. I don't know, but I know that American citizens aren't used to being piled into the back of trucks, and if we go through that, we have a legal right to sue whoever it is that does this. And I encourage that we enact our legal rights. If you get scooped up by this situation, you need to fucking find a lawyer. There needs to be some lawyers getting in.
We had to find our own way home, and I had to walk to the metro station.
Did they let other people out with you?
They let other people out, and they didn't give us no kind of paperwork. They were just saying, okay, you can go, you can go, you can go. I think the whole thing is crazy. I think things are going to get worse before they get better. I think that the goal is to create chaos and eventually provoke a civil war. I feel sorry for the military people who are caught up in this. They didn't sign. I don't think they signed up for this. National Guard, from what I understand, they typically deal with, like, when we have hurricanes, some kind of natural disaster. I don't think they signed up for that.
How did it make you feel to just be taken without any warrants, no due process?
It makes me feel scared because I'm wondering, where are we headed? Even with the court system, President Trump, he done totally took over the judicial system. They're supposed to be separate from the executive. He's bullied them into giving them everything he wants.
Does it make you angry?
Yeah, it makes me very angry. I just wish there's more that I could do, get enough people together, get something somewhere that's going to make a difference, put a stop to it.
Do you feel like you were treated like a man?
No, they herd us up like animals.
What do you want the people who are watching this and they support what they're doing to know?
Come here and see for yourself, or let them come to your state, your city, your neighborhood, and do to your area what they're doing here to us. Some of the people, there was a guy I saw on TV when they were filming the protests about ICE being in Broadview, talking about, yeah, I'm all for it. I applaud what Trump is doing. When I heard him make that statement, yeah, you want it because it's not your area, it's not your neighborhood, your city that's being invaded.
Right. So if you, I didn't get anything, Jackie. Did you send it to my IG? But yeah. So so this is not a person. When I hear him talk, this is not just no random homeless person that they just rounded up. He was in his house. They knocked on the door. He opened the door because they had, you know, for some stupid reason, because I would have never opened that door. And then they told him, come with me, you know? And then he said, well, he saw that they were ICE. He says, no, I'm an American citizen. Here's my information. I had this in my bag right here. I got my birth certificate, everything. Shut up. Shut up and follow directions. Okay. Then he's brought downstairs into a budget rental truck with people that are being loaded in. This is at 10:30 at night. And then some people are sitting down. Some people are standing up. And then they have to balance themselves in a back of a truck. 40 people piled in at once and be taken to a facility. And then 8 hours later, they sort it out. They sort it out and figure it out later. That's crazy, you know? And so I don't think that makes any sense to me. I mean, if it makes sense to you just to get some immigrants, I mean, there's way bigger things going on, worse criminal things happening than just illegal people. I mean, this is they're going way hard, and there's bigger, harder things they could be fighting than this.
Where I think this is, you know, this is going to start happening in more places across the country.
Any Democratic state.
Got a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor.
We, as Democrats, we're being targeted.
What would you say to Donald Trump? What do you want him to know?
Ain't nothing I can say to that man. There's nothing I can say to him. The main thing that I do at this point moving forward, I keep praying every day for God to step in or show us he's got it in control. You know, that's what I want to see.
But you know the Lord helps those who help themselves, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to take any legal action?
Yeah. I've been calling around. They said they don't mind going against the city. You know, they don't mind suing Chicago, but when you talk about suing the federal government, they're afraid. They're afraid, even though they didn't say this, but seeing how Trump has been acting, some of these law firms don't want to touch it because if you touch it, they're afraid that he's going to come after their firm like he's done others.
You going to be all right?
Yeah, I'm going to be all right.
Thank you for telling us your story.
Okay.
How old are you?
66.
66. How's your health?
My health is fairly good.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So people are trying to join, but they can't. I don't know. You might have to physically type it into your browser because I don't know why. When I do this portrait thing, it doesn't allow people to directly join. I don't know why. I got to figure out what's happening here. I don't know exactly what to fix on here to fix that. But in the meantime, if you do want to join, I do have it pinned at the top. But yeah, so I mean, I get that people are saying that this is all just a made up thing, but I think that we need to really listen to what's being said here. You know, I mean, even if I just think that we're just minimizing it and not thinking logically that there are real people that are being rounded up. even with the other roundup that they had, they said they grabbed regular people, and then some people actually got arrested. They had warrants. They got arrested by the police. You know, some people got released. But imagine you have to go to work the next day and you're in an ICE facility for 8 hours, and then you got to walk home. They take your belongings, your phone, everything, and just completely violate your civil rights. So I would just say, Chicago, people that's in Chicago and where that this is going to happen at, just don't open the door, bro. Until they start kicking down doors, I wouldn't open my door. If I see law enforcement outside and I didn't call them, don't open your door. Don't open your door. So here is the link again if anybody wants to come up. I don't know. I don't exactly. I'm trying everything to get it in there, but I don't know. This is the link, guys. You about to just type it in manually if you want to come up. Yeah, this is not even about the movie. So this is well, you never seen the movie Sinners, but this is what it sounded like. They like open the door. Come on, open the door. Like, come on outside. Hell no, please keep that door shut. Okay, well, okay, whatever. So let me just go into this next story. I mean, I think it's we need to, like, I don't know if a lot of these people are just bots, just saying stuff. I don't think that these things are all real people. Some of these people are just randomly saying stuff, because there's no way that you could hear a story like that and not see the relevance in this guy's story, and that this is important. Like an elderly guy having to catch the bus home. You got it? Did you figure out how to do it? Okay, let me see if I can do that. Let me try to do that, you guys. In the meantime, I'm gonna play this again, the beginning of it. Let's go.
It's not about Border Patrol. It's not about Customs or Immigration. It's literally about making videos for the government to post on their websites, because they initiate and elevate tensions and violence. And that's what's going on.
Did you see the vice president on the news this morning saying that the president is considering invoking the Insurrection Act?
I'm not an expert in this area, but those kind of statements, they're not grounded in fact or in law. There's no insurrection happening. Look around us right now. You have peaceful protesters. You have people shouting, venting, displaying signs. That's not an insurrection. What are they talking about when they use that word? Who are the insurrectionists? What are they doing?
I think this is an example of every MAGA accusation is a confession. He knows that his supporters tried to commit insurrection on January 6th. My view is that this is a man who has never seen a petty fight that he didn't want to be part of. He knows that his people committed insurrection, so he's trying to use that same logic on peaceful protesters here. We are here calling for due process of law, basic humanity. That's what the First Amendment protects. That's what our constitutional principles protect. And this is why, again, I keep emphasizing we cannot let these cultural wars divide us. We need to stand united against this kind of fascism. Otherwise, it'll get worse.
Again, otherwise it will get worse. I mean, this is exactly what it is. It's called the King Alfred Plan. Well, he's over there. Well, he actually is. He's over there in Chicago. That's who he's speaking to, people from Chicago. He's on the ground there. So we can say whatever we want to from the comfort of our homes, but he's actually out there, like, going through with the people, like listening to them, being there, So I wouldn't just dismiss a person like that, like that's actually there, Let me see. Did I upload 3 twice? Hold on, let me see. Sorry, I thought I had uploaded this video. But yeah, so I don't know. Have anybody are y'all still having a hard time joining, the ones that asked to join? Because I was trying to wait to see if anybody wanted to join. What is the anti? There's no what an anti-white riots. What were those? I'm not from the hood, honey. I don't know what you mean, people in the hood. So. Okay, Chicago, that's my backyard, but I can't say blacks are not worried about ICE. They worried about FBI, CIA, and ATF. But they also are worried about ICE too because ICE is jumping in. So was that the anti-white riots? Is that what that was? They're anti-white riots or anti-brutality riots? You know, all those riots were anti-rights, white riots. And where was ICE then? How come they weren't rounding people up for that one? Well, I'm not. Okay. Well, I don't know who you're talking about with that one, and and that's the end of your being able to discuss in this thing. So in the meantime, while I'm waiting, while I'm trying to get people to be able to, the one that want to join to be able to join, I did try to put it in the chat, but for some reason it's giving me a hard time. In the description, let me try again. I don't know why it's doing that. It's giving me a hard time. Is it okay? Okay, it's not letting me put the. Okay, so I just put it into the description just now. So if you go to the description, you'll be able to join. In the meantime, I'm gonna play this other video that I found really crazy, and I really couldn't believe this one right here. So we're gonna share this and play this, and I was like, I really couldn't believe this was going on right here. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Let's go.
Making segregated facilities no longer banned. Let's put it up full mass. MAGA, after recent change by the Trump administration, the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. I will explain. The segregation clause is one of several identified in a public memo issued by the General Services Administration, GSA, last month, affecting all civil federal agencies. The memo explains that it is making changes prompted by President Trump's executive order on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which repealed an executive order signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1965 regarding federal contractors and non-discrimination. The memo also addresses Trump's executive order on gender identity. There's more. The clause in question is the first in the Federal Acquisition Regulation, known as FAR, a huge document used by agencies to write contracts for anyone providing goods or services to the federal government. The clause is titled Prohibition of Segregation Facilities and reads, quote, the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated facilities at any of its establishments, and that it does not and will not permit its employees to perform their services at any location under its control where segregated facilities are maintained. Then it defines segregated facilities as work areas, restaurants, drinking fountains, transportation, housing, and more. And it says you cannot segregate based on race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin.
So what do you guys think this is about? Do you think this is about like about the transgender thing, or what do you think this is? And also I want to welcome to the stage. Let me see. Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Hey, how's it going? So what are your thoughts?
I mean, my whole thing right here is this: if people in America want America just to be given up to illegals. I mean, I think the Democrats are delusional, and I know that for a fact because I used to be a Democrat. And it's exact same way Don Lemon speaks. That's the exact way I used to speak. I used to give delusional topics. Um, yes, it's wrong for Americans to be detained, but we got to look at the bigger source of this situation. Why are they being detained? Somebody is causing a problem for Americans to be detained. You allowed all of this. When you open up Pandora's box, everything that's foolish inside that box comes along with it. If you detain, if you allow people just to come across the board, it costs about 100. I know you saw my comments. It's about $150 billion that Americans spend every year on illegals coming across the border. Because you can't let them come across the border. You got to check them to see if they got any, they bring anything across the border that could be harmful to Americans. So you got to spend all this money on them. Wow, there's 700,000 homeless Americans. So we'd rather take that money allocated towards illegals versus Americans. Make that make sense. Then also too, the stoppage of government right now. I mean, it's a bigger picture when it comes to the bill, where it's a lot of things inside that bill. All right, and I know I'm going off on a tangent with a lot of things, but I mean, I know I have like a short period of time to speak. There is, the medical for Americans, and that's very, very important that we take care of that, because like I said again, in a couple of weeks, people are going to be in a situation to where their medical situation is going to be messed up. But what about the other stuff that the delusional party wants to also include in it? Transgender situations where we didn't vote for that. We don't want that. It seems like the older I get, the more delusional America, Great Britain, Canada, England. We get weirder and weirder and weirder. And we don't want that. And if it costs a lot of money, I mean, think about it. Kamala wanted to spend a lot of money on prisoners to give them sex changes. Like, we already feeding them and housing them already. Why would our taxpayers spend money on changing their sex? And then also you got to upkeep that. I don't understand how. Yes, that young man who got detained, the guy with the eye, the young man, the elder, and that was wrong. That was totally wrong. But you got to blame what happened for it to happen. Illegals are here taking over, and it's getting bad. Look at Dearborn, Michigan. I mean, now you got to be subjected to Muslim music, and now it's not America no more, and it's like our country. Like I said again, when you talk about a person who served, we don't want this. We don't want you just to come here, and I mean, if you come here legally, that's fine. But like I said again, if you at a store and somebody, you're in line, somebody jumps in front of you, 3 or 4 people just jump in front of you. I'm next. You're gonna have a problem with that. So then, why should you have a problem with people just coming? You can't just come across the border in Japan, any of the United Nations countries, and just walk up in there. I'm living here now. I'm just gonna come live here. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna take all my belongings. I'm gonna move here. I'm living here. I'm gonna get a job here, which is against the law. Can't cover, work here. If you ask to come here, you just can't come here and just live. It's laws to that.
So here's the thing, that this is the only part that I have a problem with, is that okay, if they found a way to bring them here, they should find a way to be able to round them up without also rounding up American citizens.
How do you do that?
Okay, first of all, if the guy says I'm an American citizen and I have my book bag and I can show you where my papers are, and you tell them to shut up and listen to directions and keep moving, and throw them in the back of a truck, and then he keeps trying to tell you I'm an American citizen. Here's my paperwork, and you don't even look at the paperwork because you're just too busy rounding people up. You just want to round as many people up as you can and sort it out later. That means then you're inconveniencing regular Americans because. But I didn't go to the border and let these people in. I didn't vote for the person that did it. So why am I getting rounded up? You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is that, yeah, we can blame, but he can't sue the federal government. That's ain't no lawyer gonna take that case. So bottom line is that he just gets inconvenienced. He gets his whole day messed up. He gets thrown into a thing, back of a dangerous situation, a pickup, a damn moving truck, and traumatized. All this stuff, all for the sake of catching a few illegal immigrants. It's 40 people. I mean, how many of those people were probably had the same story as he did? If I would say 1% of those people, so 4 of those 40 people were probably American citizens. And this is a black guy. He don't look like he's speaking English. He's not a Mexican. So it's like this is not. It's like they're at this point they're just grabbing people and sorting it out. I'm not sure if they got a quota. Like, okay, every 500 people you bring in a day, you get like a payment of X amount. So they just grabbing people up. I don't know what their situation is, you know. So that's the part, is that we can't be so hell bent on, just like they said that it was a war on drugs, and then they went canvassing and grabbing up people off the street in the drug thing, the drug war. So it's like they'll have a war on, now that's the war on immigration, but everybody being sucked into it, and they ain't got nothing to do with it. So if there's, and then how is it that you have people? There's no qualified immunity situation in these situations. You have people that get to cover their face up. They don't have to show. I mean, I don't know, what are the laws of the ICE agents that are equivalent to the police. They don't have a badge number. They don't give you their card. There's a certain protocol that police officers have to follow. Why do ICE people get to like just grab people up and tell them to shut up and don't give them no whatever? You know what I'm saying? No human ability to like express that here is my paperwork.
Well,
Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Good day, ma'am. Good day, ma'am.
Welcome to the panel, High Council.
how you doing, sir?
Not bad. I know you want to speak, sir.
No, well, no. Go ahead. I mean, my whole thing right here is this. Everything that she just said a few minutes ago is very valid. The thing I have a problem with is this. Like I said again, if society opens up Pandora's box, and I'm gonna keep going to this point, then now we're gonna complain. Like I said again, yes, it's wrong for people to be detained, especially if they are able to identify themselves as an American. But the problem is the people who allowed all this to happen, and now it's out of control. I mean, you think about it. Um, um, I have an easier way. Well, I mean, it's going to be real hard, but what Americans should be doing is this: those that are in charge, the jobs, they hire them, because it's against the law to hire someone as well as harbor them, meaning give them dwelling. So what they should do is this: say let's just say hypothetically, the rounded amount of a person's wage in America is probably around, like, which I think we probably all would agree, it's like around $40,000. So if the person bringing in $40,000, they got hired, okay, and they are illegal immigrants, and they got hired at let's just say Home Depot. 8 of them got hired at Home Depot, and so you're paying them $45,000 or $46,000 a year. Okay, I think, well, 50,000 is $25 an hour. Let's just stay around 30 something to $40,000 a year, and you got like 8 employees at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever job you want to call it. What America should do is you can keep those employees there. So we're not going to raise your place, and we're not going to make a big scene, ICE, and take them out in handcuffs or zip tied. What we're going to do is
that's what's happening. Here's the thing. I mean, what you're trying to propose would make sense if they are actually going to do that, but they're not going to do that. They've already got the National Guard deployed. Come on now, they're not going to go backwards. They're going to keep pressing forward, and it's going to get even worse. And here's the thing: what if they start going in the? Here's how many hospital workers you think, my nurses, and all this other. What if they start running up into hospitals and grabbing people out the nursing and operating rooms and say, "Well, your illegal status is no longer valid." You know, where does this end at?
Great question. and
See,
Go
and
ahead. Go ahead, High Castle. Go ahead.
I need to be tagged in.
Go ahead, High
Um,
Castle.
good, good day, good morning, good Americans, fellow American citizens. How are you? I hope you ate something well today. It's a beautiful day in America. It's great to be an American. This is the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest president right now, and his name is Donald Trump. And I want to say this for the people who are out there in Chicago. You do have our attention out here, and we're watching. We're watching ICE, we're watching police as usual, and we're watching Mayor Brandon Johnson. And I would like to appeal to him and say, fall back and be in accordance to ICE. Don't make it necessary. We already know that you've brought in all these illegals. We already know that you've allegedly just don't care about Americans. You have that funny look in your face, just like the UK Prime Minister with his glasses and your glasses. You both look the same. Like you don't love America. And what I want our people, especially FBA and those confused Pan-Africans out here, this is not your fight. Pay your bills on time, especially your rent, first and foremost. And there's going to be more job opportunities for you and I. There's more occupations popping up very shortly. We just have to. We have to get rid of. We have to get rid of the bad hombres out here.
That is not the discussion, though. The discussion is that they are targeting U.S. citizens also. And let me also bring up
That's
this.
doubtful. That's not happening. Some brothers and sisters, they definitely love to be on camera, and
Sure. You're saying that's not happening. It's all. You're saying
no, and because you won't let me speak now, ma'am. Some brothers and sisters. No, I'm not. I want to speak, ma'am. Some brothers and sisters just love to be on camera, and CNN has that money. It's not Death Row pays the bills. CNN pays the bills out there. All right, and they will pay a brother through gift cards, Visa gift cards. They'll pay a sister through vouchers as well, promissory notes. This is the machine. And Don Lemon, he already know. I've seen him before. He knew where the bricks were laying at. The whole pile of bricks were laying at during those riots, during the Summer of Love. They all know these things. They be putting them out there. They work in coordination with the law enforcement too, because not all law enforcement is pro-America. Like, they trying to take some money too. They trying to get in this pay too. There's people on the payroll, bro. There's people on the payroll, sis. And that brother right there, he was trying to get his Skrilla up.
Child, that guy was not.
He a paid distractor.
Okay, so let's talk about this, because there's also a lot of warrantless arrests that are happening. And a judge just ruled that the arrest. So I don't understand why judges are ruling on arrests that are not happening. That's crazy.
Advocates in Chicago, the ruling finding ICE is conducting illegal arrests in violation of a consent decree that limits warrantless arrests in the Chicago area of responsibility. That includes Illinois and 5 neighboring states. Collateral arrests, or people arrested while ICE is out patrolling the city, have been a major part of Operation Midway Blitz, and now a federal judge has imposed new restrictions on agents. Attorneys with the National Immigrant Justice Center in Chicago say the number of warrantless arrests in just the past 2 weeks have skyrocketed. Their case against ICE, starting with 26 people, now up to at least 200.
What we have seen now on a much larger scale is federal agents indiscriminately stopping and arresting individuals without warrants.
A family scooped up at the bean late last month. Collateral warrantless arrest during a raid at a home in Elgin, with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem present, posting this video on social media.
He actually had his work permit to be working here legally.
Alliance father Abel Orozco picked up earlier this year. ICE reports reviewed by the I-team confirming agents did not have a warrant, instead creating one after taking him into custody.
My father was the main breadwinner of the family, so having him gone, it's hard.
All examples of what U.S. District Judge Jeffrey Cummings ruled is an ongoing pattern of ICE violating the terms of a consent decree. NIJC attorneys successfully arguing agents produced no warrants, civil or criminal, for the arrests. Cummings taking particular issue with instructions to ICE agents to carry blank I-200 forms, civil immigration warrants, on their person in the field to fill them out on the spot, calling ICE's arguments it can do so lawfully meritless.
If they made a warrantless arrest, they need to justify and document the specific information.
Under the federal consent decree with ICE, to arrest someone with or without a warrant, ICE agents are required to meet 2 criteria. Is there probable cause to believe someone is in the U.S. illegally, and are they also a flight risk? ABC 7 chief legal analyst Gil Sofer says the government is likely to appeal the ruling.
Well, we'll see if it changes operations on the ground. He's certainly sending a shot across the bow, and that, if it's going to be abided by, that's going to slow things down and really impose rigor around the process.
Immigrant advocates intensely emotional over the result.
To our Black and brown people and immigrants, it does not always seem to be that this earth wants us, but we want us, and that can be enough.
Ain't no black and brown
Homeland
coalition.
Security said in a statement to the I-team, quote, DHS complies with all lawful court orders and is addressing this matter with the court. NIJC says it will seek the release of hundreds of people they claim were unlawfully arrested.
All right.
A lot to come at it.
All right, so if this is, so you're trying to say that all that is just that's not. Why would a judge be putting things into effect if these are all fake things that are happening? No, judges don't get involved with fake situation. Judges don't pass laws because of a fake people trying to get some dollars by getting on the news and saying they were arrested unlawfully.
Does the media have AI?
What?
Does the media use AI? Does the media have the best green screen technology around?
Yes.
All right. That's all I want to say.
So now you're saying that all this stuff is green screen and AI and fake and this that. Come on now you're starting to sound like a.
He didn't say all. He didn't say all. When you heard him say that, you just went straight to everything. Let me make my point real quick, and I'm done. And I'll let this gentleman speak. When I said something about about a job, it's an easy way to take care of this illegal immigrant situation. Really, really easy. Where you work at, whatever they paying you per hour or per year, just also add $100,000 to every last illegal. So if you got 8 illegals, that's $800,000 you pay to the federal government for them to work there. You can stay here in the country, but you got to pay to stay here. Also, in your homes, if you rent out to them, and whatever the rent is per year, it's $6,000 a year for them to stay in that apartment or whatever. You got to give $100,000 to the government for them to stay in that apartment. Let's see exactly how long the apartment is going to rent to you. They got to pay the government $100,000 along with getting your little $6,000 a year and rent. Also, your job. If I got to pay $100,000, I'll pay you $35,000 a year. Now I got to give the government $100,000 just to keep you in this job. They can't work. If you can't work and you can't find a way to live, you're gonna self-deport yourself out of the United States. That's the easiest way to get rid of illegals.
I agree with you, brother. You remember? I don't know if you're familiar with, when one of us may come out of prison and we get jobs, there are certain programs where or businesses they will use you as collateral, use you and I as collateral to be hired there, you know, to be and they're paying more for or something of that nature.
I know what you're talking about.
But I know I'm not trying to give them the same benefit. But when it comes down to these landlords and tenants, they need to be paying up like a subscription fee for being able to do this, and it should be at least $100,000.
Yes, for every illegal, not a group of them. If it's 8 people in the place, it's 100,000 per person. The government needs, because you need to pay to stay here. You need to pay to work here. You need to pay to live here. And if you're here illegally, you can stay. It just costs whoever's renting to you $100,000 per person, and whoever's got you employed $100,000 per person. Let's just see exactly if they want to spend $100,000 per person. They only make $35,000 a year. I mean, nobody's overpaying me at my place of employment. They ain't gonna say, you know what? Let's just give him an extra $100,000, you know, on his pay that we paying him already. They're not gonna do that because they can't afford it. And when you can't afford it, that means the people are going to be homeless. And why be homeless in the United States? Go back something good and go back to our place, which is much cheaper. Especially if you reside in New York, California, any of these places really, really expensive. You can easily get them up out of here by not charging. And you don't charge them, you charge the people who are hiring them. You charge the people who are dwelling there. You fine them. This is a fine. $100,000 for harboring them. If you rent out to them, there's people that's illegal that own homes in the United States. This is the law to do that. This is against the law for them to be working without paperwork. You gotta have your paper. You gotta have your paperwork. You don't have your paperwork, you can't work here. It's illegal.
Right, but see, everybody keeps talking about the illegal side. Listen, this is not about illegal immigrants getting taken by ICE. This is about U.S. citizens and ICE's inability to properly be able to siphon through that. You see that it says that they are making up fake documents, trying to hurry up and get people a warrant for their arrest so that they take them to the facility and put them through whatever process or whatever. And these people are saying, hey, listen, here's my paperwork right here. And then they're still like arrest them anyway. So here's the thing. It's not so that's the part I'm talking about.
So you believe that all illegal
So you're saying it's just like, look, collateral damage, you know, but until it happened to you, like if you were at Starbucks and ICE ran up in there and they grab you up and you say, look, I'm American citizens, and they still put you in a truck and take you to the ICE facility, I don't think you're going to be very happy about that.
I would be upset. But like I said again, I know exactly what caused this problem. Illegals is the reason why I'm going through this. I got to take accountability. Like I said again, something called is a beginning, middle, and end. We're beginning. You let all these people in here. All these people ain't escaped. I mean, you invaded our country, yes, but a lot of these people got living here. You let them, you capture them, you let them go. You got people just re-entering. You've been caught 3 times. You know that's a felony. If you get caught here, and even I heard you talking about transport stuff. You know, I'm always I've been this plant longer than yourself, but that's beside the point. When I was younger, it wasn't as weird as it is now. I call them comedians, funny people, because you know you can't really say anything, just derogatory. It's getting really weird here in the United States. And they won't pass the bill to make the medical, because like I said, the next couple of weeks, a lot of people like myself and LD, they're going to be in some problems with the medical situation if that bill doesn't get passed. Let's just say that both parties agree to, let's fix the situation so the Americans could be able to get their medical care and all that stuff, whatever. And then the delusional party says, nope, we want to send billions of dollars to millions and billions of dollars to other countries to promote transism. We want to go ahead and spend because there's a lot of things in this bill that's weird and it affects the American people. We don't agree with this. That's the reason why we put Donald Trump in office. We do not agree with this. And the bigger picture is, it's like Americans are still delusional. They still lost and just want to do anything. Like the mayor said about Chicago. That mayor should be gone. He should not be a mayor in Chicago because he don't care about Americans. When you close down high schools, I got some cousins in Chicago. When you close down high schools because you say we don't have enough money, and then you reopen them, and then you make them part immigrants living there in school. I thought you had the money for it. But when that immigrant said out of his mouth, "No more money for you, money for us now. Y'all lazy." So you supposed to come across the border, and we're already second. So you're gonna drop us down, and you supposed to leapfrog us. I think they already did it already in regards of numbers. You gonna leapfrog us, and now the money supposed to come to you now. And like America's Trump said it best. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. And I let everybody talk. Trump already said it. You didn't like the way he said it, but he said they coming here to replace you. Dearborn, Michigan, they replacing people. They got Muslim things all over, playing music, whatever. They come to replace you. That man said in Congress, give us 50 years, and we're gonna have half of Congress gonna be Muslims. That's exactly what that man said.
Well, here, I also say this is that I listen. I understand the whole thing about jobs because I'm gonna tell you this is that my daughter, we went down to do a pageant, and for the first time I saw a black woman cleaning a room. Normally it's a Mexican that can't speak English. And it's her and her buddy, and they both can't speak English, and they cleaning up the rooms in the hotels. The first time my daughter pointed out, she said, "This is my first time seeing a black housekeeper cleaning up a room in a hotel." So I do see that people are getting jobs and things like this. But imagine ICE ran up into that hotel and grabbed everybody, but still trying to get the rest of the immigrants. Now that woman has a chance of probably losing her job because she has been detained 8 hours in the ICE facility because they're trying to get the immigrants. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, where do we sort out who's an American citizen? Do we just pile them up into a budget rental truck and sort it out later, and do we be just so Gestapo-ish and disrespectful that we're not listening when people say, "Well, here is my paperwork, sir"?
Can I answer this? Also, where is that housekeeper's peoples from who's black? That's another thing, but it's not important right now. No.
Listen.
I want to continue, ma'am.
You'll be able to continue. Don't do that. This is my show, bro. You can't keep over talking me and whatever. If I have something to say about that, I'm gonna say it. Okay. I'm giving you your chance to speak. I'm going to always allow you to talk. You how many times have you been up here? I'm gonna let you talk. So stop. Go ahead.
It's just like India.Arie said in the song Brown Skin. Tell me where your people are from. So I want to know where her people are from. That's all, that's the most important part. And listen, again, is that we are Americans. It's just we can find out exactly where we are from here in this country. There's paperwork behind us. There's pay scale systems. People are aware of where people move at from time to time. There's a way to find out exactly who we are here in the United States of America. I put Americans ahead of the illegals. And yes, there's a replacement going on. It does work. We have doppelgangers out here. We have people who are cosplaying like us. All right. They may look like us, sound like us, dress like us, but they haven't been breathing in this American air. They haven't been breathing in and drinking this American water like how we have. They're not from here. And it's identifiable. So I believe the system definitely could figure this one out with just a fingerprint swipe. They know. We know who's not here. You're not. I don't know what the sympathy is for all this illegal immigration, but they killed my brother Khalif Browder. They set him up out there in New York. They lied on him. They said he stole their iPads and mugged them, and that was a lie. He was getting raped and tortured out there in Rikers Island for 2.5 years straight. There's a documentary on that. But you out here thinking that these people have our best intentions. They're here to replace us. And when I see these so-called nice ones out here, see, I could go out in my neighborhood and I don't see what I see exactly on TV. I don't see them ripping up stuff. I don't see them laying baby Pampers all over the floor and stuff like that. However, when I look at their household situation, I'll be like, that child is almost neck and neck in age with my child, my daughter. Okay. But the only thing is that about 8 more years or so, they be adults, be ready to vote, ready to have more children. They ready to take over. And this is how it's beyond the 50-year timeline. They starting up earlier than that.
Facts.
Right or wrong, bro?
Facts.
That time duration is shrinking with them. They know they program. It's like the turtle species when the mom clutches the eggs out there in the sandy beach. She gone back to the ocean. But when it comes clutching time and the hatching time, them babies, they already know what it is on a general principle. They try.
Can you do me a favor? Can we revert the conversation to the actual subject? Because we're getting into
they taking over.
Hold on. Listen, you're talking about what people are taking over. I am not against that illegal immigrants should be brought back into their country. I'm not against that.
The hardworking immigrant is a myth. Work hard in your country.
Sir, what the fuck are you talking about? You're making me want to cuss because no matter what I say, you just want to make your point known, and we get your point. Fuck the immigrants, okay? Fuck them all. They need to all go back to their country so that the Americans can work the country and they can get their money and blah, blah, blah. I get it, okay? You don't have to say no more. Trump is the best president ever. 3rd term for Trump. I get it. That's how you feel. What I'm saying is that there has to be a better way for these ICE agents. I don't know whether it's through training or whatever. For them, like the police don't get to just go Gestapo. Why is these people that are not even police don't get no training on how to go out into the community and properly sort out who is who?
So when you use the term Gestapo and drop your ad libs, I can't drop my ad libs. Like I voted for this. But you want to use Gestapo, drop your ad libs. Oh,
yeah, it's my panel. I get to drop
this is Germany now.
No, it's my panel. I get to say what I want to say. But my thing is that you're going into a tirade about how the immigrants are replacing us. That has nothing to do with the conversation. The fucking conversation is ICE agents accused of targeting U.S. citizens in Chicago. That is doubtful. The conversation. It is not.
That's doubtful.
So if that's doubtful, then why is there a judge passing a law saying that there are warrantless arrests of American citizens and have to pass a law and regather the ICE people? Say, hold on, you guys are doing too much. Y'all going out and just grabbing people up. And I get it. Okay, $800 a person. This, that, the other, that the American, that is not the conversation here. The conversation is that while they are grabbing people up, they are also, the collateral thing is that they're also inconveniencing grabbing up American citizens and putting their families through bullshit too. Now, everybody earlier was saying that the guy that was on the thing, he's a paid actor, or he's homeless, he's a drunk, and no, they grabbed him up out of his house. So
please believe me.
Knocked on his door. Okay, so even if, but the thing is that so is ICE not going to houses knocking on doors? Yes or no?
Not on mine and not on yours. Right or wrong?
I don't live in a blue state. All this is happening in certain.
It don't matter.
It does matter. It does matter. What the hell are you talking about?
They're not knocking on mine and they're not knocking on yours. So we talking about imagination. You said it before. It's imagine.
They're not knocking on. They're not knocking on. Like I would say, 50% of America's doors. But that does not mean that it's not a subject that needs to be happening that we need to be aware of before they do jump and start knocking on your door. We don't.
So let's
We gonna wait
imagine
till
that
they
there
start.
are.
We gonna let them do what they're doing there, and then wait for it to happen in our backyard. Oh, not in my backyard. Oh, it's not in my backyard, so I don't care. But until it starts to happen in your backyard, then you'll deal with it. No, when I see something happening over here, I want to address it before it starts to come over into my neighborhood.
Okay, I'll work with you on this one, DJ Genesis, Detroit. Let's imagine. You go first, all right? Let's imagine they're knocking on our door right now. What you do?
I'm not gonna open the door, but I don't know if they're gonna kick my door down. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how extreme they're going with, because what I heard is in that apartment building they were kicking people's doors in. So I don't know exactly how much rights that these ICE agents have when they say that they're looking for a person. They can say they're looking for a person and kick my door down. So what are the laws that they are having to follow? I don't see what their actual. I know what the police have certain ordinances by the state, and
you ain't even ready. You ain't ready. They getting you.
What are you talking about?
We're imagining, and everything you're saying, that's not going to prevent them from getting you. They already got you. Everything that you said. So I want you to imagine yourself. They're knocking on your door right now.
Imagine that ICE needs to have rules just like the police office. That's all my point is. The police can't just run up into your house. ICE should not be able to do it either. That's my thing.
So you don't have no paperwork around, no documentation. That's what I'm saying. Like,
he had paperwork. Listen, most of the people that have gotten detained illegally by ICE had documentation. ICE didn't want to hear it. That's the part, you guys. You can't be so delusional. You cannot be so delusional and in your own feelings about how beautiful and cock and sucking on Trump's cock so hard that you don't see what's happening.
Pause. That's
you just like, no, it can't happen.
The fear mongering is real, bro. Right?
No, but the ass kissing is real too. Your ass kissing is so bad that you don't even see the. You want to focus on something else other than what the subject is so bad, because you want to just praise what's happening about the illegals leaving the country, that you're not seeing that the collateral is also that they are also fucking up American citizens as well.
I'm tagging you in, bro. Go ahead.
I mean, my whole thing right here is this. I get it what the young lady saying about the American citizens, and she's right. I mean, if they don't have a warrant, they should. You can't be coming to somebody's house, whatever. But the people, she has rights to be here in America. That young man who got thrown in the whatever truck, Avis or whatever truck, he has rights to be here. The other people should not have an apartment, a house, a car, a job. If you didn't get invited into the United States, you should not have it. I saw one of your individuals in the chat say something about college students. Well, you do know you have a visa when you come here. And if your visa lapses, like if I go to Japan or I go to Poland, any of the United Nations countries, Australia, I can't just go and stay. I can't just go and stay. I can't just go and do what I want to do. My whole thing right here is this: for those people, I don't understand how you can go ahead and because you can't walk around a city and say, well, this person's a criminal, this person's not a criminal, this person's a criminal. So you can't distinguish between who's a criminal and who's not.
So you should just round them all up and sort it out later. Just grab everybody up, throw them into a fucking internment camp, and then say, "Are you?" And then do their background check after 8 hours, and you've done their background check. Then
not the internment camp.
Then you release them and say, "Oh, okay. Well, we found out who the criminals were, and sorry, you guys got your 8 hours. Okay, goodbye, and find your way home." By the way, is that the better solution? Because I would say, well, if you're gonna do that, at least give them a ride home. You done inconvenience these motherfuckers, put them into a prison situation that they probably normally wouldn't be in a room with 60 people, in one toilet and eight or whatever 8 hours straight, waiting on these people to sort through and figure out who you are. And you probably never been to prison, never been in no situation like that ever. But because they okay, we gotta find the prisoner, so we gonna just scoop everybody up. Fuck it. Is that how we gonna do things? That's not America. That does not sound like America. That does not sound like America, bro.
Never said that. I never said that. What I said is this: you make it hard for them to live here. That's what I said. If those who want to harbor them, you charge them a fine. The fine is $100,000. Do you want to go in and fork up $100,000 for that person? No, you don't. When they become homeless, they're not going to stay on the streets. They're going to self-deport themselves. They're ready to go live back in the country. Just stay
Do
here.
you realize that Trump have a whole law now that if you're homeless, that they are scooping all those people up too and putting them into mental facilities and sorting that out later on too. So here's the thing:
super necessary.
You still get rid of them. Like you still gonna get rid of them. Find a way to make it hard for them to stay here. That's how you get rid of them. That's all you got to do.
Also, too, before hello, Ladybug. I want to ask the brother a question.
Hello, Ladybug. Welcome to the panel.
Do you find it interesting that it's like, how can we get on top as Americans? How can we get on top and capitalize off this adversity with the cars, like their cars, their power tools, all that stuff? Like, why is it on Craigslist yet? All those cars that they be having, all those trucks that they be having, are they already where are they getting confiscated to? Because I want to try to get it before it gets confiscated. And another thing, like, how come these people just won't self-deport?
But because it's better to live here. You don't think you trying to go live in Haiti. You don't see you trying to go live in, you know what? I'm going to move from the United States. Matter of fact, you saw some of the people getting deported from other countries back to the United States, and you didn't see them crying, screaming, scratching. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. The ones in Mexico, they were like, okay, no problem. But these people are fighting because they don't want to go back to that place. But then they disrespect our country by flying them flags. You see all these flags they got around here, whatever. I mean, if you're so happy about that country that you flying that flag, why don't you go back there and live? Go back there and live. If their country is so much, like you got them burning flags, in Portland. So if this country is not what you like, you don't like it, you do not like it, why you stay here? Like, why don't you self-deport? And I totally agree with you, my brother. Self-deport. If you don't like being here, you don't like this man. You don't like this man right here. Donald, if you don't like this man right here, if you don't like him, she said I voted. If you don't like this man right here, why don't you self-deport? Trust me, people not gonna start crying if you leave the United States. Why must you stay here? We're not gonna eat blind.
I think we lost Ladybug. I hope Ladybug come back. Ladybug, I hope you come back.
Thing.
Ladybug, we lost you. Come on back. I hope that your internet.
Yeah, it's anything. Like this young lady here, she has her own show. Phenomenal. I love listening to it. If in all actuality you don't like being on her show, you can leave. I know what she probably would like for you to be here. Just like she said, Miss Ladybug, when you come back, we like you to come back. If you don't want to be here, okay, that's your choice. Bye. They got jet planes flying out of their country all the time.
This is not the subject. Listen, the subject of this conversation is not about whether or not people are against immigration or for immigration or not. The conversation is that how do we stop American citizens from getting scooped up with the rest of the immigrants and getting inconvenienced and put into fucked up ass situations? And some of those American citizens might be Mexican. So just because they're Mexican and they came and maybe they were born here or maybe they have their paperwork right. So it's just like bump all the Mexicans because they're replacing us. But here's the thing is that there is people that are not Mexicans that are African Americans that are getting caught up in this stuff too. And that's the part that I'm trying to focus on. I'm not focused on the Mexicans and them leaving the country. I'm focusing on how is this affecting our community. I don't give a fuck about whether or not, I don't care about if they are getting scooped up. I care about when we get caught in the crossfire. Welcome to the panel, Ladybug. Did you have something to say?
I'm not African.
Or whatever, Black America, whatever you want to call FBA, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever people, Black people
I'm just an ordinary brother from America.
okay,
I'm not
whatever you want
American.
to call yourself. Bottom line, the Black people that have been in America since the 18th century that are chilling, living a life, and then they get caught in the crossfire. Once again, Ladybug, let's hear what you got to say.
Good morning, DJ. Hey, Castle Love. Hey, darling.
Hey, sugar, how you been? Hey, boo boo.
I'm good. Hey, everybody. DJ, you're right. My concern is our folk too. Whatever label we want to give each other, that is my primary concern as well. But somebody did make a point, and I couldn't see who because I was trying to get set up. But most of them are going without any kind of resistance, and I think they've spread the word enough to know that they could be sent back to Mexico, at least early on, and that they rather go back to their country of origin than El
Shipped out the Lord
Salvador.
knows where, exactly.
Yeah, or Sudan or wherever. I don't know where else they're sending them now, but they were sending them to different locations. So yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
I think that we get so caught up on the Mexican thing, we forget about our own people. Like, bro, like, okay, so shut them off, fine. But how do we create something that makes it so that the people that get caught up in this bullshit, because they should have all those checks and balances in order before they start going out there anyway. My thing is that if I got folks out in Chicago, my friends out in Chicago, they chilling in their apartment, and then somebody come kick their door down trying to find some Mexicans, but then tell them to shut up and throw them in a van. I think that there should be some legal reparations for that, repercussions for that. Because what kind of a legal organization do you have where you don't have that under control, where you can just grab people and just do whatever the hell you want and inconvenience them? It is hard enough for niggas to find a job as it is, and then you come up late because you done been at a ICE facility.
Here we go with it's hard for niggas out here. See, to get a job, that's a damn lie. See, all this DNC, you are.
I'm not.
You have this journalist spin on you, and we're catching on to it.
Well, no, I'm not a journalist.
Please improve on it because we're catching on to everything you do.
I deal with real people out in this world. Probably do have a felony. Did have a hard time finding a job. Finally got a job. Then they get detained. What the fuck? Then most of these jobs is not trying to hear none of that. You know what I'm saying? They have a turnover rate. Working at Home Depot, whatever these little small companies working in the warehouse, logistics, or whatever, they hire felons. You finally get a job. Then you know what I'm saying? You in your apartment, and probably because those apartments are the same place that the illegals are, because that's what you can afford. Now you scooped up with the rest of them. That's what I'm talking about.
That turnover rate been going on.
In their houses and stuff like that.
That turnover rate been going on. Whether if you have no experience, whether if you have a bachelor's, associate's, a master's, that turnover rate is high. People get their foot in the door just for like a reference. You know, they might be working as they might be working as some type of clinician, maybe as some type of DSS worker, but they're doing this just for a reference because they want that real money, and so they out the door. You know?
Okay, listen. Do you know how I know that there's something specific going on here? Is because I work in software engineering, right? I have yet to hear ICE running up into AT&T, Verizon, all these major corporations that have a bunch of Indians working there, and who knows if they got their shit right together. You know what I'm saying? They visa or whatever. And then they're grabbing people up that they're saying that they have their work permit to work in America. And they say, well, you still got to sit up here at this ICE facility for 6 months till we sort it out. I don't see them running into hospitals that have a bunch of like Nigerians and Indians and all this stuff working at the hospital. I don't see them running they are targeting a certain group of people in certain areas.
Did they pay that Trump card?
Areas.
Did they get that Trump card? Did their CEO, did that company pay that money for that Trump card? See?
Like I said, if your CEO or your company pays $100,000 for that employee to be in your company, okay, fine. You're paying the government for you to be here. I'm okay with that. If you ain't paying to be here, nah, you gotta go. Gotta go.
So
You
here's the
This the
thing.
new improved zoning fee. That's the new improved zoning fee.
Why can we run onto a construction site and not run into a hospital? Why can we run onto a farm and not run into a business, a corporation?
They be running on construction sites all the time.
You know what I'm saying? They run into but they ain't running into corporations. They're not running into the Home Depot factory and arresting all the people, everybody up in there, and then sorting it out later. It's
From HR, the top, the brass. I'm trying
to tell you that when you start getting into the higher, like the corporate level of the United States, it's nothing but illegal people working. I mean, not illegal, but nothing but immigrants working there. So how do you know if they're illegal or they're behind on their paperwork? If we go, why are we only focused on like the poorer people and saying, oh, okay, we need to get them out? So did everybody that came over here from overseas illegally only work in the lower parts of America, or did some of them actually go into corporate?
I agree with you, sis. And can I ask you a question attached to that same question? I'm gonna kick the ball back to you, sis. This is what I'm gonna ask you. Are you aware where this location is and how many of these people in the corporate level do you suspect work there? I want you to add up. That's $1,000 each head. Think about it, sis.
So here's the thing.
Why don't you call that number, sis? It don't hurt.
Chicago. Do you know how many major corporations are in Chicago that have immigrants working?
No. Call that number up of what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying I wasn't done. Software engineers working in major corporations in Chicago. Why aren't they running into those corporations and saying you're illegal?
You making stuff up.
I'm not.
Then call that number where you know where they be at. Just like that, just like Becky did down there in Georgia, and she called up and she got all them people from Hyundai up out of Hyundai. She made like 400 grand. She made 400 grand. Sugar.
Oh, so you get money for every person that you get kicked out the country? Is that what you're saying?
No, this. Oh, man.
Castle, I don't know about the money, but Becky sure did. Becky did call though. and then she stood 10 toes down. She did a follow-up. She did a follow-up post where she stood 10 toes down. Now I hope they sue. I hope
an entire political situation with Korea, because now Korea and everything is pissed off, and I think they're probably doing their factory pretty soon. I don't know. Like that's great.
But DJ, I hope South Korea government or whoever ran that program, I hope they sue her, because this excuse my language, this helper was saying that they were being trafficked, human trafficking, put them into positions and they were being tortured. Like that lady is wacko, and I think she's running for office. She is turned and 10 toes down. I just saw a video yesterday. She's standing 10 toes down on this stuff. And she's going to be sued. She needs to be sued, just like Candace Owens. If that man's wife is not a man or was originally a man, then Candace needs to be sued. You can't go around saying stuff like that, defaming people.
She and Hyder.
But so yeah, Castle is right. My love, my dear love. I didn't leave voluntarily. I was trying to get back in and couldn't get back in. Anyway, Castle is right. People can call, but DJ is right in that they are going for the low-hanging fruit as well. Didn't the African school superintendent or something just get arrested? You guys heard about that like 2 weeks ago, and they had to chase him through the woods?
Yes, but could you refresh us, my love? You still got them curlers in your head from last night?
I do. Yeah, because I got thick hair.
Okay.
I got thick. I'm natural.
Like
yeah. But anyway,
like that,
yeah.
sis.
So how you know that? But yeah, so
psychometry, sis.
Exactly. So he got promoted. I don't know if it's school superintendent, but he was in a high paying position, I think making like was it over 100,000, over 200,000 a year?
Yep.
And
he's a Baltimore. Is that the Baltimore He was a
I
so.
think it
I know
was.
he might have had like a Z in his last name or first name,
No,
and
I don't
then
think it was Baltimore. I don't think it was Baltimore. Wasn't it like
okay,
in the Midwest or somewhere?
was okay, yes,
It was somewhere where it was mostly white people.
right. It
And
was Idaho, right?
Idaho, somewhere like that. Yeah.
Yep.
And he lied. I think they said he lied on his resume about all the degrees or some of the degrees he had. So anyway, it was a recruiting agency that found him, did his background check, and it turned out that the guy was illegal. And ICE found out some kind of way, and so they swooped in to get him. And then one of the ladies, I think, on the school board or whatever worked for Kamala Harris, so that could have had something to do. These people start going after whoever they can to make them look bad and all this stuff. But anyway, they captured him, and I think he had a knife on him. I don't think he had a gun. But no, he may have had a gun. But anyway,
That
yeah.
knife
So
was the mate
they
that was used. It was is for to cut up the mud cookies. It's an old habit.
Right. So listen. So we can get back on subject. Let me just play this. I know that you
no,
guys
no,
came.
no. It is to your point, which is you said, why aren't they going for these higher paying people, these higher positions, as opposed to Home Depot? Why aren't they going to nail salons? Somebody said that last time. Why aren't they going to nail salons and play? They can go where they massage
Nail
parlors.
salons, yes. Why aren't they running up into all these nail salons? Because they got
Not heard of one.
hair.
Not
Listen,
heard of
hair,
one.
what about the hair? All these black hair places. What do they call?
Hair wig places, beauty
Y'all don't
supply.
listen. Y'all don't like black women wearing weaves. Call up ICE on them beauty supply owners. I know. What about the liquor store? All these liquor stores with people selling liquor to our community. See, this is the thing. They're not running
You
into
would be
those
such an asset.
particular.
You would be such an asset, DJ Genesis.
We're not running into like certain establishments and grabbing up immigrants from those and checking their paperwork, but they're going into like places where people are trying to work or whatever, like building up a house. So it's
TJ, my
specific people that
question.
they're going after, and I think it's very interesting that they're primarily focused on Mexican-looking immigrants and not all the other. I have not yet to hear people like in the Vietnamese community, the all the people in Dearborn. Why ICE running up into Dearborn?
Can I just interject, please, Castle analogy? So DJ,
Can we
you know
run
the
into
answer.
Dearborn?
DJ,
You know how many people in Dearborn are just like there's whole China towns, there's Korean towns. Where is ICE running up into them? Why is it
DJ.
only the Mexicans that are getting ran up on?
DJ, you know the
It's
answer.
not just the
I thought you,
Mexicans.
DJ. No, she's right though, but predominantly though. And DJ, you know the answer to this. You know the answer is they are overpopulating according to white men. They are every time I see a Hispanic Latino lady, she's got 2 or 3 children around her leg, one in her arm and two or 3 around her leg. And we talked about this, them being projected to be the majority within 10 years.
But there's entire towns made up of. If you go into Hamtramck, Michigan, it's a bunch of what are they called? They're not Indians, Bangladesh. They have taken over that entire town, and it's now called New Bangladesh.
But are they taking over the whole United States?
Honey, if they could take over a whole town, like what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like
population-wise, population projections by the census.
Well, no, I mean Indians and Native Indians and
Latinos.
Bangladeshi people, honey, they're opening up smoke shops, and even in Texas alone, all the smoke shops are owned by Bangladesh. So they do is they go into specific job verticals, right? So you have Indians, they either go into software engineering, they go into owning stores, or they go into
no, that's true. That's true.
They go into
IT
the
for
medical
sure.
field, right? So if this is really a fight against immigration, why is one level of immigration okay, but the other one is not?
It's not immigration.
The worker, no, illegal, right? But no, these people could be illegal too, but you never would know because they're focused on this group of illegals. oh, you working at, oh, we can round up more people this way. But we don't know if all these people that are working at this hospital got their paperwork straight. They might be lapsed behind on it because they know the hospital really checking every 5 minutes. Oh, are you still supposed to be here?
Why are Latinos so fertile though? Like white women have trouble getting pregnant, black women have trouble getting pregnant. Why don't the Latinas have trouble getting pregnant? They
I
are
may
the
be able
most
to answer
fertile.
something like that. If you look at a lot of those, if you look at a lot of those so-called Hispanic Latino countries, they have U.S. They have military bases, U.S. military bases. They have a lot of
They sure
research,
do.
genetic research centers on their. It's just what it is, you know. There could be. There's a film called Brazil Boys, believe, and it's basically about what if Hitler had a lot of clones, especially they're out there in Argentina, I believe. That's where a lot of the that's where a lot of the World War II criminals fled to, and they're still there. The descendants are there to this very day.
Right. So
That's where they call Adolf. That's what they call Adolf Eichmann. But what I'm getting at is that yes, these genetic research centers, these eugenicists, they've been there. The Coca-Colas, the McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking on them. You might have to take it up to
what
the
are you
top.
saying? That are you saying that they are providing something that makes the women more fertile? My question was why the Latinas so fertile.
See,
Saying
they're not so fertile. They're not using no. They're not so fertile. They're not using condom. See, in their religion, they're most of them are Catholic. Catholics do not believe in using contraception, so they have more babies for that reason. And most of us, even though we are Christian, we're not Catholic. We don't believe it. They don't believe in condom. So
Right.
there's no condom being used. They're having more babies. And the same
So,
thing. Here's the
DJ
thing. Hold on. Here's another thing. Why do we think Asians have a bunch of babies too? Like African Americans have a lot of babies. But
I was
lately,
going to say this one important thing as well.
We have been also aborting a lot of our children and also using contraception because this is a whole movement toward us having less children.
That's what I was going to say. I think
In the United States, and I know that people want to be like, where you get this information from?
Swallow
in the United States,
contraception.
the child majority, in the United States, the child majority is the Black American. I'm going to say this again: the child majority is the Black American.
So there's more Black Americans having children than.
I'm going to say this. In the United
believe
States,
that.
the child. See, there we go. I know. I'm glad you said. I don't believe that. Look
I don't
this
believe
thing
it
up.
until I see the data. Because the
Pew
projections
Research
I heard
Center.
about.
There's plenty of them. Even the CDC. But I would like folks to understand ratio, population to ratio. When you line up and tally up every last white identifying person as an American in this country by ratio on age, 48 years old is the average age that's going to keep on popping up.
So what you're saying? So that's incorrect. What you just said. According to the March of Dimes, whites make up 50% of the children in America. Hispanic 25.3, Black 13.9, Asian 6.9.
White Hispanics identify as white racially.
Okay,
Pay
well,
attention.
that's 70.
There's an overrepresentation.
That's
They do their
75%. That's 75%. Blacks is only 13.9.
See, you believe that 13.9 stuff all the time. These are, and this is why the shakeup is real, and people not understanding why they coming hard like this. They don't want to pass the transition of power, the transfer of power to one of you or I, especially our children. Our children are the child majority. Say, for instance, we're all 38 years old, right? The majority of our children, it's just like Africa right now. They have the highest child majority in the world. But, oh no, that's not true. So in the United States, when it comes down to the child majority, it is the Black American.
Well, according to the March of Dimes, when I looked it up, it says no Black
She
children
researched it.
are not the majority of children in the U.S. The largest single race or ethnic group among children is non-Hispanic white, though children of color collectively represent majority of the U.S. And that's where you're going into Hispanic. So, yeah, so it's between. So they're combining the other ethnic groups amongst each other, but white people make up the majority of the child population.
Switch
Even
yourself.
if that's true, though,
Only 53% of children under the age of 5 are children of color.
That's from 2020, right? Which was a crazy time because of COVID. The next census is going to be 2030. I'd like to see what those numbers are going to look like in 2030.
The next census is coming up quicker. It's every 4 years, sis.
Well, they forecast, but no, the census is done every 10 years, but they'll do a forecast. They'll forecast, but the official census is every 10 years. But you're right, they do forecast. They do, I forget what they call them, not preliminary, but yeah, they have reports in between, but not in between. Between, can't use two prepositions together. Anyway, 2030 is going to be very interesting. And I don't believe that, DJ. I mean, I know that's what it's saying, but I also know that they projected Hispanics to have become the majority. I don't know if it's children or versus adults, an aggregate of majority, but I know it was a majority for sure. It was definitely a majority. And white people know this. The white supremacists know this. Trump knows this. When Trump says we need women to have more babies, he doesn't mean Latinos. You know who he means? White people. He means white people.
They also are trying to get rid of all the other people of color and only make this a white country. They don't want
a white nation.
A white nation. I'm sorry. So because it is a continent, is a part of a continent. So here's another thing. We didn't even address this whole thing of segregation. So do you think that this is cool? Do you think that we should become once again more segregated with this? So let's go into it.
Castle, what do you think?
Several federal agencies, including the Department of Defense, Commerce, and Homeland Security, have notified staff who oversee federal contracts that they should start instituting
stuff right here.
These changes. All right. To be clear, all businesses, those that have government contracts and those that do not, still need to follow federal and state laws, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They have not successfully repealed that. They're coming after it, which makes segregated facilities illegal. While there are still state and federal laws that outlaw segregation and discrimination that companies need to comply with, legal experts say this change for the contract across the federal government is significant. Now, I'm going to read a quote from a law professor. I'm going to respectfully disagree. So, quote, "It's symbolic, but it's incredibly meaningful in symbolism," says Melissa Murray. Melissa Murray is a constitutional professor at New York University. Quote, "These provisions that required federal contractors to adhere and to comply with federal civil rights laws and to maintain integrated rather than segregated workplaces were all part of the federal government's effort to facilitate the settlement that led to the integration in the 1950s and the 1960s. Quote, "The fact that they are now excluding those provisions from the requirements for federal contractors, I think speaks volume," Murray says. Highly respected professor of law. I do respectfully disagree. Let me tell you why. We're continuing to look at linear approaches to policy and law. For example, if you were adverse to affirmative action, and you believe that affirmative action needed to be done away with, and you agreed with the Supreme Court ruling at that time, I wrote an op-ed that explained it is not about affirmative action. It is about the framework of overall diversity, equity, and inclusion. I said that then. I said they are playing chess while we are playing checkers. In checkers, you use power to gain position. In chess, you use position to gain power. So they were utilizing that one element in order to take down the entire diversity, equity, and inclusion dynamic in the United States of America. So they then went after contracts. They went after scholarships. They went after nonprofits that exclusively served a particular demographic because that demographic was underserved. And now they have freedom to go after it all. But so many thought that affirmative action was just going to be the affirmative action. Affirmative action isn't even a policy, it's a general framework. And white women have benefited from affirmative action more so than any other demographic in the United States of America. Those things were not properly contextualized. Now we have the chipping away of a ban, okay, that specifically prohibited a company from having to do business with the federal government and engage in such an action as discrimination. Why is that important? Because taxpayers fund those contracts. I really don't need to go a step further than that. Taxpayers fund the contract. So you're telling me that I can pay for my own oppression? That's exactly what the government was doing and willing to continue to do. What this does is it eliminates a barrier that the government would have to overcome if they argued that just because a place has segregation does not mean that place is disqualified from contracting with the government. They have eliminated one of the barriers now. Don't think they're not going after the rest. All right? Okay. Big Wall's thoughts, man.
Man, and I think what's important for people to kind of get from this, because it's 2025 and not 1964 anymore, they're not gonna do like blacks only water fountains. What they're gonna do is like they're gonna update it in terms of the people who are being demonized nowadays, whether that be migrants, whether that be trans people, whether that be, you know, whoever. They're gonna update it for the people that are currently now demonized within that right-wing ideology and culture. And so that's what I would like people to stay sort of focused on, and don't think that it's going to come in the same forms of, oh, you guys can't use the swimming pool, black people, you know, in Mississippi or Arkansas. They're going to update this thing. And I think that's what's definitely catching my eye, because it's like, wait a minute, like they're not going to go back to saying like, you know, blacks not come here anymore. Like they've gotten a little bit smarter than that, right? Like they know, especially within a discourse, they can't be seen to be doing something straight out of the playbook of Bull Connor, you know, but just trust me, they're going to adjust and do
Bull Connor
something
was a Democrat.
just as disgusting, quite frankly, and just as discriminatory.
That is correct. And
so here's the thing. I really get the whole, I mean, I get it. There's like this whole like anti-Democrat, bump the Democrats, everybody's Republican now, you know,
You're
whatever.
getting rid of the Antifa. It's either, hey, you shut down the Democrat machine, which is they're going to shut down themselves. And you got these pale failures, these super mediocres. They're always crying about the libs, but really they don't want to shut down the Antifa. They just tough talking. So which one is it going to be?
Every time you make a statement, you're talking about a completely different subject. I don't really
I'm speaking the truth.
You might be speaking this truth, but that's not the subject. The subject is segregation that is happening now.
Right.
And so that means is that if they decide that they want to have separate working facilities, all this stuff, there's no longer a ban anymore. So what's happening is, what it sounds like to me is all the laws that
who does segregation benefit?
Okay, so I wasn't done talking.
And who did
I wasn't done making my statement, and then you can ask your question. So what I'm saying is that okay, so all the laws that were passed up to this time that actually included like segregation, certain civil rights, this, that, the other. It seems like Trump is undoing all those different things, right? And saying, we need to go back to having all these things. And so I'm just wondering, how is this going to affect the Black community? See, I'm not worried. See, what happens is that we get so hyper focused on everybody else that we don't even understand how this is going to affect us. We're worried about Antifa. Fuck Antifa. I'm talking about how is this going to affect us, the so-called FDA.
Brandon Johnson is Antifa.
I don't know who Brandon Johnson is, and I don't really care.
Oh man, he's the mayor of Chicago.
Oh, okay. So, bottom line is
Gavin Newsom and all them. They Antifa.
Welcome to the page. The panel. Pam
So
Milano.
you could be Democrat all you want, and also be Antifa aligned.
Okay, so I don't see. That's the thing. I don't get into. I'm not a political person. I'm just covering politics. I don't really know all this politics, the Antifa, the this, that, the da, da, da. I just know that this shit just sounds crazy, and I'm covering it because it just doesn't make any. It's just weird to me, all this
talking
stuff.
about the Marxists.
Isn't it a great thing?
Go ahead, Pan Mulatto. Go ahead.
It'll be brief. Isn't it a great thing that the Black Americans don't have to hire Caucasians and other ethnic groups? This is a great thing. You can create Black American segregated businesses for Black Americans.
Beautiful. Press 1 for English.
Okay. So are we going to go back to creating Black hospitals and Black towns like we did before? What are we going to do then?
Yes, that's what we should do.
Yep.
But can we then? But we also cannot also ask the government for any handouts when it comes to help with those communities.
Why do you say that?
Just like those ones that started that return to the land did that, and then it turned out that they needed government funding and they couldn't get it. So yeah, we'll have.
Well, hold on. Actually, what you just said, the video that you just played proved the opposite. What it says was segregated businesses are eligible for federal funding.
In segregation, we also were thriving especially on an economic level.
So you're saying we should go back to the segregated world and go back to that.
To our own private economies.
When we were segregated, we had our own communities. We had our own hospitals, like you just said. We had our own police forces. It was a beautiful thing.
And we were competitive against our opposition.
So do you think that we'll also be able to get our own towns like we did before, or will people run into them like they did Wilmington, Delaware?
We'll have our own towns. Yes, definitely. Just like we did before. Integration really was the beginning of the eradication of Black American communities.
I'm glad that I have someone up here that actually is talking about what I've been talking about this entire time, Black community, and how these things affect the Black community. Because every time I try to go into how is it affecting us, even my initial statement was not about Mexicans and all this other stuff. It was about us. Like, okay, we're getting fucked up in all this. How do we stop that? Now, okay, segregation. How do we take advantage of that? Okay, now segregation is going to go back. Guess what? How do we capitalize off of this new segregation now?
And
No one
I
is
appreciate
going
the
back
question.
to segregation.
My bad. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, sorry. No, look, he only has what, 3.5 years? Is that right?
Oh no, they're trying to get another term. Are you wasn't aware that they're trying to get another term for him?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. We knew this from this from when he didn't want to leave the White House the first time. I was watching TV. He didn't want to leave the first time. But that's not look. I think we have a doomsday mentality, like he's there forever, and we're just throwing our hands up saying, okay, how are we going to fight this king? And that's not what's going to happen. And I feel like
I
we
mean,
need to pull it
we think that so much things is not going to
right.
happen happens anyway.
Let me let me just finish because I will lose my thought. I'm sorry. So I
Sorry about
think that we need to keep everything in perspective. And to Castle's point, I'm not as far as you are, but I do understand what you're saying, and I agree to the extent that Republicans are playing this game and doing whatever their king says. But at the same time, the Democrats are also capitalizing on this. And what I hear him saying is we need to be careful not to get caught up in the left versus right because it's not about the left versus right. And that's why DJ saying I'm not into politics. I'm looking at the effects and the impact on our people. But you
Yes, and
can't
I
just
agree that.
this
I'm
you
sorry. Go
can't
ahead.
disconnect from I'm sorry, you can't disconnect from politics though, because politics is the mode that's going to get us to wherever we go, whether we're up, whether we're pushed up, or whether we are pressed down. My point is this, and we touched on it last time, DJ. Realize nobody is for us. Nobody's for us in the end. The whole King's protest thing, do you know that the origin of that is corporate? That's not from the ground up. That's corporate. That came from corporations, and the ACLU has its own agenda. That is all agenda based. And the way I first saw it was, oh wow, the people are standing up. It's not. I mean, it's the people, but it's all from
But
another group of white people who have their own agenda to get
and
Democrats
lady,
in office so they can manipulate those people too. And we still never get
but
anything
please
out of
allow
it.
me to say
Wait,
something
hold on one second. Hold on one
because
second. We hold on. We have a super chat. All right. So the super chat challenged me to say one positive thing that you like about the president. I want to shout out to Alexander Bryan for your $4.99 super chat. It definitely helps the channel. I would say the one positive thing. Let me think.
That Trump derangement is strong.
No. Let me think. Let me just think. Let me just think it through. I would say is that he is doing finally what he said he was going to do all along. Maybe the first term that he did it, he couldn't do it then, but now he's finally doing the things he said he was going to do all along. So I would say that he did keep his word on saying he was going to do something, and he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. So
DJ
that's
Dennis,
Facts.
I have to say.
I want to address something you said earlier that we sped past. My question is, how will we, as whether you identify as FBA, ADOS, how will descendants of U.S. chattel slaves establish our own towns and preserve our own towns if we turn a blind eye to mass immigration?
Wait, say it again because I'm sorry. Someone said, there's so much negative, it's hard to find the positive. Honey, I had to really
I want to
open
answer
my
that too,
brain.
Yeah,
Mr. Mulatto.
and yes, and I'll repeat it just for the host, and I'll mute up for the answer. My question is, how will we, as Black Americans, whether you identify as ADOS or FBA, how will we establish and preserve our own towns if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration, which facilitates the ethnic displacement of Black American cities, towns, and communities?
Honey, I don't see
I can answer.
where people from other countries are displacing us. I think that is
Exactly.
because no, because listen, the jobs that they are doing are not the jobs that we want to do. I mean, no one is listen. Ever since they had a bunch of Mexicans doing landscapings left, do you know how hard it is to find a black landscaping company to do your lawn? It's nearly impossible and not even existing.
Hold on, but DJ
I
Genesis.
had to beg people.
No, I think you misunderstood the question. And
I'm gonna
just to
answer.
give you a reference point, I
I'm
can
gonna
name the
answer.
communities where we used to be the majority, where we are now outnumbered by immigrants. Would you like me to name some?
I
Exactly.
want to answer that question, sir. Though.
Yep,
Yeah,
he's
go
right.
ahead, brother.
He's right.
All right, Mr. Pan Mulattoism. I'm gonna take it back to a 1999 movie called Baby Boy. See, that's what's wrong with you niggas, Jody. It's about guns and butter. Guns and butter. And that's exactly what we need to acquire
Oh yeah, y'all
to
need some
defend
guns for
our
real. Y'all
towns and
Democrats
cities and
for real.
homes.
Get
For
some
real, for
ARs
real.
for
But
real.
that
Some
does not
ARs
answer
and
his
AKs.
question. Like sometimes you be just saying stuff and it don't answer the question. He says, how are we going to build these communities when Mexicans are the ones putting us in a bad position? And
Yeah,
I'm
say
like,
that
no,
originally.
but that's what he's pretty much saying is that okay, if they are like outdoing us or out whatever us,
Outnumbering us.
outnumbering us, how can we build our own community? But what the white people went into Arkansas and built a community. But I'm gonna say this: AT2 for real says we won't be able to build our own towns. They will destroy it like they've done every other black town. Now I would say this: you can buy land and start a town. There's ways to do it, but how do we stop people from destroying it? I don't know. Yeah, we could get guns and butter, bottom line. But the bottom line is also too is that sometimes we can have like this idealistic ideal of yeah, we need to have our own towns and our own this and our own that. But if we don't have the government backing us up in that whole thing, then it gets destroyed. You know, that's the problem. Is that what we have? The government will take all these rights away. He says
Guns and butter is
we
a
haven't been
investment model.
overtaken by immigrants. We've been priced out of our areas due to gentrification. And you know what?
And well, please allow Ladybug to speak on this.
White people come and gentrify because all those black communities get gentrified by whites, not by immigrants.
No, actually, no. That's why I wanted to name some of the communities that are gentrifying, and it's not just whites
Mm-hmm.
moving into our community. When you go to Harlem, it's not just whites that are
It's
encroaching in our
Latin, it's
communities. When you
Latinos.
go to Compton, exactly. When you go to South Central, when you go to what is that, Columbia Heights, DC. When you go
Yep.
to these different areas throughout Atlanta, no, it's not just the Caucasians that are encroaching in our
Mm-hmm.
communities. But please allow Ladybug to speak because I want to hear what she says. I know she's wise.
And also Gwinnett County out there in Georgia,
In
shit,
Georgia,
Exactly.
man, that's a whole illegal
really?
that's a whole
Exactly.
illegal stronghold out there.
And Asians as well. You're right, Hispanics and Asians.
Yes.
But please allow Ladybug to speak, please.
No, you can go ahead. I was just
No, go
agreeing
ahead.
with
I
you,
want
really.
to hear what your answer to what his question is. I want
So
to hear.
so from a financial standpoint, DJ, I hear you saying, how are we going to be viable, right? How are we going to be financially viable?
Yes.
And I go back to what I mentioned before. Trump is not going to be in forever. He's not going to live forever, right? Nobody is, right? He's not going to live forever, right? And nobody is going to replace this man. They made a god. There are people driving around with Trump stamped on the back of their truck window. I don't like, it used to be the American flag kind of glazed. Now it says Trump. Like they're making a god out of this man. But if you believe in history, you know that no king is going to last forever, right? They're not going to last forever.
Yeah,
So
but by
this
the
is
time
it's
he
not a
finally
forever
leaves, what are
thing.
we going to be in? What position are we going to be in? Now we
It's
have
as
to
long
dig
as it's
ourselves
not
out of what hole? Like, what are we doing here?
right, but it's not forever, and it's kind of doomsday, and it's going to paralyze our ability to maneuver in during these times if we have that fatalistic mindset. So we have to first keep things in perspective, right? This is temporary, as our ancestors said. This too shall pass, baby. So this is not forever. Because if you psych yourself out, the first thing you have to do is get your psyche right, right? Before you pick up that gun, you've got to get your mind right. You've got to address, what will I do if this situation happens? How will I handle it? What will the law say? You know, how do I make sure I don't have tunnel vision? How do I make sure I work on my breathing so I keep air going in my brain so I can still, I can still think strategically. you got to start with the mind. First of all, as a people, we have to have the right perspective and don't buy into MSNBC. Oh my God, he's doing this. Oh, he's Hitler. I mean, I do think he has those tendencies big time. Don't get me wrong. But I also know that they have an agenda to scare people to voting and they want a blue wave. And even if they get back in there, what are you going to do for us?
Can
Y'all
I just
haven't
say this?
done jack.
Can I just say this? Is that this whole blue versus red thing is, I think that black people need to cut it out, like joining in with this whole ideal of
Thank
blue
you.
versus red. We need to cut that shit out.
No, we
Like,
need to, no, but the majority are falling for it.
listen,
That's the problem.
that we don't need to be joining up with blue or red, bro, Bloods or the Crips, bro. We need to have our own independent party, and I think that's the reason why a lot of people got, something. We don't need to be in this blue versus red, because we don't listen. The Black American situation is not a blue or red argument. It's somewhere down the middle. And AT2 says it's gonna be effed up again all over again. I wish you could come up here, AT2, and make your statement and say what you think, because I know that you got some good. If you could please go into the my description of this video and hit that link.
How many
I
times I
can't
got to
figure out
tell
how
you that
to.
link don't work? That
The
link
one
doesn't
that's in the
work.
description. The one in the description.
The what I typed, you were talking, so you probably didn't see it. You would have to. I asked you if you could paste your link into your channel's description, not this
It's
video.
there. It's on the channel.
No. Into where you have a description of what your channel is about. Go to your whole channel description where you have other links in there, and your not this video. Your whole channel, like going back to your profile pic or whatever, in that channel description, those links work.
Yeah, I also had I don't know what's going on, you guys. I don't know why people can't click the link, but
so otherwise, I got here like I did yesterday when I met my love. I had to manually open Chrome, a tab in Chrome, and then type in HTTP / whatever. I had to manually type in the link.
That's what I had to do too. But please allow me to ask
I
this
gotta like
AT.
contact StreamYard to figure out what's going on. But AT2, if you can, I might just text you the link or put it into your IG, because I really want you to come up and give some knowledge on that, because I think that he has a good take on things.
If you take a minute, a minute and like look online on how with StreamYard on how to highlight the link to your description, you could troubleshoot this probably under 3 minutes. Like I don't know if you have to put a pound sign before it to make it like glow, but that's what we're seeing when we see the description. We don't see it glowing where you can actually click.
What's happening is I'm also on the portrait screen. I'm on like the YouTube where it's not like on the main YouTube. So I think because of how it is like for mobile devices, I think that there's a different way to post it. But I don't want to be focused on that right now. I want to focus on the conversation.
Okay.
Because so let's just get back into it. So here's the thing. When we really get into it and we talk about those things. Did someone just come up? Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Yeah, Wale.
Welcome, AT2. I've been trying to get you up here. AT2, I really want to hear your opinion on this, because I think that you have I've been watching your channel when it comes to politics. I really want to hear.
Wale.
And Wale, welcome too. I want to hear what you got to say as well. Wale, I'm gonna bring you up, put you up at the top as well. AT2.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thank you, Genesis, for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and what specifically do you want me to answer? Because I mean, it's been a lot.
Right. I mean, so many different stuff. But the main thing is what Pam Mulatto was saying is that he asked a question. Pam Mulatto, ask that question again. AT2, answer it.
Yes, and my question is, and I'll condense it. How will descendants of U.S. chattel slaves create and maintain our own communities if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration, which has allowed communities where we used to be the majority to now be majority Hispanic, and some of them are even majority Asian. And to land my plane, these same ethnic groups, even Africans or Afro Caribbeans, they have never allowed us to come to their countries and outnumber them in any of their cities. So why would we give them privileges in our country that they have never reciprocated to us in their countries of origin?
Facts.
Okay, so a few things. So as far as the demographic, like give me like a city or a place where the immigrants
Yes,
like are you just
Compton.
saying that they are more than us or that they
Exactly.
have um they're the majority?
Compton, California.
Yeah, I just said Compton, for instance. We can start there.
Okay, Compton. Okay, because I feel like it's two different things. One, our population, especially in California, is low. So anybody really outnumbers us. I think California population is only 6%. And
It's actually
still,
three.
I would say that we have been priced out. There has been so many people, black people, let me just keep it on that, moving to areas like, Texas and Atlanta and moving to the South because it's cheaper to live there. So that has been happening for years now. So where you might have more immigrants there, because I think California is majority minority now.
Majority
So
Hispanic, yes.
yeah, so they've overtaken us because we've been priced out. And let's be honest about something. They're not putting the immigrants in, the Beverly Hills or like these white areas. They put them in the black areas. Just like how you have
Facts.
all these Middle Eastern that have all these stores and stuff like that. That's by
Message.
design because they're not going to give them loans to put them liquor stores in their neighborhoods. I used to live in the valley, so I know Central Valley. So, you don't see liquor stores in that on every corner. But now that I live back in the Bay Area, I see liquor stores on every corner. That's by design because they give them loans because they're all like, okay, well, you can F up their neighborhoods, but you can't F up ours. That's all by design.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree.
DJ
But however, the
Genesis.
question is, how will we preserve our communities if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration?
Message.
Well, I think, honestly, to tell you the truth, we don't all like each other. And I don't know if I can trust you because it's always like something like, okay, well, we put our money into the pot, some, and then you Negroes end up taking it or doing something with it. Like, I don't know if I can trust you with money. I think I'll give you a perfect example. Remember on TikTok, there was that
Well,
girl
before you
saying
get to
that
that,
black
can you at
people
least
need
answer
our
the
own.
question though,
Wait, hold
Let
on.
me
He,
finish.
Wait,
Let me
wait,
he
wait.
finish.
going off.
No,
He going off on a
remember,
tangent.
no. You've been on.
Remember, there was that black girl on TikTok that said, like, we need our own project 2025. Well, come to find out, she took all that money that she got donated and, like, moved somewhere, bought her a house, a car. She took all that money. So,
Was
like, who
she
can we trust?
LGBTQ aligned? Was she from this country
Listen,
originally?
I don't know. She took the money. That's all I know. But here's the thing: whether she straight, gay, it doesn't matter. I can't trust.
It don't
I
matter.
can't trust you.
Yep.
Right. Black people. This is the thing is that, and it's the same thing that happened with ADDI. People were thinking that they were going to go over there and get land over there in Africa with Traore. And what happened? A black person came and took all their money, thousands of dollars, and she's over here in Tennessee as a doctor telling people to go over to Burkina Faso, and she over here in Tennessee stealing
Right.
people's
And
money.
and we're
So how
not
can you?
drawing up any
Yes,
contracts. We're
but
just trusting people with our money. We're not drawing any contracts. Where's a lawyer? Is there a lawyer on this live right now? Is anybody a lawyer? We
No.
need contracts when we do this stuff. We're just literally donating money to people, and they are like, "Yeah, I got this great plan, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna build a nation, and all this other stuff." And it's all like, "There's no contract."
Look, 18, you're right. You're right. But contracts is not because the contracts is not gonna stop people from doing crazy stuff. But let me give you another example in addition to what you all mentioned. FAMU was selling degrees. FAMU got caught selling degrees.
What?
Y'all remember that scandal? You went to
No.
a historically black college in Florida? You don't remember that?
No. What?
Family,
Refresher.
and it was black. It was black back then. See, y'all calling these historically black colleges? They ain't really black. Go on
No
those
more.
campuses. So who's the head of the police department? Usually it's a white man. See who's over the major departments. It's a lot of white people and a lot of Indians. Before they start deporting, a lot of Indians were the population. Why? Because they were getting more money for out-of-state students, right? So Indians
Yeah, there's a
started.
huge exchange.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Also, not to cut that off, but the city of ATL, Atlanta, Georgia, it is no longer a majority what? Black.
What?
In 2025, and this was from 2 months ago, that announcement, and you can Google that, bring that up, is no longer majority black. Hard to believe. I know that's another hard to believe one, right?
So I would ask this to everybody.
It's lost its majority status.
So all right. So okay. So what is
Why? Because of what? Mass immigration.
No. People have been
82, can
priced
you?
out. That's what I'm talking about. It's about people being priced out.
Hold on,
That's
bro.
true.
And I think my question might have triggered the panel's ADHD. I'm just asking a simple question, and I appreciate the brother Reverend Green for at least bringing it back home. The question is, how will we preserve our communities if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration and letting foreigners outnumber us in our own communities?
When you say turn a blind eye to mass immigration, are you saying an influx of immigrants is causing a problem? I don't think we understand your
Yes,
question.
yes.
It-
I'm trying to answer your
or
question.
are you saying
I
they
was trying
need
to.
Yes.
that we're going to have a problem with them being sent out by Trump, sent away by Trump?
Well, no, we should be advocating for all illegal aliens to be mass deported. The point is, yes, the influx of immigrants and mass numbers is definitely problematic because they are outnumbering us in our own communities. So, how will we preserve our communities if we allow ourselves to be outnumbered by foreigners in our own communities?
Can I say
But
something?
do
You
we
know,
have a choice?
Yes, we can call ICE on
Yes,
them.
we do. Yep. Yes,
Wait,
we
but
do.
if they're legal, how do we stop that?
We can
No.
let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. We can advocate for legislation to place a moratorium on immigration to the
Yep.
U.S.
Yep.
but here's another thing. I would say this. Okay, now I'm from Detroit, right? Okay, me being from Detroit, Detroit is a majority black city, right? But then they started to fix Detroit up, and more people, businesses started, more people started going to Detroit. A lot of like Indians, software engineering. They opened up like different like companies that needed like
Black Indians? See. You said black. No. Don't do it.
So first of
She
all,
didn't say black. She didn't say black
She
Indians.
just said Indians.
Well, I got to
She
drop
said
down, but it's
light.
clear that this is a question that we're not prepared to address. And it's
okay.
shameful
All right,
because I
No.
granted
I
but
don't
hold
think
on.
it's
what
that
You
we're
happened.
didn't
not
let me
prepared to
finish
address
my
it. I think
answer, and
it,
mulatto,
it
I was about to answer the question. So
Right.
you're saying so Detroit is a mostly black community, right? And what happens is, and I think that AT2 addresses it, you're saying, well, how can we if we turn a blind eye, where no one's turning a blind eye to immigration. What's happening is
Right.
people are migrating, moving to other places. When a certain area is not fulfilling them financially, they move to another spot. They're not staying in the same spot. When they can't financially thrive in one area that's mostly black, because mostly black areas, mostly black communities, they get taxes get fucked up, because in Detroit alone, they were not getting all the taxes, and still until the white people came back and like gentrification happened, then they
Hold on,
began
but
to.
DJ Denzel, do you see why I say the panel has ADHD? Because I'm just asking a simple question. I can't get an answer. But I'll drop down and keep listening. Much love.
But you don't even see
okay.
how I'm answering the question.
But no, but here's the thing,
DJ,
Genesis.
you weren't answering the question. DJ
She
is
didn't answer.
answering the
She did it on
question.
purpose.
You're saying
But it's a
I wasn't.
loaded.
Go ahead.
It's a
Go ahead.
loaded question though. Like, because here's the
It is a
thing.
loaded
Are
question.
we talking about like the immigrants that come in across the border, or are we talking about the rich
Can I
immigrants
say what
who
he
can
just said?
buy businesses and price us out? Because those are two different things.
Can I get back to what he said?
Hold on. Listen. Let me say this, Castle. Listen, you can be able to make your point. You don't have to interrupt what someone's saying because you have to. I get it. You will
It's
get
not the original question.
you will get your chance to make your point. Just don't interrupt people, bro. You gotta like chill it out. Like the ADHD is real, bro. I know we all got
Mass immigration was a question, not
but
illegals.
but mass
she was
immigration
addressing that.
is not the thing that is taking black people out of their community. That's what AT2 is talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
So you're
He's saying mass immigration is, and it's not just limited to people coming into the US is what they're saying. They're saying people being priced out. And DJ, you know a lot about real estate. And this is embarrassing. This is really embarrassing. But I know people whose parents paid off the house.
Thank
and
you.
do you know their children would not pay the property taxes?
Thank you.
You got
It's shit like that going
5
on.
children, and guess what? They lost a $300,000 house.
Yeah, shit like
Beautiful
that.
lit brick house, fireplace, garage, and the parents worked
They want to get
hard.
the money. They'd rather get that little 100,000 and split it up and have 30,000 a piece than to make sure that their grandma's house stay intact and rent it out and make money over time. They'd rather have a quick buck than a long buck. And here's the thing: is that, like I said, what AT2 is talking about is that. Imagine, why is it that that black people in California are getting priced out? Why is California raising up the cost of living? It's not because more immigrants are moving there. It's because the immigrants that are moving there, or the people that are moving there, are rich and having more money. They're in the Silicon Valley and all of that. They're making more money, and in those properties, they're taking the black neighborhoods and they're restructuring them, putting new buildings in them, and then moving in people that can afford to, instead of paying $500 a month, they could pay $2,000, $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. And ain't no black person gonna be able to do it. They gotta move to down south where it's back cheaper, and they pick to price them out of that too. So that's what the issue is. People are thinking that these immigrants that are over here cutting lawns are pricing us out of our community. Where no, it's not that. DC, Washington, DC on U Street used to be a black community. It did not get priced out by immigrants. It got priced out by developers buying up, taking up all the people that like own, all those black people that own those little places or row houses or whatever. They found a little, the older person died. They gave them some money, and then people was willing to give up their property. And that's what really happens in those black communities, not immigration. Right, AT2?
That and not paying property
You
taxes.
said it perfectly.
So that's what we need to be talking about: is why are we giving up our? Why don't we have any education on how the property value of things? And like even with me and my kids, I'm have to like teach them, like, bro, if I ever die and all this stuff I'm working on, please don't just give up everything I've done and just to get the money. You know, I get it, but sometimes people don't want to hold on to somebody else's so-called burden. Maybe that property is a burden to a young person. I don't know.
No, they don't want to play the long-term game. They want immediate gratification.
So is that a part of our community? Do we like only want immediate? Like we want the money right now. We don't.
But can I ask A2 a question? Because I've only been to California once, and I don't know much about California. Is California becoming like New York, where it's a supply-demand issue? Because I heard people are living in trailers next to the water, like they're white people living in trailers, like trailer parks. Not trailer parks, but they're living in trailers. So is there a supply problem?
No, I honestly feel like the thing is like the more homes you build, the more the affordability is. But I don't even think it's about building homes, because there's plenty of homes on sale, but who can buy a $1.5 million home?
Okay, yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's not a supply problem like New York City.
The pricing in California to live, if you have a 1-bedroom in New York City, right, and you can pick whatever borough, all right, pick a borough right now.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know
All
any.
right, so
Manhattan, Manhattan.
okay, Manhattan, Harlem. All right. See, $2,000
Harlem
a
and
month.
Manhattan is
No, no,
same.
no, no, no. $2,000 a month. You still living in the. You're not living in. You're not living there.
What?
And so for 3,600 a month in LA, you're living in squalor somewhere. It's not even happening.
What?
Yeah.
What are you saying? No wonder they're moving to the south.
And Oakland and Compton about to be the same thing, and that was a black community.
Facts.
So is Mexicans that mow lawns doing that, or is the white
You have
people?
to have at least 12 grand a month coming in usually to be
But DJ, wouldn't you
wow.
say the difference with the
Oh, well,
Mexicans
to
is
be
that
due.
they're willing to live like 6, 8, 10 in a house, and black folk don't really want to do that. We don't get along
Segregate.
enough.
So last time we
Yeah,
did
they
that was
do
like
that
in
down here.
segregation.
They do that down here in down
And
south.
segregation was the last time we were really doing that.
They do that
Mm-hmm.
down south. And down south, people will pile into a house. They'll get a really nice house. And
Yeah.
pile
So
into it.
it's not that they're making more money than us. It's just that they're what do you call it? Like pooling their money to
Indian people do
afford
the
to live
same
in
thing.
that house.
Indian people do it.
Yeah, they have more of a community. Not that we don't
Indian
have
especially.
community, but when black people buy something, this is mine. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sharing. Get your own.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind of like the
Now that's true.
mentality.
And
Or
where
we
do you
can't
think
get
that
along.
mentality came from? Wale, you've been sitting up here. What is your thoughts on everything? I hate to like we've been going back and forth. And Wale, what are your thoughts? You there?
I had
Can
to
you
unmute.
unmute?
I had to unmute. Yeah, man. It seems to me that the minds that are speaking are not aware of the immigration that's been going on for like a long time of Europeans into America in masse, and they're all legal. This new thing that just came up about illegal immigrants, most of that happened within your adulthood, not even your lifespan, but in your adulthood. I'm talking about what was going on before. Have you ever heard of the term the Negro problem? The Negro problem was solved immediately by the United States government by importing all them Italians, Ellis Island, all of that was to fix the Negro problem so that the Negro, in 1798, the Negro was voting himself into whatever prominent positions in the government. The Negro, that was a problem. And that's why all of this stuff about towns being raided and all that. And, however, the constant and fervent immigration from Europe, even up to right this day, they import over 3,000 people from Europe every day. When that started being a problem, they started importing people, other people that you're calling illegal aliens. They started letting all them in because they got to keep our population apparently low. As far as, okay, we only 12% of the population. Last year we were 100,000 people. We were 12% of the population. This year we 200,000 people. We still 12% of the population. How is that happening? Because they are constantly importing in more people from Europe to keep our population apparently low by
Thank you.
percentage. We're
Right,
percentage number
percentage
one.
wise.
They are
Yeah.
bringing in people all the time, even though our numbers might listen. We have a lot of children. I'm saying before the what y'all call illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants been coming here forever. They weren't staying like they are now. They weren't provided for like they are now because they jumped on that European model of the United States bringing in Europeans and giving them perks. You see Germantown somewhere, the government built that for them German immigrants. You see Italian town somewhere, the government built. You see Pollock town somewhere, they brought them in, built the doggone things and everything for them and gave them jobs and everything. We are not in a bad position. We are not recognizing what position we're in, though. And therefore, we are in a bad position. It's an assumption given, and it's set up to look like that. So when your child is born, he'd be like, "Oh, we not We're not in the majority. No, you're not, because they constantly bringing people in. They have to keep bringing people in. Whatever. Trump said, I don't want the immigrants from Mexico to come in. But he going to bring them in from South Africa. He going to bring them in from somewhere, or the
Right.
Negro problem will take over again. We have more
Poland.
children on average up until 1980. We had more children on average than any other people. And therefore, our numbers are still growing as a rapid pace. You say about, let's talk about real estate and people like that. And some of these affluent neighborhoods, their progeny, their rate of children, every marriage, every household is like 0.75 for every household. That's how many children per household. In our neighborhoods, it's 5 children per household. We are outnumbering them through birth. So they started this birth control thing with the, oh, go have an abortion. We give you abortions like you know, a jar of peanut butter. We just give you abortions that keep our population low. Anything they could do to keep us from procreating, and anything they could do to bring in more people, they are doing it. Now he shipped this million out. They still bringing in millions from Ukraine, Afghanistan. You're not watching. All them other places are something else. All of them people who are the military and all that law enforcement, most of them are fresh immigrants from Europe. They just got to America.
Especially in Boston. They were immigrants on the Boston PD. Yep.
And they hit the white box when they come over.
I have a question. Hold on, guys. I really want to also, while AT2 is here, because I know he's going to as well. While he is here, I want to address like this whole gang that's going on, blue versus red. Do you think that what do you think about this whole thing where everybody's like saying, oh, you're a Democrat, or you must be a Democrat, or they're really ever since I'm like 48 years old, I have never heard Democrat and Republic, right and left, be so polarized, almost to the point where it's becoming a gang-like situation,
a
right?
Cult,
left, like a cult-like thing. What are your thoughts on that, 82? Because I know, you know, we actually was talking about like the Kamala Harris situation back when the election, and I was saying I was voting for Dr. Dr. Cornel West. You were like trying to get on me about that, but I wanted to like get your idea, because I was like, I'm not blue, red, green, or orange. I'm just like, hey, I'd rather vote for something else.
Rather turn a blind eye. That's why.
What came to my mind was the Eagles versus the Chicago, whatever, you know, the football, any kind of sports, because it's all sports in the end. At the sports thing, they got this team against that team, and you go in there with your hat and colors and stuff, and the other people on the other side with their hat and colors, and they cheering and stuff like that.
Yep.
But the people who run the game are making money off of that noise.
Millions.
Right.
Crazy money off of that noise. And that's what they doing over here. You got your right wing and you got your left wing. And any adult should recognize it's the same bird.
Same bird, like you said.
Right. One wing on the left and another wing on the right.
Yeah.
They both flying.
Y'all on the left, y'all all messed up. Y'all on the right, y'all all messed up. That's stupid. It's the same bird. They got you playing against each other, and meanwhile they are moving forward and making crazy money.
And I don't think that Donald Trump is a Republican or a Democrat. I think that he just chose. He was a Democrat.
That's a good point.
Now he's Republican, and I don't think he's either one at this point.
That's a good point. He's not.
He's never been either one.
He's neither one. He me by me.
He's a con man. If you really want to know what he is, he's a con game man. That's what he's.
I heard that he was a part of the Federalist movement, but I wanted to hear what AT2, because I know that at the time during that whole thing he was really campaigning for Kamala. I want to hear what his thoughts are.
Oh yeah, AT2, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, okay. One thing. So the reason why I was pushing for Kamala was because I knew when Trump got into office, I knew it was going to be crazy. I feel that people forgot how 2020 really left us. And it was almost like, oh, well, I think because I was getting, unemployment, those PPP loans, like, it's like people forgot, like, no, we were really hurt. Like, we were really struggling out here. And I don't think, like, we realized the mental effect of that. And when you're going through a crisis, you need a leader that is going to help you through that. And Trump is not a leader. He cannot lead nobody. If anything, he is leading his pockets into billions and billions of dollars. This is why we have that whole thing with Qatar, where they're gonna build like a
Hmm.
military base or something like that in Idaho. Like,
Utah. Oh, Idaho. I thought it was
yeah, I think
Utah.
it's Idaho.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
May I,
somewhere
may
where
I
black
say
people
something?
aren't.
Oh, okay, let me
But
know because I want to say something about what you said, and I don't think you've considered what I'm about to say. So I'll wait till you finish for sure.
Same as
Yeah.
here.
oh,
I'm
go
eating
ahead,
right
go
now.
ahead.
No, I want you to finish 82 because trust me, it's Captain Long wins. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear it.
No, no, no. I don't want to get too far off, but I want to know the question or the statement.
I'm ready for you to cook, but I'm eating right now, and I know Mr. Wale has something to say.
Let it finish.
Okay. So but my main point was that I seen what was coming. Like, I don't think that unemployment, black unemployment is going up, by chance. That's obviously by design. I don't think like the whole getting rid of the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity the Equal Employment Opportunity Act. Also, DEI, which is funny because white women benefited from that, but those things are designed as black, just like welfare. We know that white people are mostly on welfare, but they designed that to equate to black. So it's like these things that they have put into motion into place is just to shit on us. Just like they stole woke. Like, we've been saying woke, but they turned that into like some liberal cause, and it's all like, wait a minute, y'all just taking our shit and turning it to something negative. Like, listen, I think woke is worse than the N word now. Like, don't call me woke or we gonna fight because that's what they turned it into.
That's
But
true. And the power of fist in the air. That's. I mean, Wale can tell you that goes back to black people holding that up to fight the power, to fight the oppression. But now you got Josh Hawley throwing up his fist, and now Trump doing it. You're right, bro. They
right.
steal everything.
I would say what I wanted to say about the thing you were talking about is this: are you in a democracy, or are you in a dictatorship, or what kind of government are you dealing with here? In your mind, I'm just saying, what do you think you're dealing with? A democracy, a republic, a fucking
Well, we're supposed to be a
authoritarian,
republic.
communist? Okay, that's what you're gonna go with. You're the guy that was talking, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then you're the right guy to answer the question. Supposed to be a republic. In a republic has representatives, not leaders. Authoritative governments, regimes of kings and stuff, they have leaders. Republics and democracies have representatives. By the change in the vocabulary, the vernacular, you set yourself up to be overtaken by an authoritarian because you're already looking for leaders. Not like that woman, Jasmine Crockett. She functions, I've been watching her. In her mind, she's a representative. She represents the people that voted
I
for
agree.
her. And
I agree with that.
she's representing. She's not leading. They keep talking about she'll be a good leader because they're trying to push her into that vernacular of a different reality, which is the authoritarian. But when you stay in the vernacular of you say you Republic or Democratic, I don't care which one, both of them have representatives. And you're calling those people leaders. Trump saw that and he just engaged right into that because most of the mindset, the dumbing. Have you heard of the dumbing down of America that happened and from the 70s to the 80s, they called it. There was a push for the dumbing down of America. America was getting too bright. They didn't need all them people. They need people that just going to be grunts. They don't want people thinking critically and stuff like that. So they dumbed it down. The boy even did a thing the comedian did a thing and said, are you as smart as a fifth grader? Because he was trying to do it without getting censored like they do other people now. They just censor you and get rid of you. So he was trying to show people about the dumbing down, and you got to catch up with what's really happening. And so a lot of times people fall into those things, especially those over 3,000 a day immigrants from Europe. They are accustomed to leaders.
That's true.
They're not accustomed to democracy and whatever this other thing you say, republics. That's not their lineage. They didn't do that in England nowhere. They did that here. They didn't even know about democracy till they got here. They know about republic, but democracy was learned by that group of people after they got here because the people here were democratic.
So so are you saying that Democratic just has representatives and Republicans have leaders? Is that what you're kind of
No, I'm saying neither one, Democratic nor Republicans have leaders.
Neither party is representing the people, right? Neither party is representing the people.
That's
it's
because
the same bird. That's what y'all better realize. Y'all so dedicated to Kamala, but even Kamala's platform didn't represent Black people. It did not. From a DEI sense, yes. But if you Black and you Christian, she boosted LGBTQ plus whatever.
No, stop that. That's a lie. She wouldn't even talk about anything about
I'm almost done.
because they were basically trying to say she was for them, they.
Okay, go ahead, Ladybug. I didn't hear the rest of what you were saying.
Can I talk, DJ? DJ keep throwing me on mute.
No, I'm not throwing you off. I was just like letting
you trying to throw people backstage like me.
No, I'm not. No, because right when ATT was about to speak, everybody unmuted at the same time, and we can't hear each other if we're all yelling over each other.
That's true. No, you're right. You got to manage the situation. Wale is 100% right. Ladybug is 100% right. The problem is when it comes voting time, Black people, generally speaking, just fall behind a Democrat. And I don't know if it's just why that is our default. And brother, I appreciate, is AT2 still here? Is he gone?
No, he dropped off. I don't know.
Oh, he got mad. Hey, Castle, I must have triggered something.
You got to get them rainbow Halloween candies out.
No, here's the thing, that you never know what the sexual orientation of a person that when they come up here. So when you're talking about things, you have to understand is that, hey, a person might be LGBTQ or
exactly
in that lane.
And
so
that's true.
So
and that person is to be respected. But also what's to be respected is when someone has a different view on that, and their religion calls for something other than that. Now, me personally, like I said, I don't fit into a square hole for Christianity, right? Be who you are. I need you to be who you are, because I don't want Black women. I don't want you straddling the fence with the HIV rates going up, skyrocketing among Black women because you say you're one thing and you're another thing, or you're two things, but she doesn't know that. It goes back to integrity. Like I said, don't lie. Be who you are, and be who you are, transparently, so that people know who they're dealing with. But just like, you're allowed to support that cause, and I do support them getting married. You need to let them marry. They're entitled to the benefits of marriage. They're entitled to get that other person's Social Security benefits if they die. They should be entitled to be on each other's insurance. I mean, you're an adult. As far as civil rights go, you are entitled to that. But I don't have to support you calling me sis, because I ain't sis. I am a woman. I was born a woman. I am a woman. And I do have a problem when they're competing with women. almost trying to replace women and push
That's
women down the same way
I'm
the white man
that's
does,
a
the
whole nother,
patriarchy does.
a whole nother
I'm gonna
thing.
answer. I'm on a be
Okay, that
tagged
is a
in.
whole nother thing. That is a whole nother thing.
I
Okay, let
want to
me
be
get back
tagged in.
to what Wale
We're talking
said.
about
I,
politics and
I'm,
I
and,
want to
left
be tagged.
and
versus right politics. So what's
my
happening
last
is
sentence is
that
in support of Wale. Wale, and brother, I support you on this. I might not support you in 10 minutes, but right now I do support what Wale is saying, and that we got to get, and you too, DJ, we got to get out of the mindset of by default supporting the Democrat candidate.
Who
Now,
wants to hear
one last,
American speak?
okay.
why
Right.
can't you allow them to finish their thing? Or why she was actually not done, and then she was going to close her thing, land her plane, and then you could speak. Like, why can't you just do that? That's why I keep muting, because
Throw me
people keep
backstage.
interrupting each other.
No, don't go backstage, honey.
I'm one of those folks. I'm one of those folks. I get thrown backstage
No,
because
you don't know how to
I
interrupt.
speak this USA.
No, you interrupt people loudly. That's why. But go ahead.
So DJ, what I'm afraid of is that our mindset is so old fashioned, and from generation to generation, we have people thinking the Democrats are fighting for us, and they'll show up at our churches, and they'll talk about how black people unemployment rate is this and that, but they never do anything. Obama didn't even look. Why didn't Obama is the first black, and I have air quotes, president? Why didn't he nominate a black man or a black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court? You're the first black man in U.S. history. You know who he nominated? A Latina. What and
And
why
I,
was
I
there
don't
no
want to hear
uproar?
about he was powerless either. That's a
Why
lie.
was there no uproar? Why didn't black people hold his accountable for that?
He elected Sonia
Anything.
Sotomayor.
Exactly. Why
Right.
didn't black women and black men say, yo, wait a minute, bro? If you saying you black, you identifying as black, why didn't you nominate a black person to a lifelong appointment in the US Supreme Court? Why
May I make a
you see
correction
how
for you? May I make a correction that something maybe you don't realize or know
okay.
has occurred? A
Okay.
couple of days after Barack Obama first election, I think it was in 2008 or something like that, whatever year it was, he was interviewed by Tom Joyner. You know of Tom Joyner?
Yeah, the radio host.
He
Yeah.
was being interviewed by Tom Joyner early in the morning, and Tom Joyner was all excited, and he said, well, how do you feel being the first black president? And Barack Obama said, that's not what I am. I'm not. He said, what do you mean? He said, that's not how I see myself. And the guy said, what do you mean? He said, I don't see myself as black. And the guy said, really? Because Tom Joyner, as freckle-faced as he is, he calls himself black. So anyway, what's his name? Barack said no. And he said, why not? And Barack said, because black has no standing in law. When that man said that, and I realized that he had just gotten elected, he had just finished law degree work. He knows the law. When he says black has no standing in law, I'm listening to that from a man who has studied law. And I took it for granted, and then I took it and studied it and find out that it's called civil mortis or something like that, dead civilly, and it's called black in law. So I'm saying to you, another thing is this: I've watched 4 movies, 3 or 4, 4 with Sammy Davis too. Rufus Johnson for president back in 1940. Sammy Davis was a child when he did that movie, and he was voted in as president. And every movie I've watched, the one with Samuel Jackson just came out a year or so ago. The one with anybody you can name, Jay, it don't matter, whoever nigga played a president, to a movie, the people who were around him tried to get rid of him. To a movie, everyone was the same plot. He was barely by his teeth getting through there. When Obama walked into that place, let me tell you something else. I just heard Obama say here lately. He said he said in the presidency, he didn't run things. He said Trump not running things. Trump is running the agenda of 2025. Whoever wrote that is running things. Somebody asked the other day, who owns America? That's where you need to go. Who owns America?
And
Not know who,
Israel.
not know who's at the
Heritage Foundation.
Trump,
2025.
Trump is in administration like any other corporation. The U.S. government is a corporation on the land of America. The land is America, but the corporation is the government, and he's the administrator of the government. And somebody say Kalala Harris or something. It didn't matter. They both gonna reach the same goal. They just got different ways of going about it. And the Democrats were thought to be the nice plantation owner. You still a slave. You still on his plantation, but he's nice to you. And the Republicans were thought to be more of a vindictive plantation owner. He still wants slaves, and he got slaves, but he's vindictive about it. He's nasty with the slaves. But the Democrats were so nice with the slaves were like, oh, I like them. So now you've chosen one plantation over the other plantation. You're still a slave.
You're right, bro. Applause, applause, applause. You're 100%
So
right.
let's get back to this red and blue, this Democrat Republic stuff. From my understanding, the Democrats are the KKK. They founded it. All right. Now, 1863, 1862, there was two Americas in the United States of America. There was the CSA, the Confederate States of America. The headquarters was Mississippi. They had a president. His last name was Davies. All right. The only world leading country that recognized the CSA was France. It was short-lived. It was about 3 years into it until the Civil War was won. These were Dixiecrats who were the CSA, the Confederate States of America. And these were Democrats. Fast forward 100 years later, because we know what party signed the Emancipation Act, and that was Lincoln's party, the Republican. Fast forward 100 years into 1965, we have the civil rights bills and acts, and who was signing off with these things? The Democrats to flood with immigration. And here we go. We have all these people over here who here to replace us. And the integration, MLK, he was a Republican. He was a registered Republican. Most black folks were prior to the 60s. You have people like Kamala, who, just like Barack Obama, they're not foundationally here for you and I. You ever notice how come Kamala was able to run on this people of color stuff? Where my sorrows at? But at the same time, none of her folks is from here.
Facts.
Getting back to the birth papers of Barack Obama, it's because he was born in Hawaii. At one point, Hawaii was not part of the United States, and up until recently. Anyone could say something like that.
And so that's why they were looking for those birth papers and stuff of that nature, the threats of that. Where is he really from? And it's like Louis Farrakhan said maybe about 5 years ago. He said, if I had showed people this picture of Barack and I standing together in a Muslim mosque, NOI mosque, he would have never became president.
That's true. It's likely.
Because and the only reason why someone would be standing together with Farrakhan like that in a Muslim mosque is because of what? Secret Muslim?
In a mosque, yeah.
So we're getting hoodwinked left and right. When Kamala Harris ran on this reproductive health care stuff, if you Google who the CEO currently right now and during Kamala Harris's run or failed run is the CEO of Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood, yeah.
Planned Parenthood is a woman who is a Soros associate of hers. And
Are you
she
saying
also,
soror? Are you saying soror as in alpha kappa alpha?
sorority,
Right.
soror.
It's soror. It's soror. It's soror. SOROR.
Okay, a sorority sister of hers.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. The Planned Parenthood CEO right now is a sorority sister of Kamala Harris, and she too is married, just how Kamala Harris is, to the same type of folks. Why didn't Kamala Harris keep her husband's name? Why doesn't she run like that? Why couldn't she run as a proud Asian American? Why did she have to run like a Rachel Dolezal?
I don't know. Can you hear me? I don't know. All I know is that black people don't care. If she can pass as black, if she's black passing, they jump on that train. If Barack is black passing, they jump on that train. And they don't care what these people stand for, and that's my problem. They don't care. Black people don't care, and they get nothing out of it.
And getting back to what Pan mulattoism was alluding to is us turning a blind eye. When President Trump said he's going to get these black jobs, and people took that on certain folks took that as, oh man, see, he's racist.
They got offended.
When has someone said when they're going to give jobs, to give you a job or return jobs to you? Is that being racist? They want to put money back into your pockets. Come on, man.
And DJ said, "Well,
we
I
know
don't see
New
black
Yorkers.
people
We know
getting a
New
job."
Yorkers aren't the brightest. We know New Yorkers aren't the brightest speakers, the most eloquent. I rest my case for now.
But can I just rebut one thing that DJ said? She said, well, blacks are not in these jobs. But then she said her daughter saw a black housekeeper for the first time, which I see one every now and then in hotels. But I think you have to give, they've been pushed out of the market. I was listening to another DJ's Mutual, and someone came on the panel and he said, I'm being outbid by Hispanics, because he'll ask, okay, so if you're not accepting my quote, which one did you accept and how much was it? Well, yeah, the Mexican gave me, $30 less. So he was legit being outbid, and his company was suffering. So when they go back to, if they're illegal and they're kicked out, it is going to open the job market. Those nurses, do you know we have illegals who are nurses? We have illegals who are teachers.
And you want them watching after your loved ones too? I bet.
Yeah, no, you're fine. That is going to open up some jobs, but it's going to take some time, because just because they're gone, they're going to try to look for another Mexican that's going to have a lower quote on roofing or whatever else. And then and so it's going to take some time for those jobs to come back to the Black community, to Black entrepreneurs. That's not going to happen overnight. So when MSNBC says that, just know that, again, they have their own agenda. Their agenda is they want 1 million or more illegals, and their plan was what DJ alluded to yesterday, which is they wanted them to become legal and vote Democrat. It backfired when they voted for Trump, because they are not Democrat. They don't have Democrats as a default the way Blacks do. They already got us in their pocket. We need to break out of that. We have to break out of that if we want to improve and get something out of it, because everybody's getting something out of it but us. The Latinos in New York, they had hotels for $500 a night. $500 a night.
Message.
For over a year for these people, plus got stipends, plus got free meals, plus got free laundry, because it's a hotel. They were doing their laundry.
Stipends are buying coupons. Pay attention.
Right. And we're going to be in the streets protesting for them? Are we crazy? I don't think we realize how stupid we look to the rest of the world when we're out there.
Add on, sister.
Yeah, I have never seen a protest for them. Let's get that.
I gotta add on, sister,
New
to
York.
the hotel. So I gotta add on to that hotel. That Hotel Roosevelt. You can Google my right information to see if I'm right or wrong. The Hotel Roosevelt that we're speaking on, where the illegals were shacking up for one individual is $500 per night, and they were doing that for over a year. The Hotel Roosevelt is owned by who? The government of Pakistan. The government of Pakistan.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Somebody did say that. You're right. You're right.
See, we're not getting how much this American, when Don McLean came up with that bye bye Miss American Pie and the good old boys drinking their whiskey and wine, he wasn't too far off. Now it's hurting us. How are these people out there in New York City still to this day able to sell their foods and stuff without zoning permits? How are these people able to get driver's license? Remember that place out there? I think it was in Georgia or Kentucky, where the sister had whistleblown and said, "Hey, out there in Kentucky, the DMV, she got fired for blowing the whistle on, hey, these illegals are getting driver's license from these third-party corporations."
What do you mean? How do you get a driver's license through a corporation as opposed to the Department of Motor Vehicles of some?
Exactly, right? So these third-party corporations are undercutting. They're paying the DMVs money.
What?
This is the dark money. This is that dark money, yes.
What?
That's that dark money that Jasmine Crockett was laughing about.
I think it's the aliens. I think it's the aliens. The aliens are taking over. That's what's happening. Aliens from Mars and that other planet. That's what's happening.
Narubu.
I think it's AI. I think it's AI. I think it's AI about to take over, and aliens are actually running the AI. That's what I think it is.
So look. So the Hispanics. Here's the funny thing, Castle. So Hispanics wanted other Hispanics gone. Some Latinos or some Cubans wanted other people of their ethnicity gone, like deported. Am I getting that right?
To this very day, you're right.
But
So
you
they
know, hold on
wanted Trump.
before we continue, I want to just give Alexander Bryant. He gave a 199 super chat. I missed it. He did it at 11:08 because we were back and forth. And we Black American men all talk, no action. Shouts out to Alexander Bryant.
We?
What?
Where are you people from? You sound like your first generation. Bring your ass up to the congregation, fella.
Come to the front. Come to the front.
Come to the front of the congregation.
I'm embarrassed, and more of us need to start like speaking up to in our own community and saying, y'all, we're being hoodwinked. Is that a word? We're being hoodwinked.
Yes, that $1.99 was sponsored by CNN, MSNBC, DNC.
But we are being hoodwinked though. Okay, now this is gonna tick off the men that's on the panel, and I'm gonna say it anyway.
Listen, Jesse Savin family says, is that right? America first, like bailing out Argentina with 20 billion?
They did get 20 billion. Trump did, a couple of days ago, I think. He did give him
The
20
man
billion.
say he ain't got enough money for no reparations for no niggas.
Right.
He got to help his boy out in Argentina. He looking out for us. Don't you hear what the man telling you? Castle telling you, we love Trump. He looking out for us. He said, y'all niggas.
300,000 black women losing their jobs in the government while it's shut down.
I'm gonna get rid of all of these people too. Over 3,000 people so far. Colored people have been fired from the government.
Yeah.
And more to follow, because guess what? When your house ain't bringing home the money, what are you spending? You can't spend no money. Guess what? The people who were expecting you to spend money ain't getting their money. It's a cascade. It's a domino effect. It knocks down the whole.
But Wale, Gavin Newsom is talking about reparations now. Remember, he poo-pooed it like Castle said yesterday. He poo-pooed it initially, but now you see he's in the news saying that he's creating an office to discuss genealogy and reparations. And you know why he's saying this? He's not going to do it, but you know why he's saying it? Because he wants to run for president.
Right, and when he had that sit down with,
I want to give a quick shout out. R.I.P. D'Angelo. I just found out he passed away from pancreatic cancer. Just
what?
Moment of silence for D'Angelo. R.I.P. to him. Just a moment of silence. D'Angelo, the singer.
Oh, the singer.
Okay, he with his baby mama, his wife, Angie Stone now. Under a year's time. Wow.
What?
Yeah, Angie Stone was his baby mama. Yeah.
I didn't know she was his baby mama. I knew she passed, but I didn't know she was his baby mama.
She was one of them, like his first. Yeah.
I would check that.
Rest in peace, D'Angelo. So yeah,
rest in peace, D'Angelo.
That's crazy. Like wow.
Rest in peace. And my favorite album by him was that one that dropped around 2010, The Black Messiah. Out the blue, he had just dropped it with that song Chardonnay, something of that nature. Serenade.
So, yeah, I noticed that even though you know that you're saying that you're in civil death and you're wondering how to get out of civil death, you keep putting yourself back into civil death by referring to yourself as black. You're redacting your own existence. Yourself.
So what should we be called? What should we be called?
You could just say you're Americans. You don't have to be called that separate.
I disagree. I think we should. I like the African American because we need to realize we were brought here. We were brought here.
Not all of us were brought here. Not all of us were brought here. That's the thing. Harris was running on people. That's the thing that's called the Negro problem. You didn't fell right into the Negro. You done hooked with yourself. That's the Negro problem.
Raise your hand if you got a family member who's ever been in jail or prison. Raise your hand.
I have been in jail or prison. I don't have to have a family member. That's why I
And you
know
know
what I'm
what? You know
saying.
why I say African
Have you been
American?
in jail? Have you been in jail or prison
No, I've
yourself?
never been in jail. But let me say why I asked that question.
Go ahead.
Because when I mentor the youth, especially the boys, and I don't really mentor the boys, but when I do a presentation to the boys, I say your ancestors came here enslaved in chains.
False.
Why would you talk to them children like that?
Can I
Why
finish
would
like
you say
DJ
that
said?
nasty stuff to them
Can you
children?
just let me finish my thought and then you can rebut? Just let me finish my thought. So why would you voluntarily put yourself in shackles by doing stupid stuff in the streets? Why would you voluntarily? Because once you're put in jail or prison, you are under their control.
First of all, we were already
you
here before
lose your freedom.
slavery. All right.
Well, that's true, but I do know
All
that
right,
I do know that some of us were brought in chains.
so therefore, so this is like the FBA. In the very near future, the goal, one of the objective goals, is just to be foundational Americans. Just foundational Americans.
So you're
No,
saying
no,
we're
it's
gonna
called foundational Black Americans. That's what
You're not. You're not hearing
being.
this. You're
Okay,
not
I'll
hearing
shut up.
this.
I'm gonna
That
mute
story
then.
that you told
The goal
yeah,
is
that's
to
the
be
ugliest thing you can do. That's child
foundational.
molestation. That's
Just
child abuse
foundational.
that you did to them children. That was just pure child abuse. Telling them that their ancestors came here as slaves. That's child abuse. And you building up the rest of the next generation to be slaves. Because if I tell you your father, your children, your ancestors were birds, your ancestors were birds, then that makes you a bird. And then nowhere in the United States government have they ever retracted slavery. They just renamed it. In the Constitution 14th and 13th Amendment, where they talk about no longer having involuntary servitude, they put a caveat in there. That's why they have the school to jail pipeline. Slavery never stopped. It's still ongoing. I was taught that last time I was here, I mentioned they found 4 niggas hung. So 4 little boys hung so far. They found the bodies. More people would hung than that, but they found the bodies. Nothing has changed. They didn't come from nowhere. They were always here, and they got enslaved when they got here by the people that came over right now, come over fresh from damn Afghanistan, shooting them in the back, taking them to jail, hustling our children down. And we stand around saying ain't nothing we can do except tell our children these horror stories about they came here as slaves. That's just a horror story.
Well, it's been proven that there were blacks, there were people of African descent already here. That is
No,
an
you keep on saying
archaeological.
African descent. You keep on saying African descent. There were already we were human beings who were not from Africa already here, and these are our ancestors.
And look, I'm not an archaeologist, but they are saying it all goes back to Africa. If it all goes back to Africa,
no, it doesn't. No, it
then
doesn't.
You're saying they're wrong.
No,
You're
it
saying
doesn't.
that what the archaeologists are saying is wrong. Is that what you're saying? Because maybe I'm starting
They
from
always,
the wrong point.
man. I'm gonna say this. I just need 1 minute.
Hold on a minute. The archaeologists are saying that's wrong. The new archaeology finds and everything, because they find new stuff all the time, and then they make
every day.
Because what you are pronouncing,
that's what I'm asking.
Theory. No, that's out of Africa is a theory, and the archaeologists of today have renounced that theory as a theory, and not the reality. That's what I'm saying now. That we taking that what they say as come on, as real, and they're telling you it's a theory. We taking all of this stuff like, oh, the government, the left and right, the Democrats, that we playing like that stuff is real.
No, we're not talking about the Democrats and the Republican right now. I am asking.
I know that, Bob. I'm talking about all of it.
If you're rebutting me saying that
the out of Africa story is a
were
lie.
brought here in Castle, if you all are rebutting that I said
the out of Africa story is a lie, and
brought
lastly
from
is this.
Africa is a lie, then my
Yes.
question was, what is your basis for saying that our people, were already here
On
before the
on
Indians
every
or with
continent,
the Indians as opposed to being brought?
the original people look like you and I on every continent. Going back to the Grimaldi man in Europe, going back to the Venus and Willendorf figurines that they would find all throughout Europe, look
Hmm.
like you, sister. Look like you, sisters.
And I'm
She
asking, what
went.
is the basis? Because I look,
We were
I am,
already here.
I'm willing to change my view. I'm
We
just
were
asking,
already here.
what is your
See, and I'm
source?
gonna say this one thing about the
SOURCE.
Africa part. The Africa part is this. Do you know about the Owita? The Owita, the door of
Awida?
no return.
No,
See,
do not.
the door of no return,
Teach
that
me.
those fortresses, those slave fortresses, they weren't built by Europeans. They were built by Africans on the continent. And the Africans operated those slave fortresses, waiting and anticipating for the Europeans to do slave trade with them.
What?
To this
Wait, can you
very
say that
day.
again for me? I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I'm still
So
processing.
Africans built a whole door of no return, waiting for the Europeans to come and ask for the slaves, and then they just gave it to
They
them.
built it. The
Wait, are
African
you
built
saying
it.
it's like a time warp?
Can you
Because
show us like the documentation on that? Can you show us like the proof of that?
Go. Could you look up the door of no return, Owita?
Owita.
Ouidah. And if you understand that whole connection from Benin to Ghana to Burkina Faso to Togo to Nigeria, and then you look downward, that is the Slave Cape, also known as the slave coast, also known as the Cape Coast, and that door of Owita. This is the door of no return. They built those fortresses like Elmina. The Portuguese. See, you have to understand, like, most of Africa doesn't speak Spanish, right? But the Spaniards were already here.
Okay. See, hold
And
on.
most of those, and the majority of African countries that we're talking about, Nigeria, Ghana, all those names were just named from the 1950s and 60s and 70s. They had different names like commodities, like Ivory Coast, Gold Coast.
But hold on, before we go too far about
These
this.
are all made up names, bro.
Okay, so the door of no return in Oida was built in 2010. Not I don't. So what? So what are we saying?
What you said?
The door of no return in Oida, Benin, was built in 2010.
We're not talking. No. See, that's the door. That's the one in the door of no return. Look up the door. The door of no return that's built in Owita. That is a commemorative. The real door of no return, which is the passageway of going through those things. Don't get it confused. The door of no return is the actual passage of the slave route when they were coming through those prisons. The one in Benin, that is it's not a mockery. It is a symbolism of what occurred.
Right, no. What you said was that they built that waiting for
They built it. No, I'm not talking about they built that, man. You know what I'm talking about. The door of no return, Almina, all that stuff. Look at the real route of what I said, the landlocks of Benin, Togo, Ghana,
no.
Burkina Faso. See, you won't do that. You keep talking, right?
No, because if you're gonna
Because
say
you want to keep on saying no. The door.
You initially said the door of
The
no
door of no return was built
You
See
said
how she's doing right now?
no because
Because she wants to be on that DNC stuff. Throw me backstage then.
No,
what
Yeah,
is
go
you
ahead
should
and
have
throw
You
him
went and
need to
backstage.
Googled.
stop.
Throw
No,
him
do not
backstage
throw
until
him
you
back.
finish talking. Until you finish talking, because he
Wale,
can't control
Wale,
himself.
stop.
Okay.
No, you stop. He needs to be shut up and let her finish what she's saying, and then he can go back on. But if he
She's
won't
going
have the
deep. She's
courtesy,
going down the
if he
wrong
won't have,
path.
it don't matter. If he won't have the courtesy to let her take her stride, that's a problem.
But she's still
He
talking
needs to
about
be
what he
thrown
said,
in
and
the
that's
back.
not
But
that's
throw him
not
in the
it.
back.
That's not
Throw
it.
him in the back. We'll throw him
Throw
in the
you in
back
the
until
back.
she
Throw
finishes.
you in the back. Throw you
Let's
in the
all
back.
go in the back until she finishes. Let's
Listen.
all go in the back until you finish. Throw me and everybody else in the back till you finish talking, DJ.
Right. So what I'm saying is that what he initially said, his exact words was the door of no return was built, and that they were waiting for the white people to come and they could like usher the slaves through it. So now, unless he's talking about a hypothetical door of no return of like the slave thing or whatever, that's a different thing. But the actual door of no return, he pointed out Owita. So I typed in Owita Benin and I looked at the door of no return. And on the Wikipedia page of the door of no return, which was built in 2010, that is not the statement of what was going on. So what are we saying here? So that's what I'm saying is that that's not. Now, if he's talking about something else, then you need to clarify your state. You can't just make a statement. You told me to look it up. I looks it up, and then that's not true. And now you're gonna say, no, that's not what I meant. Say what you mean to me, what you say from the beginning, and then I'll be able to go from there. So that's what I'm saying.
But then he say woke today in the Republican Party means different. I think it was AT2 said woke today. What you see on the news now and MSNBC, woke today does not mean what woke meant by black folk. So he's
Thank
telling
you.
you're looking at woke for today and how the Republicans are framing it. And Castle is saying, no, go back to the original door because what Google is showing you is not the original. That's not your fault. You're doing
So
what he told
here
you to
is the
do.
problem: is that a person.
Human error. You're doing human error.
Listen, if a person makes a statement and I say, "Hey, could you bring up the information based on what you're saying?" and they're not able to do that, and they tell me to look it up, then you won't have a problem with what I look up. You should have brought that up when you were going to make your statement because we have enough time between.
I did make that statement, ma'am.
Listen, I said, could you bring it up? And you told me to bring it up. See, every
Can
time
I
we
you
share?
did
Can we
make.
share
every
screen?
time you make a statement, and I want to just be clear. If
Your
anyone
search.
if anyone
The
makes
search is an
if
error.
anyone makes a state listen, if anyone makes a statement from now
Your
on, if anyone makes a statement from now on that has a historical reference, I just ask that you actually be capable of being able to bring up the information of that instead of just making a statement and tell me to look it up and then get mad because I brought up what I found. And then now you want to argue with me about what I found based on the information. What you should have done was you bring it up and then I will share what you brought up based on what you're talking about. I don't know. So therefore, I'm going to bring up what I find. That's how it should go. So then we don't have to argue about it. Would be straight up what you have. Straight up.
I would like to answer now. Put yourself on mute if you could.
Or what?
You don't have. You don't have to put yourself
Can
on
you
backstage.
just bring it up? Can you just bring it
I'm
up?
going to speak.
Why don't you instead of speaking, bring it up?
I'm
Bring
going
it
to
up.
speak right now.
Can you just bring it up?
I'm
Bring
going
it
to
up.
speak right now.
Do we have
Bring
the
it up.
technical
I'm
ability
going to speak
to
right
share
now.
our screen in StreamYard? I
I'm
know in
gonna.
Zoom you can share your screen.
He can share his screen. If you're on a phone, you can share your screen.
I don't see an option to share no screen like
So
in Zoom.
I'm gonna get into what I was gonna say again. All right.
On the bottom, hit plus and present, and you can share your screen. You hit plus.
I'm gonna get into what I said right now.
I don't see
All
that.
right. And I said it like this: the 1400s. I said the 1400s, and this was very clear. All right. I said that. Now the door of no return, Almena Castle, the Goree Islands. All right. Benin, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Nigeria, the slave coast. That led to the door of no return. Those were the prisons. The prison transport thing, the door was so small. This is where they would be taken out to the shore, onto the boats as prisoners of war, into slavery and never return. That what you see right, and it was called Owita. The door is called Owita, but what you're talking about in Owita, Benin, that is a commemoration. That picture of that door is a commemoration and the symbol of the actual doors that they would go through. Our ancestors who were prisoners of war and met our ancestors here in the Americas. We were already over here, and this is how the ethnogenesis begins. Yes, there was logistic hubs like those islands. Those were basically the islands as we know it right here in the Americas, the Caribbean islands and such. Those were Amazon fulfillment centers for slavery. These were hubs. The Spaniards had their hubs in the islands. The Portuguese had their hub in Brazil. They had their fulfillment centers in Brazil. The French had their fulfillment centers from all in the Caribbean and also in the Louisiana areas of the United States. The British were the last ones to get into the fulfillment centers, besides the Americans that came out of the British. We were already here, bro. We were already here. The majority of us, though, in the Americas, what makes us specifically unique is that we didn't really breathe under subjugation like that. So they had to import a species who were raring for breeding. And these were the continental Africans. The majority of continental Africans who were prisoners of war and went into slavery because they were captured by their own people in Africa and sold to the European. The majority of them went into the Caribbeans, into Brazil, Mexico, else, things of that nature. Not as many came to the United States. It doesn't make a difference. Slavery is slavery. And people be like, oh, well, the sugarcane slavery was worse than the cotton slavery. Okay, we can understand that. But at the same time, if that's what you'll want to say, but slavery exists here in the Americas. What we're doing here as foundational Black Americans in the delineation movement is to delineate from all that confusion and saying we are unique ethnogenesis here in the United States. And we are with a cash reparations agenda based. Y'all in the Caribbean can fight for your own. You should. Take it up with your colonial masters. In Jamaica, they had two colonial masters, Spain and Britain. A lot of y'all had multiple colonial masters. In the United States, we had multiple colonial masters too. However, this is our thing here. Get your hands out our reparations pocket.
Well, it's been given to the illegals
We were
now.
already here. Black man traveled through the universe and back, while the caveman thought the earth was flat. Everywhere the caveman traveled, when he started traveling around the 1400s outside of the Europe, everywhere they went, they wrote in their diaries in all the European languages. We seen the same niggas again and again. Columbus thought he was looking for the East. He was looking for India. See, when we talk about West India and West Indies and East Indies, these are insurance companies. These are insurance companies. The West Indies, as we know it today, and the Caribbeans, that was an insurance company out of England, just like the Dutch East Indies Corporation. That's the Netherlands.
Okay, so now that we know all this, can we like actually sue the insurance companies and get reparations?
So what I'm trying to get at is again, we were already here. We're not African like that.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate being corrected.
We were told this.
Okay,
What's
so
your
I
name?
was
Your name
told.
is Toby. Your name is
I
Toby.
was told. I
Your
was
name
told
is
that. I read
Toby.
that somewhere. I know.
My
I
name
know.
is
DJ
Toby.
wants us. I know DJ want us to show
You're,
sources, but
you are going into movies, bro. This movie shit, Hollywood.
But I know I read that somewhere though, that the original, as far as they knew at the time, and things do change, like Castle said.
Because
That
Africans sold us and we need to get that money.
G. Rogie says reparations to you for what? It didn't happen to you. That's what he said. So what do y'all think about that?
Well, but first of all, whoever called my castle a moron, come to the front so I can eat you up. Come to the front. You don't call and DJ, you know, yesterday you said we don't call people names, you put them in timeout. Put that person in timeout, or you being inconsistent, you being unfair.
She got stopped.
Put that person in timeout. You got to be fair, DJ. Because I don't, and it's not just because he called Castle moron. If he called you a moron, I'd say the same thing.
They call her a moron on Chaotic Troop all the time. She don't do nothing. She don't boss up nothing.
No, but that's not fair though. That's not
No,
consistent.
I'm all the time on Chaotic Troop. Stop it. You know, I don't even know. You come on my channel just to, like, to fuck with me or what?
Your views is going up, sis. Pay attention. Look at the last channel when we had a live.
No,
You're finally getting 1% of your subscribership every time. We're trying to reach it. We're trying to get you back to 2-3%, sis. That's a goal by the end of the year. You should have viewership that matches the ratio of your subscribership. If you have 60,000,
Sir, I started off with 100, 200 people watching this, and it went down to 15 people, bro.
Okay, so right now, what is your subscribership?
Because people got jobs. I got to
What
hop
is your
off in a little while and try to get a job.
What is your subscribership right now?
60,000 or more. Yeah.
All right.
I need to talk to you about real estate, though.
You know
so
what?
the goal. So the goal is. The goal is.
I want to tell you something.
We try to get you back to the 6,000 watchers view at the end of 48 hours or 24 hours at least.
She's gonna get there. She's gonna get. What'd you say, Wale?
I say when she gets a chance, I wanted to tell her something.
Go ahead.
Paying her.
I say when she gets a chance, I want to tell her something.
Go ahead.
Speak on that.
I'll mute. Go ahead. I'll mute.
That question came up. I think it was yesterday or this morning, where some people are telling you how to live your life, and I was wondering if they're telling you how to live your life, who's telling them how to live their life?
Well, I will answer that question. I don't tell people how they live their lives. I tell people how to be safe. I advocate for women, and I want women to be safe. Right? You men need to handle the men. Didn't you just say that yourself yesterday? Y'all need to advocate for men. Y'all need to encourage men to stay out of jail and prison. Right? Stop giving Trump what he wants. Stop giving these the investors what they want. Stop following rappers. Stop calling black women bitches. Stop calling us bitches and hoes. How about we start there? How about you stop
Let's
calling
start.
people niggas and crackers? How about that?
Oh,
Since you say words matter
niggas
so
and
much.
crackers. Yeah, I know. Not words, truth, I said. But niggas and crackers, because I use the words when I'm speaking truth, those are true terminologies. Black is not a true terminology. I
Bro, you were
asked
getting cooked on the panel just the other day on
They're
Psycho Show.
offensive.
Right?
They're
I seen
offensive.
you.
They're
Don't play
offensive.
around. I cooked them all the time. They be trying to throw me in the backstage.
You asked me about what I was saying, and I told you what I was saying. If you
In
want to
the
cook
80s,
that,
in the
you're
80s, y'all used
welcome
to
to
use the
say it.
word fags, right? Back in the 80s, y'all were calling people fags. If they tell you
I would
it's
do that
offensive for
now.
you, if
I
they
would do
tell
that right
you
now.
it's offensive for you to call me an FAG, don't call them an FAG. Don't do it because it's offensive. You should respect people. Like I said, I'm not one of those. I'm not MAGA. MAGA would do that and not think twice about it. It's like I have my free speech. Yes, you do have your free speech, but why not be respectful? Because how are you calling yourself a Christian if you're not respectful when people disagree with you or someone tells you you're offending me when you eat meat in front of me? What does the Bible say? Don't eat meat in front of them. If it offends my brethren to eat meat in front of him because he's vegetarian, then the Bible says don't eat meat in front of him. So these people call themselves Christians and they're not. They're not behaving
Who are you talking
according
about?
to I'm talking about you
Oh
saying
no,
like
not
you
that at
I'm
all. I
talking
ain't no
about you
Christian.
calling people
I ain't no
names
Christian,
that
baby. I ain't no
offends
Christian.
them.
You got this all wrong. I ain't no
Well,
Christian.
I didn't say you were a
I
Christian. I'm
ain't
giving
call
an
you a
example.
name.
I'm giving an
I ain't call you.
example.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
giving thank you. Thank you. I'm giving an example of you wanting this cohesiveness with Black Foundation Americans, whatever, like AT2 said, whatever you want to call us. And then you're offending people. I'm offended by you calling people niggas. I'm offended by you calling white people crackers. I'm offended by calling Black women bitches and hoes. I'm offended. And if I say I'm offended, it should matter to you.
You have never heard me.
Hold on. What is the word cracker mean? What is the actual reason why we call a white person a cracker? What is that?
The crackers are usually from England and Irish, mostly Irish. That's where I grew up. I grew up around crackers as a
Right, but
child.
do you know what the
I'll add
true
on.
meaning of
I'll
why
add
they
on.
called them crackers? It wasn't
Yeah,
because of
because
an actual cracker like the saltine cracker. Why
yes,
did
it was. It was because of the actual
no?
cracker.
It was
Like,
actually no. It
hey,
was
I'm
not.
telling you. You ask me. If you don't want me to tell you, then don't ask me.
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
answer it.
Go ahead. Well, first let Wale answer, and then
Oh,
Let Wale answer.
Yeah, I'm the nigga
You.
that be saying cracker all the time. You want to know why I do it and how I do, how I come about this is because I grew up around crackers who called each other crackers.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
when I'm around Italians, I was around Italian once I moved up north. I moved to the north. I was in Philadelphia, and I was talking to an Italian, and I wasn't calling him no cracker. Matter of fact, when we got to talking into that kind of vernacular, he told me to call him a wop. He said, I'm a wop. Right? Because maybe somebody passed by and called him a hunky or something like that. You know, when other people be trying to be racist and stuff. But I was relating to the guy because I ain't tripping. He can be an Italian or Irish. I don't really care. They told me the nickname for themselves, and I say, okay. He said, yeah, I'm a wop. You can call me a wop, no problem. And I said, okay, I didn't know that because other people be talking this and that and the other, just like I grew up around crackers who told me they are crackers. That's what they called each other.
Okay,
Bro, stop gaslighting. This 2025. Stop gaslighting, bro. Stop playing dumb. Stop playing dumb.
And it had something to do with the doggone, what's the name of that thing? The cracker biscuit. Some people call it a biscuit. The cracker that you call a cracker, that brittle cookie. That brittle cookie. That's what they call crackers because when they be in the sun, they look like that brittle cookie. They start blistering up from sunstroke and sun, whatever the rest of the stuff they get from the sun. And that's why they were called crackers. That's what the crackers
Stop
told
gaslighting.
me.
Well, why don't you call gay people? Why don't you call gay people fags anymore? Why don't you call them fags like they did in the 80s? Because you know it is politically incorrect. So stop doing it. You
didn't
own
hear me
it,
call
bro. You
nobody.
supposed to be a
You ain't.
model.
You're
All
saying a
right,
lot of noise now
I
because
want
you
to
ain't
add
hear me
on.
call nobody faggot. You ain't hear me call nobody bitch. You ain't hear me call nobody whore. You are asserting all of that stuff because you're into projection right now for whatever reason. I really don't give a damn. But meanwhile, what I said
I
is
said
fact,
it
and if
is
you don't, it's true. I said what I
offensive.
said is true, and what
It's
I said.
offensive. Stop it.
Yeah, okay, well, it's
Stop it.
offensive to you. Don't
It's
listen. I'm not
offensive.
going to stop. You're offensive to me.
All right,
Stop.
hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. So what
Hey.
I understood, the reason, the meaning for cracker was that the cracker actually was the one that cracked the whip. The sound of the whip cracking is so they would call the person on top of the horse the cracker because he would crack his whip, and so he was known as the cracker. You know, when he
No,
was on
that's
top
not
of
what
that
black
horse.
people meant. That's not what black people meant.
I'm gonna speak on this. All right.
You watched the
No,
joke.
all
Okay,
right,
but you
hold
saw
on. Go ahead.
Castle.
Castle, go ahead.
Rep.
Yes, Junior Delgado. He had a song called "The Sons of Slaves." They took us away on a rocking ship, and all we could feel is the cracking whip. So getting back to what DJ Genesis said, there is and then what Owale said. Yes, there's the cracking of the skin under the sun. These are attributes, and then the attributes of the cracker cracking that whip on the backs. And many times it wasn't the cracker himself. It was he used one of us to do it for him. These things are super necessary to never forget and to never stop saying when appropriate. And I would think this is an appropriate place. The word cracker, just like the word zipperhead and all this other stuff, it has no sting to it. They've never been traumatized on the opposite end. You need to chill out with what we cannot say. Say it with caution. If you have a brother or an individual like AG, when we say certain things, and next thing you know, they flee because we're saying something that
No, he got a
offends
phone.
them.
He actually got a phone call because D'Angelo died. That's someone called him.
Okay.
That's why he left, and then he has to.
Well,
Like,
I apologize. I stand
he
corrected.
has his own channel too. So it's like.
So, if we have to understand and read the room too. It is 2025, and when we use the word fag, I haven't really used that in quite some time. However, I know that there's some crack faggots out here. Some people who smoke crack, but they're faggots for crack. They will do anything for crack. All right. I know that there's people who have a mentality in their head like, hey, I have a wife, I have a kid, I have children, I have a big business, but there ain't nothing wrong with, my another manhood grown in another man's throat. Because that, they like half a fag. They don't look at it that way. They make exceptions. This is a crazy world. And all I got to say is that I'm not promoting burning anyone alive. But when it comes down to this trans and homo stuff, just understand the precursor. Pedophilia, rape. Most of these people,
why are we saying these
most of
words?
these people were attacked when they were younger, and they were groomed.
We gotta chill out with the words, bro. We're saying words that like gonna get my last two videos got yellow. I can't even. You know what I'm saying? We gotta like chill out with certain words we use. Rape, grape. We say GRAPE. We don't say the word. You know.
A lot of these folks, unfortunately, all right, they were victims of molestation
SA, yeah.
and rape
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this, the last thing I'm going to say on this. Most people who were raped and molested, they don't continue to do it and continue that curse. But there's a small minority that's growing, and they're preaching to the children about how good it is to be trans and all this stuff. But like I said, there's a large majority of folks who have been raped and molested. They don't end up doing that weird shit to others again and again afterwards
I
after it happened to
disagree
them.
with that. I disagree with that, bro. At least just from
No.
a small sample size that I might be wrong statistically, but from
Were you
a
raped?
small
Were you
sample
raped?
size,
Were you raped?
I
Raped.
have been raped, and most women
And
have.
did you
Yes, I
continue
have.
it with other
No,
girls or
I haven't been
other
raped
boys?
in a penetration sense, but have I been molested? Yes, most women, black or white, has had sexual touch that would
Did
fall
you
under this
continue on?
dictionary.
Listen. This
Did you
conversation.
continue onward? Did you continue?
This conversation is going outside of the realm of
No,
this initial conversation.
no.
Exactly, you didn't. Thank you. You didn't.
But
I
my
feel for you.
point
I wish
is,
I was there to protect you.
thank you. I appreciate that. But see, that's another thing about going back on topic is as far as DJ asked if we could have our own community, right? If we can have our own hospitals and some other businesses she was referring to, our schools, why can't we teach our children and we could teach our own history and all that stuff? I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't think it would ever happen. Rosewood was real, it was legit, but I think there's too much division and many have bought into a different mindset than what we had back then. I don't think black women trust black men. I think black men don't trust black women, like you mentioned, divestment or whatever. I think we've got black men who still want Becky. Like that's their ultimate. They've arrived when they can get a Becky, right? But they're building it on the shoulder of black women. That's a whole nother story. But my point is, we don't want each other. Hispanics want each other. Hispanics have babies with each other. Hispanics marry each other. Asians do the same, whether it's pressure from their culture or not. They are more cohesive. Indians, someone mentioned Indians. They live under the same house. They marry and still live with their parents and their grandparents. And there's more cohesion in these other ethnicities.
I
right?
believe that if you're coming over the border, that you should do it the right way and go through the proper channels. But what I try to explain to these people is that we don't know what hardships that people are dealing with, why they're coming across the border. Not everybody is going to come over and then go to the immigration office immediately. What we need is comprehensive immigration reform, but Republicans keep voting against it. What I tried to explain to the people is that Republicans keep voting against your health care. Everyone in America should have health care. That's not a conservative argument or a liberal argument. That's a humane argument. Everyone should have access to affordable health care. And they are not taking money from veterans to give to migrants or undocumented people. That's another line of bullshit that you're being fed. They're keeping the people, the poor people, the working class people, fighting amongst each other. The people who are not gazillionaires fighting amongst each other so that they can keep power. And you are allowing them to co-opt you. You're falling for the okie doke, the banana in the tailpipe.
All right, and let's listen to this. Let's get back.
Nah, half-breed, chill. You one of them.
With immigration. Okay, so.
No, I'm not really, but I'm just saying, we're from Kansas City.
Okay.
But originally from Mexico. So I kind of know what's going on.
Okay, but you don't live in Chicago.
No, we don't live in Chicago.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. It's nice to meet you.
But we are for immigration, though. I mean, they have to do it legally, and they have to do it the right way. Mexico right now is doing mass deportations on all the people that stayed illegally.
Right.
Because that's how you manage a country. And it's not about hating people, myself as an immigrant. It's just about doing things the right way.
Yeah. I understand that, but we don't like people being roughed up. America doesn't do that. America's about due process. And if you're going to come to this country, of course you need to do it legally, you need to follow the things. But in America, if you're going to go and pick someone up, you have to have due process. You've got to have a warrant. You've got to show them that there is a reason to do it. There is, you know what I'm saying? And so maybe in Mexico that's different, but we don't beat our people up here. We're not supposed to.
Mexico is in North America, so North America is a continent. So you do have to do things the right way. And anywhere.
But Mexico doesn't go by the same rules that we do. We're the biggest democracy in the country, in the world, and we believe that we treat people humanely here.
No, I get that, and the thing is that when you come from a country that is not the U.S., you really see the blessing coming to a country that has freedom, a country that gives.
I completely agree with you, but you also see the way that you should not treat people. And I don't think people are protesting out here because they're upset that that they believe that people should just come over illegally. I think they're upset because of the way that they are doing it and that they are not going through the people. If you want to come to Chicago and you want to bring in the National Guard, you have to talk to the local officials and get their approval. That's how it works here. And you cannot just pick someone up and say, I'm going to grab you, whether they are undocumented or not, or documented or not.
There's a way that
DJ cut me off. I'm in my feelings about that.
Yeah, and I agree with that. You know, that's good, and that applies anywhere. It doesn't matter what country. That applies everywhere. You want to be treated the way that you want to treat others.
Right. But if you come, you want to do it the proper way.
He's spooning with Mr. Charlie, pinching his nipples.
Yeah, they all getting they all going to the white man that they say is oppressor people. Isn't that funny? Because he got
bought and paid for, sis. He's bought and paid for, sis.
Listen, I did not want to cut you off. It's just that's a sensitive subject, and I will do a show about that. But we were talking about the subject is about ICE agents and American citizens, Chicago, what's happening. I don't want to we done got so far off the subject, you know, and people, when they see the title, they come in expecting people to be talking about the title. And then we come in and we're talking about all this other stuff that has nothing to do with the title of the thing. So it gets really crazy. So I really wanted to bring that thing in because, you know,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like people come in and they're expecting to see one thing and then they see something different. So that's why I wanted to bring this up. So, okay, so I've shown the other side and now I'm showing how a migrant is actually telling Don Lemon, no, they're right. So let's go further into it.
So I think that also people need to understand that because a lot of them have signs that said, no human is illegal. But once you enter the wrong way, doing it the proper way, you're breaking the law.
And she is cooking Don Lemon, and Don Lemon thinks that he has, and he does, because this is his platform, and so he has microphone supremacy, and he can bring it back whenever he wants. But they still trying to stand on this, and they're wrong. She's telling him,
even
hey,
she
listen,
said he's wrong.
I'm from Mexico. I know what's going on in my home country. I am also aware of the laws that's here and the laws that's there, and they are getting people up out of there. And so I don't know why y'all feel compelled to just let people run roughshod over y'all over here inside of the United States of America.
Yep.
And when you come over here illegally, you are committing a crime. And so it ain't no due process for a criminal that's not from the United States of America. Due process is for American citizens. You can't just run up in somewhere and then say, hey, but you got to have a warrant and even in order to be able to talk to me. What kind of nonsense is that? That's like somebody coming into your house, right? And telling you, you can't remove them, which is one of the reasons why I don't believe in squatter laws. Like you can't go into a property that's not yours and determine who the true owner, what the true owner can do to acquire their property back. It's wrong. And so again, we doing stuff wrong and stupid inside of the United States of America. And the people that really suffer from it is not only the American citizens, but also people like her that came over and did it the right way, because they are the ones that are the biggest advocates against illegal migration into the country.
And I think that we need to see both sides of it.
It's not a criminal act.
It is
the president
a criminal
is
act.
a criminal, and he's in the highest office in the land. Coming over and being undocumented is not a criminal act.
It is.
It does not deserve someone to be pushed to the ground.
It needs to be. It needs to be criminal instead of civil. That's the
What's wrong
problem.
with Don Lemon? What is wrong with Don Lemon? Coming over here illegally is illegal. It is a criminal act. A misdemeanor is a criminal act. A felony is a criminal act. It is a criminal act. You're
No, it's
doing
not.
it illegally. You're not
No,
supposed to
it's
do it.
not.
You
It's
become a criminal
technically a
as a result
civil
of it.
act. I don't know why they haven't made it criminal.
If you come from a place like
It's
Mexico,
civil. All right,
on the
so
books.
is it so let's talk about it because all right, y'all listen. I'll just pause it right here.
Because that's misinformation. It's not. It is
Listen.
technically civil, it's not criminal. Now, all these congressmen can
So the
make it
word
criminal. I
illegal
don't understand
immigrant
why they have not.
is not a true label. If it's a civil thing, then illegal is not the correct word for it. I think that because
Do you have any reference or something we can read or check out to say that it's civil and not criminal? Because I'd like to check that out and
I know.
see and follow up on what you're saying here. So I'm asking you to
It-
please give me a reference or a source, as they call it, that I can go and find this information.
you
Is
see
that
how,
okay?
and I'm glad. I think that Ladybug probably will provide the source. And that's the same thing I've been asking for Castle to do. See how she made that statement? I guarantee you she's going to give you a source for where
I'm cooking right now, so no, I'm literally cooking. Not cooking is in my answer, but I'm cooking food. So no, I'm not doing that right now. I'm over there.
It's that time.
Well, I guess we won't have that. So I guess it may
Y'all got Google. Look, like Blue said yesterday, you got a whole daggone phone in your hand.
Yes, all I have to say is that using these talking points a lot from these channels, these networks that are DNC.
Sir, this is Antoine Daniels.
Antoine Daniels is reacting he's reacting to what
I
a
used
DNC.
his version of it.
He's reacting to a DNC.
You're from Mexico. If you come from a place like Mexico, you're right. We have
his version.
He put up Dr.
opportunities in this country, and the
Always.
reason we have those is because we have a constitution where we treat people humanely, and we believe in immigration and people coming over. Not everybody comes over and they're going to do it the same way. Sometimes people come over under desperate situations and they need to get out, and we have to understand that. But the reason that we have all these things and that you love America is because people have due process. Is because we don't treat people inhumanely. It's because we don't beat people up. It's because we don't throw people in detention centers in horrible conditions. That's why you love America. If we did that,
her why she love America. Mighty rich of you, sir.
Then we would be
Mighty
the same
arrogant.
as the places people are coming from, looking for more freedoms and more opportunities.
I also see a dark side of it though, because now you see cities like California, Chicago.
You mean Los Angeles? States like
Yes, exactly. States like California with cities like Los Angeles and other parts of California, Chicago, and then you see Portland, and then you see all these other places where people are just breaking the law constantly, and they're just getting a slap on the wrist and send their way.
But
And
where's it? Portland. There's no emergency. There's no crime. In all of these cities that you're talking about, crime is down.
Okay, when you see
always have issues with crime in big cities.
when you see those videos on TV of people just
These your people.
These your people, DJ.
and just running out with
That shouldn't happen, but what does that have to do with
No,
immigration?
What I'm saying is that it has to do a lot with immigration, because you are saying that.
All right. While he looked it up, he
Well,
said,
DJ, I looked it up to see whether to whether it was criminal or civil.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'll tell you as it read. It reads: illegal immigration involves both civil and criminal aspects, and which one applies depends on which one applies depends on the specific action. Staying in a country without authorization, like overstaying a visa, is a civil offense, while entering the country without permission is a criminal misdemeanor. For the first offense, re-entering the U.S. after being deported is a felony offense.
So there
I
we
looked
go.
it up. That's what it says.
Thank you for doing that because yeah. So let's get back into this word because this
Don, I wanted to say something about that Don boy, the little, guy, Don. Watch what I'm gonna say. There's a concept. Anyway, there's a book called Atlas Shrugged, written by Ian Ron back in the 50s somewhere, 1950s. And it said that the book was about what Don Lemon is talking about. Everybody ought to have this. Everybody ought to, we just make it all everybody like that. And it doesn't, and that's why the guy was talking about meritocracy. If you read Atlas Shrugged or watch the movie now, they put it on YouTube, the movie Atlas Shrugged. Anyway, you can watch it now and see kind of what I'm saying to you is what Don was saying. They wanted to get away from that because that leads to apathy. What he was saying leads to apathy, and it has led to a lot of apathy in America, in America and in the United States. That attitude that Don is pushing, oh, everybody this and that, or they shouldn't be. No, that kind of stuff. That's the apathy. The people that entered the country without permission are criminally illegal. The ones that they overstayed their thing, that's different. That's a civil offense, and usually, the people just get to leave the country. They don't have no criminality involved. That's all I wanted to say about Don. Was that I suggest people read Atlas Shrugged because they're talking about this whole thing is not something out of our head, it's something out of their head and their lineage. They left the king and came over here to be into what this is, and then they moving forth in their destiny. We have stopped moving forth in our own destiny because we allowed our destiny become intertwined with theirs, and we just forgot about what we were doing. That's why we're not making a lot of stuff. We own all kind of land in 1906, and in 2006 we own less than 1% of that land because we stopped doing what we were doing and started latching on to what they were doing as though what we were doing has no value.
Exactly. That's why when you will never have your own city, DJ, with your own commercial, you will not. That will never happen. Not with our people. It's not sustainable. The mentality has been changed.
It would not happen with people who will not do it. When you do it, it will happen. A woman told me that when I was first campaigning to legalize, I said to free the herb, but I moved it to legalize because that was an already movement, and I just joined their movement. For me, it was a mistake, so I'm back to free the herb. Anyway, while I was doing it, that was 10 or 15 years ago now. Anyway, that's when I started. And the people were telling me, oh, that'll never happen. And yet it has. It's been legalized.
It will not happen.
I know you say it will not.
The youth have a different mentality.
When you're doing something, it happens because you're doing it. When you don't do something, it don't happen because you're not doing it.
Y'all keep this pie in the sky. I'm a realist. I'm a realist.
I'm a realist too. And as a realist, I know if you think you're right, if you think you can do it, you're right. And if you think you cannot do it, you're right.
Then why aren't you communicating with young Black men? Why are they going into the prison system at the rate they are? Sometimes they're falsely accused, but a lot of the times they did exactly what they were accused of doing.
Yeah, and I do deal with the young people, males, right? And I do. You assume I don't, but I do. And I deal with everybody, actually. Babies, women, it don't matter. I deal with whatever comes in front of me the same way I'm dealing right this second. And I do the same thing, tell them to look out for what's coming at you. That's all I'm saying. That's why I suggest reading the book.
Not to discuss Charlie Kirk, but some of the things that this man was saying is actually true. A lot of statistics were wrong or mischaracterized, or he omitted statistics that actually apply to white people, that he purposely like cherry picks, right? He did all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, you are afraid of Black men, right? Who's more likely to break into your house right now? Who's more
You say
likely to
you
break into
are
your house
afraid.
or break into your car, right?
When
So
you
I mean,
say
when
you
you
are
say,
afraid, who are you talking about? Who is afraid? Charlie
well,
Kirk?
what I'm
Charlie Kirk is
saying is,
afraid. You're saying Charlie Kirk was afraid.
Wally O, no, I'm going to explain if you let me, okay? What if DJ's question is, what can we do as a people? She's not talking about everybody. She's just saying for the people who are being targeted, and she thinks that whatever name you want to give, okay, are going to be next in line. And she's saying, so what do we do to insulate ourselves from what's happening right now to Latinos, Mexicans, Latinx, whatever way they want to refer to themselves? What do we need to do? And my answer to that is, we need to start by fixing ourselves, right? And somebody put a comment saying, y'all talking, but y'all not doing anything. And in a way, they're right. We're in our own little silos, like DJ said, when they make all this money, it's not coming back to improve our communities. It's not teaching people their civil rights. They're not running commercials or ads saying, this, if police do this, they're violating your rights, like your federal rights. You can file a 1985 lawsuit against them if they do such and such. They're not educating us. They're not doing anything to benefit us. So what makes you think you can go ahead and build your own Rosewood again and be successful with that? It's not white kids coming breaking into your cars. It's not white kids that are carjacking. It's Black kids. So yeah, Black people need to
No,
look
that
inward.
depends on where you live at. You can't say that. If you in the Black
I'm
area,
saying,
Black people
generally
break into your car.
speaking,
In the white area,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
that is true.
depending on where you are, that'll be the race that are like breaking into your
Okay,
car.
well, where
Exactly,
I am
exactly.
is where if you ask most Black people, who are you afraid of breaking into your car? If I'm
It's
walking
Well,
down,
if
not
I'm
black
Black,
people.
I'm probably gonna be in a Black area, and maybe that's the reason why. But let me tell you
I
something.
might have more of an understanding of people of my demographic who are in my neighborhood, circling about, scoping cars or whatever like that. I might have more of a clear understanding. But what's really going on is that thieves and criminals from other areas come into areas that they do not live in.
that's true. That's true.
And that's exactly what I'm speaking on. That it's the small town, the most dangerous place for a child to be born, to be raised and born in, is the suburban soccer mom's womb. From the opioids to all the poor alcoholism, the ancestralness, what
No,
they're
that's
teaching
true.
in their homes. Who gets the most abortions in this country? The soccer mom.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly why the Roe versus Wade was repealed,
Mm-hmm.
was revoked.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one that's gonna come down, and it's gonna kick the legs out of all the underneath the table, is the Loving versus Virginia, and that's gonna rescind all this transsexual stuff and a lot of this stuff.
No, that'll never happen
And see, see how you just said,
Clarence,
just like how they said the Roe
Clarence
versus
Thomas.
Wade didn't happen. I'm trying to speak to
Oh,
you, and
I expected that to happen.
no.
But you
I'm
got
going
a
to speak
Supreme
right
Court
now.
justice who was married to a
I'm going to
white
speak
woman.
right now.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to speak right now, sis.
Okay.
I'm speaking as not someone who is MAGA. I'm speaking in enemy psychology. All right. They've already done away with Roe versus Wade. Everybody said, "Oh, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen." I'm telling you the next step to shut this shit down. The DNC is weak and they're agreeable too. The next step is Loving versus Virginia. Pay
I don't
attention
care.
to detail. You can say I don't care, but
I
you
don't
just
care.
had
Black
that
men
pushback
can't
saying it's
marry
never
black
going to happen.
women.
It's
I
never
mean,
going to
black
happen.
women. I
It's
don't care. They still gonna do it. They're still gonna be screwing them. So what difference does it make?
But here's the
You're
thing.
not getting what I just said. What it's really about. It's not about miscegenation per se. It's about who attached themselves to that Loving versus Virginia, and it's the LGBTQ.
I don't
They
get that
attached
because
them.
loving has to do with a what? Wasn't it? Wasn't it a black
She was not truly a black
man?
woman
I mean, a
on
black woman and a
paper.
white man.
She got away with pushing that she's a person of color. So there's a lot to that.
So how are you
Was a weak.
conflating that to
There's a
LGBT? How are you conflating that?
wait. I'm not pushing this. I'm not repealing it, but pay attention to when it does and who echoed that sentiment of there's weaknesses in that constitutional legislation. There's weakness, and that's where they're gonna go next. All right, I'm trying to let you know that the LGBTQ attach themselves to the interracial movement.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got you now. Now
All
I see
right,
the
and they're gonna
connection.
kick the legs underneath the table.
Right.
They're gonna shut.
So
People
let
like
me
Clarence
ask you this.
Thomas. People like Clarence Thomas, who's married to a white woman. Listen, this is not what I'm speaking about. It's about the who attach themselves to those civil liberties, who getting the benefits of it. See, it was through Loving versus Virginia that eventually you had the same-sex marriages. They attached themselves to that.
You know
So
what?
if
You
you
are
don't
right. You
understand
are
too,
right.
as a parent, what's coming down next, what they really want is
Dang, that's deep.
the minor attractive people. They want to attach
Uh-huh.
themselves to the same
Yep.
sex.
Yep. That's true.
That right there is the next step. People said Roe versus Wade was never gonna happen, and it did.
I'm not surprised by that though.
The war map suggests that Loving versus Virginia is next. Just like how the re-examination of the 14th Amendment of the this meant for the babies of slaves. Well, I'm saying the next turn on the war map is Loving versus Virginia. But I could be very wrong because I'm not a psychic. But it's predictable. It's the behavior of the environment.
Okay, so I guess from a legal standpoint, the next question would mean would people be grandfathered in, like Clarence Thomas who married a MAGA? She's a
There
strong
you go.
MAGA. If y'all don't
That's
know,
why I brought up
this
like
lady is a
people like
strong MAGA.
Clarence
So
Thomas.
would they be grandfathered in, or would it be from this point forward? And I think from a law standpoint, it would be from this point
Right.
forward.
I think
But
what you're
then
saying is
again,
that.
some are going to argue, no, it's we got to go back in time, because if people are slaves, you can't say, okay, you can't have slaves from this point forward and everybody else remains slaves. You got to say, no, if there's slavery is wrong and slavery is being made illegal, then the current slaves are no longer slaves. So I don't think they can grandfather Clarence Thomas and his wife in, or any other marriages like that. So I don't know.
I like that
I
term
think they're going to be,
grandfathered in, though. It could
yeah.
be a factor, but not gonna say that's not gonna be no pushback. I'm not gonna say that with all the strong Thurmans and everyone else. Like, I'm not gonna say there's no gonna be pushback, because people love their lust, for some reason. And
Well, I'm hit on more by white people, including rednecks, more than I am by black men. Seriously. I mean, I'm hit on by black men a lot, but I'm amazed of how many white professional, and I dated outside my race. I don't have a problem with dating outside. I wouldn't marry outside my race. I'm not giving my
I got
assets
you.
to someone who has less than I have, even if I did marry outside my race. But I'm amazed. Black men would be shocked if they knew how much white men hit on black women.
I'm not shocked at all because I think that's what you would be saying. Like we're supposed to be. A lot of us don't even give a fuck. Tell you the truth, sis. We don't care. We don't care who you're having gutter lust with. We
Well,
don't
hold
care.
on. I want, you know what? I wanted to kind of bring the conversation because now we've gotten way back off track again, and I wanted to really bring the conversation back to the Trump, immigration, targeting, all this stuff. And I want to welcome to the channel Baba Yashabaya. Welcome to the channel, Baba. You there? Okay.
He looking mighty
Go
stone
ahead.
faced.
They're talking to you.
You there?
He hit the unmute. Hit the microphone. Touch the microphone
okay.
in the bottom left-hand corner. It should not have a slash through it. If it has a slash through it, we cannot hear
And
you.
I know he's pro rainbow. You don't mind.
How you know?
No, he's not pro rape. What are you saying? Like, bro, you need to cut that out. You know, I'm gonna let
I've
Baba.
seen him on another channel, and he was pushing.
No, you have not seen Baba.
Yes,
on
I seen him.
no.
I had discussions with him.
How
We
you gonna tell me
were.
you hadn't seen him on
I
another
could bring it
channel?
up too, and he was like, he was lackadaisical on it. Trust me.
Well, here's the
Well,
thing.
please bring up your reference that you're talking about someone about. Please bring up that reference so we can all see it. Will you please?
Can I bring it up? Can I bring it up, sir? So since I didn't make it up, I want to bring it up.
Okay, well, now you can bring up reference. Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna bring up the reference. There's a video on watching the World 7/7 where the Calvin and I were having a discussion briefly as a caller, as Reverend Green, and I brought up the book of Genesis and brief, fruitful, and multiply, and the rainbow, and the covenant of how the LGBTQ they hijacked that rainbow quotation in the book of Genesis. I believe it's Genesis 6:3 or Genesis 9:3, one of those. And I mentioned this on the video, and then that Baba was on it, and he was more lackadaisical and it don't really matter, and people gonna love who they love. Age ain't but a number type of shit.
No one said age ain't nothing but a number. Like, what?
But he was very lackadaisical on that.
You know
so
what?
I pay attention. I'm not making shit up for no reason.
Okay, well, bring it up.
I believe you, honey. I believe you.
Go ahead and bring it up. But here's the thing. Let's get back to this is not a conversation about the rainbow. I don't know why you guys are so hyper focused on LGBTQ when this has nothing.
I'm not. I don't fear any human being.
Sir, why do you have to listen? Once again, got to get sent to the back because this conversation is not about LGBTQ. This is about ICE, Trump, immigration, its effects on the Black community, and what is happening within the Black community. I really was hoping this thing would get into the National Guard and how Trump is going into different cities with the National Guard, misusing the military. I thought that we would be able to actually go into some of these things, but for some reason, everybody is so hyper focused on who people are fucking. Who gives a fuck about LGBT when Trump is using the military, misusing the military? This is a wartime situation. I even showed where a guy, maybe I should replay the video I showed with the guy initially, where I talked about the fact that ICE agents went into his house, okay, made him come out, told him to shut the fuck up, brought him to a facility, told him continue to shut the F up, and then they just dropped him out, said, okay, well, even though he had his birth certificate, all that stuff, he still got accosted. Now, everybody was so focused on the fact that Don Lemon did the interview. And so because Don Lemon did the interview, that the guy it couldn't have happened, right? So I don't understand why we're so brainwashed about people that because a person does an interview that we can't believe the interviewee, and now he becomes a fake actor and all this other crap. Well, if that's the case, everything is fake acting. We want to focus on the LGBTQ. Who gives a fuck? This is not the conversation of that. Now, I will create a whole new conversation about LGBT, and we can sit up here and talk about people and who they effing. This is not the actual subject of this particular live. So I'm going to start off again. I'm going to play this video, and we're going to hear what this guy went through, because this is what I was discussing. And I want Baba Yashabaya to give his opinion based on his understanding of what the situation is, because things have been also happening down south in Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, with the same type of sentiment. So I really want to get some real conversation going, and not about the LGBTQ, because that is not what this subject is about. And I will tomorrow I will set up a whole LGBTQ conversation, and we can LGBTQ our behinds off. Okay? But that's not what we were talking about. So let's go back into it. Bring everybody up. I'm going to play this video for everyone who missed the initial video. I'm going to play this, play it all the way, play the different version, the different settings of it, and I want people to go back and comment on that.
I had to run in with ICE. Monday night, September 29th, I was at home, minding my own business, and I heard a knock at the door. When I looked through the window, I could see people in uniform. They were wearing the green Army fatigue uniforms. When I answered the door, they pushed their way in, and is there anybody in here with? And I told them no. They said, we want you to come with us. And I'm like, what for? You know, what is this all about? And that's when they told me, they said, just shut up and come with us. At that point, I grabbed my backpack and I headed on out the door with them. When we got on the porch, they put my hands behind me. They put those zip ties, they put those on me. Once they got me outside, we came down the street to the corner. And when we got here, right on the corner, they had a lot of units, a lot of cars were out here. There was some press, members of the press out here. They had right about where that car is at.
Right where the blue car is, or the green looking car.
Where that green looking car is at. They had a budget renter truck. They put me up into the truck. When I got in the truck, there were already about maybe 10 people who were already in the truck. And then they started bringing more people. They had everybody in zip ties. We were in the truck for about, I'd say maybe 20, 25 minutes. Mm-hmm. They sealed the truck up and the truck pulled off. Next thing I know, they're unloading us, and we were out at the facility in Broadview.
I'm going to ask you about, I wanted to know what the conditions were like inside, but let's go back a little bit. Mm-hmm. When they knocked on your door, right, and they told you to come out.
Right.
Did they tell you why?
No.
Did they ask you anything like who you are?
No. I tried to tell them.
Right. So he tried to tell them who he was, and let's go into that. He tried to tell them, listen, I'm an American citizen. Let's go into it.
They had the word ICE on their back, so I knew who they were. And I asked them, why are you guys taking me? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. And I was told to shut up and just follow instruction. I did as I was told. When we got to the facility, I again tried to tell them, look, you got the wrong person. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant. Again, I was told, shut up. I tried to tell them, I've got everything in my backpack. My birth certificate, I got my ID.
Why'd you have it in your backpack?
I had some business to take care of with the Illinois Department of Public Aid. I went there earlier in the day.
So at no point did they allow you to show your birth certificate or any identification?
They didn't want to see nothing.
Well, I've heard people say they're not just rounding people up, they're getting identification. They're not being rough with people. What do you say?
They're lying. They're not checking IDs. The building behind me was the building that they were targeting.
This building right here, the orange brick building?
Yeah. I couldn't understand why they were at my building, because my building is not there. I'm a block over in the middle of the block. I didn't see any reason for them to be bothering us.
They were just scooping people up randomly?
Yeah. People that were just hanging out out here were all rounded up as well.
It didn't matter Latino.
Didn't matter what color you are. They were scooping people up.
But it was black and Latino. What time was this?
This was close to 10:30, perhaps.
At night.
At night.
So you were out here in the darkness doing with all this happening.
Yes, we were in the back of a moving truck.
Were there seats in there?
No, it's like the trucks that you use to load your furniture in. It was a budget rental truck.
So you had to stand up to get there?
Well, some people were able to sit down, but most of us stood up because there were, it was too many people for everybody to try and sit down.
What were you holding on to?
Each other.
Were you rumbling around in the back of the truck? Anybody falling over?
We managed to maintain because with the amount of people that we had in the truck, if somebody was about to fall, you've got enough people to break that fall.
How many people?
I'd say we had about 40 or more people in that truck.
What the hell?
Okay, so so let's just go for this part.
Is that the entire interview?
No, I'll go to the rest of it. Okay. So
because you're saying that they drove them
and
they had to
the word ICE on their back, so I
hold on, let me go to the next thing. I think I'm missing part 3, but let's go to 4.
We had to find our own way home, and I had to walk to the metro station.
Did they let other people out with you?
They let other people out, and they didn't give us no kind of paperwork. They were just saying, okay, you can go, you can go, you can go. I think the whole thing is crazy. I think things are going to get worse before they get better. I think that the goal is to create chaos and eventually provoke a civil war. I feel sorry for the military people who are caught up in this. They didn't sign. I don't think they signed up for this. National Guard, from what I understand, they typically deal with, like when we have hurricanes, some kind of.
Hold on, let me show y'all what the conditions of the facility was like. Because I don't think that, so people are saying that this is a plant, it's fake. But I'm like, why would someone have this much information and be fake about it? So let's go. Hold on, let me pause it. I'm gonna bring this to the. All right, let me play this because I thought I had gotten that part of it, but I only duplicated. So this is when he went to the ICE facility, how it was. Hold on, let me
about ICE and this immigration thing, but you could look at me and see that I'm black. I don't care if you were black, if you were dark-skinned, light-skinned, they were just scooping people up, period.
You think they were doing that to people they think didn't have the resources to fight back?
That I couldn't say. I never thought for one moment that what happened could have happened to me. I don't fit what they're looking for. So why would I have anything to worry?
So when you got to the facility, you didn't have your backpack in the back of the truck, right?
They took the backpack and they took my phone. I wanted to record what was going on when they first grabbed me, and that's when they took my phone. Before they let us go, they were holding up like your phone and stuff and asking, whose phone is this? They only did that as we were about to exit the facility. No paperwork. All they said is, okay, you can go.
You get there with all of these people. They take you inside the facility. What happened?
We were in like a large room, extremely large room. We had a toilet. We had a sink.
One for everybody in there. How many people?
There could have been like 60 or more people in there.
So whatever business you needed to do had to be done in the open.
Yeah. Now, I have been at Cook County Jail before. It was similar, but it was worse.
If you're not from Chicago, you don't know about Cook County. That's
no.
If it's worse in Cook County, that's bad.
It's like a stainless steel toilet.
Yeah.
There was a sink directly next to it. If you needed to sit down on the toilet, there was no seat. You had to sit on the rim.
Did they give you any water, food, anything?
No.
And so they take you, they put you in this holding cell.
And they held us, I'd say, a good 8 hours. The ordeal started at 10:30. I saw a clock as I was leaving, and the clock was at about 8:15. I understand. I heard about ICE and this immigration thing, but you could look at me and see that I'm black.
All right, so that we'll stop it there. But there's like 2 more videos, but I see someone wants to speak on it. Let's go. Because that's what the subject was. So let's go. Pamela, you wanted to say something? Pamela, or somebody said Genesis something? No one? Okay, well, if no one wants to say anything, let's go into part 4.
We
Let's
had to
go.
find our own way home, and I had to walk to the metro station.
Did they let other people out with you?
They let other people out, and they didn't give us no kind of paperwork. They were just saying, okay, you can go, you can go, you can go. I think the whole thing is crazy. I think things are going to get worse before they get better. I think that the goal is to create chaos and eventually provoke a civil war. I feel sorry for the military people who are caught up in this. They didn't sign. I don't think they signed up for this. National Guard, from what
Can
I
you all hear me?
understand, they typically deal with like.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, and I'll be fast. This is very positive that the illegal aliens are being deported. But I will say this: the Black Americans. It's imperative that all Black Americans report all illegal aliens to ICE to distinguish ourselves from the illegal aliens. Or in other words, we cannot cry when we are caught in the crosshairs in ICE raids when we literally allow illegal aliens to occupy our communities.
How are we allowing anything? I don't understand when you say that. How are
Yes,
we? So
but
should we
let me
like
answer.
rush up into their house and kick them
Can I
out?
answer your question?
Like,
Can
what
I
is
answer your
okay? Go ahead.
question?
Let me answer the question. We
Yes,
allow
we're
black
allowing it.
people are allowing.
But
And how are we allowing?
yes, number one, because we refuse to call ICE on the illegal aliens, and number two, because we vote for Democrat candidates that implement sanctuary city policies. So this is how we allow illegal aliens to encroach in our communities and in our country. Did you hear my answer? Did you hear my answer?
I was on mute. Yeah, I heard your answer. Okay,
So
so
it's important that we report all aliens. It's important that we report all immigrants to ICE.
okay, so say I report a person next to me as an illegal immigrant, right? And ICE comes to remove them, but then now I become subjugated to that information. How do you know that ICE is not going to come in and just because of one person, they're going to like end up inconveniencing the whole building?
Let me respond to that. Actually, and this is the part that perplexes me. Black Americans call the police on other Black Americans all the time. But when it's time to report illegal aliens to ICE, suddenly we don't want to be involved in it.
I mean,
Suddenly we are
ICE is not
afraid.
the police, bro. ICE is not. They're not
Actually, ICE is law enforcement. Respectfully, they are.
right,
They're federal police.
but they are not running into houses like the police. Police have to have a warrant.
Hold on,
And
listen to what
I showed earlier how the judge had to get involved because people were arresting American citizens without a warrant.
DJ
And so
Genesis.
now
Let's
there's
go
an
one step at a
entire
time.
like thing going on. So go ahead.
Genesis, let's go one step at a time. You agree that Black Americans call the police on other Black Americans, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why can't these same exact Black Americans report illegal aliens to ICE?
I never said that they couldn't. I don't think they are not. I think that what's happening is that we are focusing on the illegal immigrants and we're not focusing on the subject of this fucking live is that black people getting caught up in the crossfire and crosshairs of the ICE thing.
No, that's
Everybody's
why.
so focused on ICE and the
Hold
illegal
on, DJ
immigrants
Genesis.
that
No,
we're not
the
focused
reason
on the black people that are like having
actually, but that's the first thing I addressed. I said the reason that we're getting caught in the crosshairs is because we are allowing illegal aliens to encroach in our communities. Literally, that's the exact reason. Or in other words, how can we cry
if
about?
I'm in a building that
Let
somebody
me
else
complete my
owns.
sentence so you can understand what I'm saying. How can we cry about ICE raiding Black American communities when we as Black Americans allow illegal aliens to occupy our communities?
First of all, do you own the building? Are you allowed? Listen, if I am in a building and I'm just a resident in that building, right? And the landlord allows so-called illegal. I don't even know if they're illegal or not. So will we be just calling people on random Mexicans that are coming into the building, or
The
how do
first
we
thing
know
I
they're
said
illegal?
was call ICE on all immigrants, let ICE determine if they are here legally or not.
So therefore, if I'm in a building that's majority immigrant, I'm
Yep,
going to call them on everybody, and so ICE is going to do a raid. And what's going to happen during the
definitely.
raid? They are going to bust down every door in that whole building. They are going to
Exactly.
grab me and my family and everybody else in that building. They're not going to say, "Oh,
Exactly.
you're the
Exactly.
one that called." So you're going to have to spend 8 hours in an ICE facility, just like this guy did right here.
Well, not necessarily though, but
No,
potentially yes.
100%
We
necessarily
had to
because
find our own
Well,
way
no, no,
home, and
actually
I,
no,
I
because
had
I
to walk
called
to the metro station.
multiple
Did they
times. I've
let other people
reported
out?
multiple illegal
sir,
aliens.
listen. Whoever called ICE on whoever it was, that whatever building he was in, because what he said is that they weren't even like targeting the building he was in. They were supposed to target the building next door,
And
and
that's
so
why I'm
he
giving you. That's why I'm giving you another example of myself. When I called ICE on the well, full disclosure, I got over 70 illegal aliens deported myself. Let's start there. And I have never been held in any ICE facilities in my life. Actually, I've been held in Howard County police facilities, and I've been held in the feds, and I've been held in DC jails,
all right. So
in
when you
sanctuary cities.
okay, so when you called ICE on them, the police
Yes.
arrested you and put you into a regular correctional facility.
No, you're not listening. No, no, that's not why I got arrested. No, I got arrested in sanctuary cities by police that are forbidden and prohibited from reporting illegal aliens to ICE. But these same sanctuary cities, these police are not prohibited from locking up you or me as U.S. citizens. So that's my point right there. Let's not have ADHD. My point is, Black Americans call the police on each other all the time. Why can't these same Black Americans report illegal aliens and other immigrants to ICE? That's the part that confuses me. And if you can't answer that, can anyone else on the panel answer that? Black Americans call the police on their own kids. Black Americans call the police on their own spouse. But for some reason, these same Black Americans cannot report immigrants to ICE. Are these magical immigrants really so magical? Are they so precious? Are they so beloved? Are they so much better than us? Think about it. And I'll say this because I'm not even trying to preach. I'll say this and land in my plane. Now, you had these same Democrats that Black Americans voted for. Their slogan was, "Oh my God, the kids in cages, the kids in cages." These same goddamn Black Americans, they don't give a goddamn about the Black Americans that's being mass incarcerated. Think about how many old Black ladies call the police on these young Black kids that's in front of her house because they too loud. But you can't report the illegal aliens and other immigrants to ICE? Really, that's self-hate. Really, that's self-hate.
Does anybody have a comment on what he's saying? I mean, does anybody agree with him or disagree, or because I personally, I'm like, okay, my subject is not about the immigrants. My subject is about Black Americans. But go ahead.
I think your boy did. I think the guy on the video spoke what he sees, and I think he's correct. I thought that 10 years ago already. So yeah, I think he's correct, and I think he's going through it, and that's why he's telling people the way he's telling them as a warning. It's going to get worse before it gets better. He never thought that would happen in his lifetime to him.
Walla, can I ask you?
No, shut up a minute. No, shut up a minute. You
You
said
live
you
in
be
Jamaica,
brief.
brother.
Let me finish.
If you was
Hey
an
man, I'm
illegal,
gonna
they
leave you.
would deport you.
Hey, will you shut his mic for a minute? You know what I mean? He's been on here, and I just talked to he just talked more than
Then
he
don't booty
said.
clap for the immigrants,
Now
bro.
I'm talking to at this time and
You're booty
saying
clapping.
I'm saying it. See what I mean? If this is not like real stuff. So when the man was actually saying to the people, he was glad to get on the public so he can say that to people who that he cares for. That's what it looks like he was doing to me. And I'm sure as he goes in, that was in Chicago, wasn't it?
Yes,
DJ.
in
Yes.
Oh,
Chicago.
okay. Then I'm sure as he goes around Chicago, other people will be talking with him and he will be discussing that around Chicago. That's what I'd like to say about that man right there and that video that you showed. for sure.
And that's the point I'm trying to make. I think that everybody is more focused on the immigrants and not focused on the black people. I think fuck talking about the immigrants and being so focused on what the black people need to do with the immigrants, because that's what the government is doing. I ain't got nothing to do. Let the government handle. They the ones that brought them here. Let them sort that shit out. I ain't got shit to do with that. I'm not fixing to march. I'm not gonna join no goddamn organization. I'm not fucking gonna do nothing. I'm not fixing to go out there and campaign. I'm saying for the black men or black women that get their door kicked in or knocked on a door, open the door and end up in a facility, we need to be focused on them and either finding lawyers that can like do some legal representation about that, so that when they get inconvenienced, like, bro, y'all need to get this tightened up. So I think that we're so focused on whether we should be getting the immigrants out, we not even focused on ourselves because we're so focused on the immigrants. I'm like, so we need like find create an organization. So if during this whole situation, if you get caught up, this is the lawyer to go to that's going to fight for you and your rights in the fact that you got rounded up in this fucking bullshit because ICE has not got their shit together enough to make sure they're not arresting legal citizens that have nothing to do with your fucking Gestapo, whatever the fucking tactic is. Do not bring my grandfather into a van because that's someone's grandpa. Don't put him into no van, no goddamn pickup truck, no damn budget rental truck. Have him standing up, terrorized, scared, and take his backpack with his birth certificate in it. When he said he had a birth certificate, there should be no way he's in the back of that truck. And now everybody say, well, no, I think what happened. What they're gonna tell you is shut the fuck up and go outside and follow my directions. That's what's happening. And
DJ
that's the part
Genesis.
I don't
Oh, I'm
agree
sorry.
with.
Go ahead. Well, DJ Genesis, can I ask you this? Don't you realize that there will be more ICE raids within Black American communities as Black Americans continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration?
It's not about the black people. Listen, it's not us having a blind eye. We're trying to live our lives, bro.
But can you at least answer the question? I'm not trying to argue with you.
Listen,
And look how rude you're being. Can I say this? Look how rude you're being right now.
Immigration has nothing to do with us.
Hold on, but DJ Genesis, let's have the dialogue. Now you spoke about.
I don't own the border, bro.
No, I'm not.
I'm
Well,
not responsible
no, I
for
didn't ask you
actually
that,
securing
sis.
that border. I'm not the one that is responsible for flying
But
these
are you able
people.
to answer the question I asked you though?
The question
Don't
is
you
that
realize?
you're calling saying that we're responsible and we ain't responsible for a goddamn
But are you
thing.
able to answer the question though, without adding the emotions?
You're saying that don't you think that we it's our fault because we're responsible
I
for
didn't say
bringing
that. Are you able
immigrants
to answer the question I asked you? I'll re-articulate it
in? Rearticulate.
verbatim. The question I asked verbatim, DJ Genesis. Don't you realize that ICE will raid Black American communities more, continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration in our
No, I think
communities?
that ICE raids will continue more the more we turn a blind eye to our community and how we are affected
But I
by
didn't ask you
ICE.
that though. I didn't
Hold
ask you
on,
that.
no. I'm answering your question the way I want to answer it. We need to stop turning a blind eye to the fact that the ICE raids that are affecting the immigrants are affecting us, and we need to get legal shit on our community to make sure that if we get rounded up because ICE is not have their shit together and knowing exactly who they're targeting and not just grabbing us and grabbing everybody all in a whole building and not know the difference between a Black American versus a fucking Mexican, and we're gonna go into a
But
truck.
DJ
That's
Genesis,
their problem. That's not my. That's not the no. You're trying to make the blame on the Black Americans.
I realized that when I asked
You
a
can't.
question, you get.
You cannot blame us for.
But can we calm? Can we
Bro.
calm down the tone? I
No, you
realized when
cannot
I asked a
blame us
question.
for immigration, bro. You're trying to blame
But
Black Americans for immigration.
I realized when I asked a question, you get ADHD. But I'm asking a simple question.
You act like you're stupid enough not to understand that I'm answering your question
I
because you're
actually
focused
didn't.
on your stupid ass point that you're trying to make. Trying to blame Black Americans
No,
for
I
immigration.
say nothing about blame. I'm asking a simple question. Being as the immigrants, the illegal aliens are in Black communities, don't you see that ICE will continuously raid Black American communities? Simple question.
So should we go and kick them out ourselves? Should we
I'll
do
answer.
it
I'll
like
answer your question if you answer mine.
So
And I'll
before
even
I
answer yours
so,
first.
all right, so I don't understand like what you want us to do, bro. People are just trying to
Well, number one, I already gave multiple suggestions, but can you at least answer the
You're
question?
saying, oh, okay, well, call immigration, and you don't even know if black people are doing it or not.
Well, hold on,
I
but
don't know
sis,
that.
let's not have ADHD. I asked a simple question.
Listen, just because
Given, uh,
listen. You don't have to fucking use a straw like what's it called ad hominem and
I'm not
saying
trying to. I'm not
I am
attacking you at
ADHD.
all.
Listen. I actually am ADHD. So yes, I'm gonna have ADHD when I'm
I
having
can
this
tell.
conversation.
I can.
So and I can tell that you're a fucking asshole and you're not understanding that I am answering your question the best way I can,
No,
and you don't
actually,
have
you're
to like
not.
you don't have to point out my ADHD in order to make your statement. All you have to do is you make a statement about don't you think that if why should we ignore the immigrants in our community and turn a blind eye to the immigrants in our community? And I'm like, okay, well, I don't have a police force to get them out. The government's doing that. They're the
Well,
ones that
actually, you could
brought
call
them here.
ICE. Your taxes pay ICE. You could call ICE.
Okay, so even if they
Uh-huh.
call ICE or not, bottom line is they still fucking black people up, don't matter what.
But don't
Okay,
you
why don't you
understand that?
show them how to call ICE and not get fucked up in the? Why
And I'm
don't
glad you
you
asked
have a
that. Anyone listening? Let me
instead of
answer that.
you telling me about black people and how they should like have some responsibility for the immigrants in their community? We
Yes.
ain't own none of the buildings that the immigrants are in, but it's white people that own these buildings that they're in an apartment
Exactly.
right along with all the
Exactly.
other people.
Uh
And the
huh.
thing is that okay, so so how do I call ICE on the immigrants and they don't
Exactly.
blow my fucking apartment up?
And let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
Literally, you could. And the number for ICE is Googleable. Literally, they have a tip hotline. Matter of fact, you don't even gotta call them. You could go to ICE's website and type in a tip digitally. But any location where you know of potential illegal aliens, you can literally give a tip anonymously. You don't even gotta tell them your name or your location, and ICE will investigate. And if they see that there are indeed illegal aliens present, they will be deported immediately. And
Okay, so
anyone listening, you could go
if
to
I
my
live in an
page.
apartment building and
All right,
I
go.
give an anonymous tip about ICE being there, because I'm sure that
Uh huh.
there's some way that these ICE agents know that these fucking illegal aliens are in a certain building. Someone's
Yes.
reporting them,
Yes.
right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
if they're so here's the thing is that this is the very subject I'm speaking of.
Uh
You're
huh.
more focused on, oh, okay, we need to like call the police on the immigrants.
Yes.
I'm trying to
Exactly.
tell you is that when they are going into these buildings for the immigrants, they're not only going into apartment B2, they are evacuating the entire building,
Exactly.
taking them to the facility and sorting it out
Exactly.
later.
Exactly.
So you're
Now,
saying that's cool. That's just collateral
no.
damage.
Let me tell you what I'm actually saying instead of you attempting to paraphrase what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, less immigrants in our communities equals less ICE raids in our communities. It's a simple equation. How can't you understand it? Respectfully. And
Hey,
while you're thinking,
can I chime in for a second?
yes,
Please,
First of all,
sister.
my blood pressure. I
I
need to go take my blood pressure medication. This
I
shit is really bad.
no. First of all, to be fair, she was answering your question based on how she understood your question, because I understood your question the way she did. But then you went a little further to say that we could be reporting these people, and then we wouldn't end up in the crosshairs, and that kind of brought it home for me that I got what you were saying.
No, we wouldn't because we're
She
anonymous,
did.
right? He's saying anonymously reported. That
Please
means
allow
the
her to
whole
speak,
building
though,
gonna get
sis.
evacuated. But I'm sorry,
Go
my
ahead,
bad.
Ladybug. Much love.
Yeah, the address, DJ, I think that I don't know, I haven't been to the page, but more than likely you can either put in an address or a company or, some details where they can find them. But to DJ's point, that does not inoculate us from being approached by ICE if they're kicking in doors. I don't know whether they're kicking in doors. I haven't seen all the interviews from Chicago, but if they are, like she said, that is definitely a lawsuit because you don't have a warrant
Exactly.
to come inside my
Exactly.
home. And I have even my curtilage. If it's a house, you don't have a right to come. You know, if I say leave and I don't have a warrant, you got to leave my property as a cop. Same thing
Exactly.
for them, right?
Honey,
So,
as a
so
cop, but not
she's
as an
right
ICE
about
agent.
how they're.
Listen, as a cop, an ICE agent is not under the same rules.
Right. And so they are going above. I think we all admit we can all agree that um, Trump is allowing them to run, what do you call it? Run wild. Rickshod. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. He's allowing that. They're masked. There's no identification. There's no name. There's no badge number. So we all agree on that
No
part.
paperwork.
What we're trying to no paperwork given to the people. This man said no paperwork was given to him. So they didn't write a warning and have their name and their number or unit or anything on it that can trace back to them. So we all know they're being dirty.
Is that not kidnapping though? Is that not
Hold on.
kidnapping? If
But
someone
Ladybug,
your
please
house,
finish your thought. Please finish your thought, Ladybug.
So but what Pan is saying, if we go ahead and be proactive and call on them. We know some of these companies that are all Latino companies. We know apartment complexes that are predominantly Latino complexes. And we know, what did she say earlier? Like nail salons. Like we know some of these businesses, but ICE wants numbers, right? Trump has told them you have a quota. He may not have used the word quota. You know how companies call it goals, but it really is a quota. You get fired, you're underperforming. They have a quota basically. So they need numbers. They don't want to just go to one nail salon. Now, if you got 12 in the city, they'll hit all 12 at the same time. If there are a lot of employees, if they're large salons, he's saying, why aren't we turning in these big buildings
Exactly.
of possible illegals or houses in communities that are like not little Chinatowns, but little communities. And then
Chinatown
there are
Street.
enough,
Yep.
there are enough fish for ICE to meet their quota. Um, and those are not predominantly Black. Now, to GJ's point, collateral damage actually is a valid concern. Me personally, I feel like that's where we should be educating their people the way they're educating Latinos. They're telling Latinos, don't open your door. This man voluntarily opened his doggone door. He said, if I heard correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. He said, I looked out the window and I saw people out there in uniforms. I saw men, out there with uniforms looking like police or whatever. And this idiot still opened his door. So he was being nosy. He thought that he would not be affected. And he opened the door. We need to educate our people, right? Talk to
thank
your
you.
kids. Why are your kids even in DC? You know that ICE is out walking the neighborhoods. Like I saw a video of them actually walking the neighborhoods, not just around federal buildings. No, they were walking the community, talking to people, trying to see if they could hear an accent and all this stuff. Black women, Black men, talk to your kids. And maybe some of them are so busy, watching Diddy and all this other stuff that they're not paying attention to what's happening. But somebody, like one out of the 4 in the family, ought to send text to everybody saying, hey, this is what's going on. Make sure your child is home. Make sure your child is not out past sundown or whatever. Make sure your child doesn't open the door. Because, I don't know so much for Black people. For white people, they'll
Black
let a little
people, listen, if you
6-year-old
see
open
the
the
police,
door.
don't open the door, bro. If they ain't got a warrant, don't open the fucking door. If
Right.
they don't, if they kick in your door, now you have a lawsuit because if they pass the threshold with that bullshit, now that's a lawsuit. And here's the thing: if they kick down your door and have a freaking ski mask on, that is kidnapping, bro. I don't care what officer and federal agency that is. That's kidnapping.
And that's the point.
Legally,
if
it's not kidnapping legally because they are law enforcement, but it has
No, it's
law
kidnapping.
enforcement violated.
If they don't have a warrant and they come kick your door in and take you from your house,
I mean, I agree.
and
I agree
you
with you
are an
saying, but I'm
American
saying,
citizen,
right?
and they
Right.
take
But
you
no
into a
judge,
border
no
truck,
judge is gonna.
whatever truck, and bring you to a
Right.
nice facility. That is a kidnapping charge. Don't open the
I
door. Now,
agree.
his thing is when he opened the door, I think that there might be some rights that might have been able to make it stop, whatever. But if he would have never,
It was still violated.
Yeah. So
His 4th Amendment right was violated. His 14th Amendment constitutional right was also violated.
And
But
even if
That's the
it's
thing.
a fake
If,
story,
can I
if
even
finish?
ICE
if it
if
never
ICE
happened,
violates your rights, if ICE violates your rights, sue them. But don't use that as an excuse to allow illegal aliens to take over your
Right.
community.
why are
That's
we
the
Right.
point.
And,
focused on
and and
that?
can
See,
I
that's
just
the problem.
say
Y'all
one
losing
more
your
thing?
focus. Y'all
Can I
are
just say one
losing
more
your
thing that
focus.
Pan?
Listen. I'm a black I'm listen. I don't give a fuck about the illegal aliens.
So you let them take over your community.
I don't give a fuck about.
So you let them.
I don't give a fuck about that. Listen, I swear to God, I'm focused on if black people are going. And I'll bring you back up. I'm not focused about whether or not they're going to take over the community because that's bullshit. Okay. ICE is here to make sure that doesn't happen. That's a part of the government's job to do that. Now, I can't go, me personally, stop them from taking over. Listen, the Black Panther's been dismantled a long time ago and probably would have kicked all their asses out. So the fact that they're in the community is the problem. Now you're going to say you're going to let them take over your community? Well, first of all, this is the American government's problem, not my problem to be up here taking my time when I got to take care of my family to be worried about what they're doing. I'm trying to like keep my fucking lights on. So that's the thing. People are trying to survive out here, and you're thinking that people need to be focused on what the Mexicans are doing and the illegal immigrants are doing. When people got like bills to pay, kids to take care of, this guy is focused on trying to get to the fucking doctor and shit in the morning and everything, and it came back or whatever. He chilling at his house. They knock on his door. He ain't got nothing to do with that.
And DJ
And
Genesis,
just
can
because
I ask
you
you a
call
question?
ICE on a building does not mean they're not gonna kick your fucking door in. So okay, that once they do all this and inconvenience a bunch of people, whatever, they're gonna stop. I don't know. I don't know whether or not they're gonna do this, and that might be a thing where we found out we could do this with this. Next thing you know, let's do some more shit. Who's next?
DJ Genesis, can I ask you a question?
I don't put nothing past any kind of a government that would just round people up like this. I don't think that's cool, bro.
Can I ask you a question, DJ Genesis? If
Go
your
ahead, ask
great
me a question.
if your great grandchildren, when they are old enough to realize that you forfeited your communities to foreigners, and they ask you, grandmama, great grandmama, when you was young, why didn't you fight to preserve Black American communities? Why did you say it was not your problem when foreigners were literally outnumbering us in our own communities? You didn't want me to have our own community. You wanted me to grow up under Chinese polices and Arabian judges and Pakistani principles. Why didn't you fight to preserve Black American communities? What will your response be?
I will say that all that shit, the government did all that bull. I mean, we're in
But
America.
why didn't you fight back though? Is
Okay,
the
fight
question.
back. How? Like, okay, by calling the police. Well, guess what? Let me tell you about all that calling the police. Like I said, all that shit is just only a small amount of the immigrants in America.
But
10
DJ
people
Genesis,
in a fucking apartment building is not going to make any
DJ
kind of
Genesis, hold on, but you could
on
have done your
an
part.
entire 300,000 immigrants or more or millions of immigrants in
Well,
America.
hold on. Imagine if all of us got. I got 70 deported myself, but imagine if all of us got 70 deported.
Well, what if
But
you
the
took like
question
that
is,
time out and you actually helped the black people
oh, I
and
actually
make
did.
their
Well,
lifestyle
I
and
actually did though. I can multitask, but the question is this: just like your great grandmama literally fought her way off of slave plantations, killing Caucasians in real life. Your ancestors risked their lives, sacrificed their lives, so you could talk shit on the internet. You won't do the same for your future generations. You'll say, "Fuck it, let the Mexicans have it. That's not my problem."
that's
Think
not
about
what
that.
I'm saying. No, I'm saying
Okay,
that no,
don't you realize the same communities? And I land my
hold
plane
on.
with
You
this.
have listen. You have your focus, which is the Mexicans. My focus is
No, you keep bringing up Mexicans. I said nothing about
no.
Mexicans. I said immigrants.
You're
I
focused
said
on
immigrants. I didn't say one group.
okay, immigrants. Okay, you're
Uh huh.
focused on immigrants. I'm focused on black
Exactly.
people. My focus is like if something happens okay when the government is doing its thing and trying to remove the immigrants,
Uh
we
huh.
need to protect the black people from falling
Exactly. So I'm
victim
asking,
to this.
how are we
So,
protecting black?
listen. There's
Uh huh.
certain there are listen to anything that you do in this world. There are different branches to that thing. Your focus is on calling against the immigrants. My focus is on protecting the black people when you
Yeah,
call
I'm asking,
on the
how are you
people.
protecting? Can I ask a question?
When
How are
you
you
call
protecting?
when you
Go
call
ahead.
on one or two immigrants in the building, my focus is how do we protect the black people so that when they get
Uh-huh.
caught up in this whole sting trying to remove the immigrants, because let me tell you something. You said you can call anonymously, so who knows how many people getting called anonymously about the immigrants in their building?
All
And I'm
right,
sure
let me
black people
respond
are
to that.
doing that. I'm sure black people are doing that, but some people are elderly, like this guy right here. He's a disabled vet or whatever he is, and he has a missing eye, and he's focused on like trying to get his, whatever. He's not online like with the
But
movement.
DJ Genesis, please allow me to
He's more
respond.
like I never expected this to happen. He's caught off guard. So
Okay,
my
but DJ Genesis,
no,
please.
listen. You don't have. You
All
can
right.
just let me finish my fucking statement. You don't have
I
to
know, but
interrupt.
you know you're preaching now.
No,
But go ahead.
listen, you are also ADHD because you can't let me finish my goddamn statement.
I'm trying to respond to what you're saying,
No, you don't
one
know
point
because
at a time.
no,
No? All right,
the
go
reason
ahead.
why you have to cut me off is because you think that if I continue to speak, you won't be able to hold your thought and make the statement. That's ADHD as well.
All right, sis.
What I'm
Please
trying
make
to
your
tell
point.
you is that if there are elderly people in the building, I want my folk. Everybody has listen. Your focus is call on all the Mexicans and get them out the country. My focus is call on all the elderly people in that building to make sure that they're okay. Now we both have two different things, but they're all along the same route. It's just that my focus is one, protect the people that probably are like maybe unaware or whatever. Your focus is like call on all of the immigrants. I'm
All
more
right, now
focused on the black
watch how brief my response is. Watch how brief. I'm really a master. It'd be less than 10 seconds. Number one, you cannot claim that you're protecting Black Americans while allowing foreigners to take over Black American communities. Don't you realize that the same communities where your ancestors fought and died, where they were enslaved at, and fought their way off of slave plantations, you are forfeiting those same communities to foreigners. How's that honorable?
Well, I just want someone else to like speak because I just
Yeah, you
explained.
got to run from that one. You got to run from that
No,
one.
I don't have to run for that.
Let
Like,
Ladybug jump in though. Don't pass it to Wale. He ignorant too.
I am not forfeiting anything.
Yes, you are.
No,
Respectfully.
I'm not because
Yes,
you
you
want to know why
are.
I'm not. No, you want to know why I'm not because I'm making this a subject.
So what you
I'm
doing to stop it? What are you
Can
doing
I
to
make
stop
a
foreigners from taking
can
over
I
your
jump in?
making a
communities?
conversation point. Everybody's already this is the
Go ahead,
entire
Ladybug. Much love, Ladybug. Go ahead.
the entire internet is focused on the immigrant part of it.
Yes, and you said it's not your
No
problem,
one
so
is
you
focused on
forfeited.
how it's affecting the black community.
Actually,
No
we are
one,
talking about how it
no,
is.
no. Listen. No one is talking about this type of stuff, except for like a Don Lemon and y'all say fuck him and whatever. He's interviewing people that have been through it. Whenever black people say they've been through it, oh no, they're actors. Everybody says that their story's fake. Nothing is happening to the black community. And I'm saying, no, I'm not going to say that their story's fake. I'm going to assume that they are getting caught up just as much as anybody else. You're saying no,
Can I jump in before my
you're
interview at
saying
3 o'clock? Because I gotta find a job. But I did want to say that DJ is right and Pan is right. Yeah, and she admitted that, Pan. She said we're saying things along the same line, which you are. I think Pan is thinking long term. We can't forfeit, our property, our what's the word, autonomy,
Communities.
community in the community, our autonomy in the community, because they are like harassing. I think one black woman said, like, I don't know if they're Mexican or whatever, like chased her home when she got off work
there was a
at
whole
night. And
Venezuelan gang that was like kicking in doors and everything.
yeah, like some of that is happening, and we can't deny that some of that is real and it's happening. At the same time, she's more practical. DJ is saying, let's be practical. Let's find some practical solutions and let's get ahead of this and tell Black people when it does come to our door, which it sounds like it's either there or getting there. How are we going to handle ourselves? How are we going to protect ourselves? What do we need to do to prepare to sue? Okay, practical solutions. Number one, don't answer the doggone door. Like we both said,
Thank
stop
you.
answering the door. If they're gonna
And
kick in the door, let them
calling
kick
ICE is
in your
very
door,
practical too,
and
though.
then have a Ring camera set up in your house. If you know you around a whole bunch of Mexicans or Latinos, have a Ring camera inside your house. You can turn off the volume, the sound if you want to, so it doesn't record you. You can turn it back on using your phone if you want to. A doggone what used to be $35, which is now $60, $50 around the holiday. Bring indoor camera. Will capture when they come to your door. You need evidence because there are going to be some lawsuits to come out of this, just like COVID. There were lawsuits that came out of COVID with people firing these people because they were
Class action.
required.
Class action.
That's right. And it'll probably be some class action lawsuits, but there were lawsuits with them firing people because we don't make people put something in their veins in America and penalize them if they don't. Now, nurses and doctors have had to do that for a long time, but one nurse was actually pregnant. And the guidelines were you got to be 5 years and older to get the shot, right? And if you can't give it to anyone younger than 5, why did they require her to do it while she was pregnant? That's a fetus. That's under 5 years old. So people had lawsuits that came out of this, right? And there are going to be, but you have to have evidence. So practically speaking, set up your doggone camera. A lot of Black folks don't like cameras in their homes, but if you live in an environment that is right for ICE to penetrate it, you need your outdoor camera, your exterior camera, you need your interior camera. You do need your paperwork in one place. That's one thing he did right. He had his paperwork in one place, and your argument can be, I told them, and let it be on camera, my paperwork is in my bag right here. Look in my bag and you will see my birth certificate. Look in my bag and you will see my driver's license. You put in my driver's license, you'll be able to tell how long I've had that driver's license, and I can show you anything else to prove that I'm a U.S. citizen. That's what we can do. That's practical, right?
That's what I've been trying to get into the whole time. That's what I've been trying to get to the whole time. I was hoping.
I'm sorry. Can I just add one more thing before my interview? DJ, it's going to be hard to find. I think he said this in the interview you played for us yesterday in your live stream. It's going to be hard to find, or somebody said it's going to be hard to find an attorney. It is going to be hard to find an attorney because 1985 civil rights lawsuit, civil rights violation lawsuit, which is what we're talking about here, violating your fourth, search and seizure, and then carrying you away, which she calls kidnapping, but of course they're not going to call it kidnapping. They on this side. But yeah, that's your 14th Amendment, right? So you would have to file it at the federal level, and they're just going to draw it out. They're going to delay. They're going to, it takes 2 years to even do it against a local cop. So they're going to just delay if you're trying to sue the federal government. So most attorneys are like, I don't have the time or the effort to put in this when I could be making money,
ain't no money
off a flipping mall at Walmart or something. You know what I mean? Right. Or some other lawsuit or a car accident or the police violating your right, because police more than likely going to settle.
Time to go against the United States.
The police sometimes they'll actually settle. Sometimes they'll make you go to almost the 2-year mark, but most times they rather settle, especially if it's gotten a lot of media attention.
That is exactly what I was talking about. I said, listen, this whole lie was about qualified immunity. The fact that they're able to do this covered up, no badge, everything, and you can't sue them for what they've done when they're erroneous. That was the entire point of this live. I don't know how it got into the Black community, and we need to be calling the police on ICE. This is about the Black community and what we could do when we get targeted. How do we fucking either get something from this situation? Okay, you didn't took me out of my house for 8 hours, and I gotta go to work in the morning, and I gotta walk home from the fucking ICE facility because I don't have my phone or whatever the hell is dead or whatever. And you stuck out there. This guy was an old elderly person. He had to walk to the bus stop and take the bus home and all kind of wild stuff. And I don't know if Don Lemon caught him getting up in the bus. That's what I'm talking about. It's like the inconvenience that we suffer from ICE doing this. I get it. We need to call ICE on them because later on it'll help us. I'm talking about immediately. Like if I gotta go to work in the morning and I get caught at ICE facility from 10:30 at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, I gotta still go to work in the morning. How can I fucking even say, you know what? I need something for my time that I just spent in lockup. Like I'm a prisoner with one toilet, ain't ate nothing all night, can't sleep with the 60 people in a cell.
And DJ Genesis, I'm glad you at least admitted that we need to call ICE on the illegal aliens. So I respect you for changing your point of view.
I never had a problem with that. The issue,
actually, you argue with me about it, but I'm glad you changed it.
The reason why I argued with you about it was because that was not the subject that I'm talking about. ICE agents, look at the title. ICE agents accused of targeting U.S. citizens in Chicago. And everyone that is pro-Trump has gotten up here and focused on the immigrants and getting them out of the country. I'm talking about the Black community, U.S. citizens, and how they're being affected by ICE agents targeting whatever.
And I said this
When
before.
when you say
All right, go ahead.
everybody, are you including me? Because you said everybody. It's only like 2 or 3 people on here. You said everybody. Are you including me in that?
Don't start crying, Wale. But the
I
point
asked
is,
you, are you including me in that? DJ, I'm asking you a
please answer this
question.
question so before you start whining.
No, I'm not including you. No, I'm just saying the people that are pro-Trump that have gotten up here have focused mainly on getting the immigrants out. When this whole lie was not about the immigrants, it was about the people that are U.S. citizens, full U.S. citizens that do not have any ties to being from another country, that are getting inconvenienced by being put into a facility. That's what this lie was about from the very
And can I address that part, Miss
everyone wants
Roboto?
to focus on the immigrant part of it, and we need to call ICE and get further inconvenience. That's the part.
Everyone
DJ Genesis, well, go ahead, Wale. Got it.
not everyone. Not everyone. You keep saying everyone. It's not
I'm
everyone.
sorry. No, I'm saying not everybody. Okay. All right.
All right, now that we got that out the way.
But do you have one last thing before you say you're about to leave? I love you. Thank you. Listen, we will do another show. I love it when you come up. You give some great insights. Please continue to come and support this panel. I love it when you come up because you give like some great commentary. So thank you so much for your time.
Yes, and the point, and I said this before, the less illegal aliens in Black American communities, the less ICE raids that will be targeted towards Black American communities. That's an irrefutable fact. But if we continue to turn a blind eye and allow masses of illegal aliens to essentially encroach in our communities, then we should expect more ICE raids within our communities. It's simple logic, simple mathematics.
I did have a thought about who to call. That man that got wrapped up in that ICE predicament, I would say he should call ICE. That the man that was on the interview with Don Lemon needs to call ICE and report what ICE did and see how far he gets.
Yeah. And he should call the Attorney General as well. But Wale, let me ask you, you being in Jamaica, if you went to Jamaica without your US passport, what would happen to you?
I have a question for you as well.
All right, I'll answer yours if you answer mine. Can we make that deal?
Now he's not from Jamaica. He lives in Jamaica.
That's my point. I know he doesn't live in. I know he doesn't. I know he's not from Jamaica. That's why I asked him that. As a Black American living in Jamaica, if you went to Jamaica without your U.S. passport, what would happen to you?
First of all, that's impossible. I'm not a Black American. Secondly, you come on the island without a passport, it's automatically an illegal entrance, just like
Exactly.
You come past.
So you would be subjected to whatever legal ramifications. Correct?
Dude.
Stop booty clapping, bro.
You asked me a question. I answered it. You said you would answer my question after I
All right,
answered
go ahead,
it.
ask your question, bro. Don't
to another question. Are you
don't start
Black?
twerking. Go ahead, ask your question.
That's the question I'm asking you. Are you Black? Are you
No, I'm a
Black?
mulatto. You see my name,
Are
nigga.
you
I'm a
Black?
mulatto.
Are
Did you
you
not hear my
Black?
answer? Did you hear my answer?
What's your answer?
Nigga,
Yes
my
or
name
no?
is Pan Mulattoism.
Yes.
No, I'm not
Fuck
Black.
all that. I'm asking you a yes or no question. Are you Black?
Bitch, my name Mulatto.
Yes or no?
Nigga, no.
Yes or no?
Nigga, no.
All right, he said no.
He's a dummy.
He's trying to tell Black people what to do. He is just another piece of trash out there trying to tell Black
old
people
nigga.
what to do. You just
All
said it
right.
yourself, man. It ain't no old nigga. I'm an old
Yeah,
nigga.
you're
Right.
dumb. And that's why Q Butter be beating you up on
That's
these
right.
panels.
I'm an old nigga. And that's your game. That's your cracker game too be playing.
All right, brother. Go ahead, Vent.
Right. Look how I had to hit you before you admit you ain't black, and you know you ain't black. But you
My
gonna
name is
sit on here.
Mulatto.
Black
My
people,
name
I
is
don't give a
Mulatto,
hell
bro.
about that. I ask you a specific question. I didn't
That
ask you
means
what
I'm not
your
black,
moniker.
dumb nigga.
I asked you a specific question. I didn't ask you about your moniker.
Did you hear the answer?
The other guy's name High Castle. I supposed to think he had High Castle somewhere.
Did you hear the
That's
answer,
stupid.
brother? Did you hear the answer? Yeah, mute up, please, because you're an idiot. The point is this. You can't go to other countries illegally. Why should immigrants come to the U.S. illegally?
That's just a lie. You can go to any country
Oh, you just
illegally.
said if you had no passport, you would be subjected to ramifications in Jamaica.
I said it's an illegal event according to the
Yeah,
government.
are you see now?
I just said can't do it.
Why
You
do you
said they
keep
can't do
changing
it.
the subject, sir?
No, I'm on topic. He's changing the subject.
No, you're not on topic.
How did I deviate?
Your focus is
Uh-huh.
whether or not people should be able to come into the country
No,
illegally.
no, no. I said how we could reduce race in black communities. You're
Okay,
not listening.
but right, but here's the
That's your
thing.
ADHD kicking
You
in.
no, listen. You listen.
There you go with that again.
You're
You're
going
not
in
listening.
circles. You're
You're
going in
ADHD.
circles. That's your ADHD. You have to continuously do ad hominem attacks because when I actually begin to hone in on the fact that you cannot change. Okay, are you autistic? Can you not change a subject and focus on the actual subject at hand? Are you only able to discuss one subject, which is whatever your subject is, and you cannot deviate from that subject into the subject that the conversation is about? Because what you're talking about is not what the subject is, sir.
I bet you can't repeat what you just said.
What I said is, are you autistic? Because you called me ADHD.
Yes,
All
you
right.
have ADHD. Yes, you do.
Right. And I admitted that I do have ADHD,
Yes,
even
yes,
though I
yes.
have never been clinically diagnosed.
Well, we
But
can
I
tell. We
will
can tell.
admit that. So what I'll say is
Uh-huh.
that are you autistic to where you
No.
can put so hyper focus on one thing that you're unable to see what the actual subject of this actual live is?
Did you
The
forget the subject?
subject has nothing to do with illegal immigrants coming into America.
It's
It has
about ice
everything to
raids. You might
do.
have forgot.
No. It has to do with
Oh, it's
targeting
not?
of U.S. citizens.
Exactly.
So listen. So
Talking about ice raids, right?
sir, why can't? So you're showing that you have ADHD because
I literally died.
you are unable to allow me to make my statement. With listen, you don't know how to let me make my statement without interrupting and being an asshole about it. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is not this. If I wanted to talk about what to do with U.S. immigrants and how can we get them out the country, how do we get this? That would be the title. How do we get U.S. immigrants out of the black community? 100%. If you came up here and stated your rhetoric on that, I would say you are 100% on topic. But when I'm talking about ICE agents accused of targeting U.S. citizens in Chicago, and I show a Black American person that was targeted,
Did you forget my response?
excuse me, I showed a Black American elderly person that had to go to an ICE facility. He is not a fucking immigrant. You somehow, and that's what everybody have done. That not everybody, but like certain people, you and fucking High Castle, y'all make it about the immigrants because that's all you guys. You have talking points. People like you have certain talking points. You go into different panels and you only talk this certain talking point, and anything about anything else, you want to like make the whole chat and the whole conversation be on your certain top talking point. So I asked you, you said I was ADHD, but my question to you, are you autistic to where you cannot deviate and from your talking point into the subject at hand, which is ICE agents accused of targeting U.S. citizens in Chicago?
And I'm gonna repeat what I said verbatim, answering your question. Literally, what I said was the less immigrants in Black American communities, the less ICE raids that Black American communities will experience. Are you able to comprehend that?
I can comprehend that. However, what I would also say, and I didn't say but, no, but would negate what you said. However, okay, the ICE raids are going to continue in the Black community. How do we protect ourselves from being targeted? You're saying that what you do is you call ICE on the illegal immigrants. However,
Exactly.
you
Exactly.
also said that you can call anonymously.
Exactly.
So if you're in
Exactly.
a building and you call ICE on a certain group of immigrants, say if there's like 20 people in that building, ICE is not going to just go to those apartments. They are going to raid the entire building. You are going to be put into a facility right along with everybody else, and they are going to sort the shit out later. That is what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. And did you hear my response? Because
And
I
you're
addressed it
saying
earlier.
is that, oh well, that's just that's just it's for
Yeah, go
right
ahead.
now.
Get your lie out.
And
Get your
later
lie
on,
out.
no, that this is just the begin the thing for to that later
Yeah,
on.
get your lie together. Get your lie
uh,
together. It'd be better if you asked me what I'm saying, so I could jog your memory. I'll repeat what I said earlier. What
so
I
you're
said
saying, all
was,
right, so let's start from what I said and then go.
yes, yes. What I said was, as long as illegal aliens are in Black American communities, Black Americans will be caught in the crosshairs of ICE raids. It's inevitable. What part are you not comprehending? Please tell me what part you are having
If
trouble
we would have
comprehending.
never fucking elected this guy, we would never have this problem. So not to this extent, because the fact that he is
If it was a fifth, we'll all be drunk.
hashtag fucking police force that has no authority to actually, and the thing is that their authority is to like just basically go in anywhere without any uh circumvision when it comes down to the law. Like I said, the whole thing when I began to talk about the subject, I was saying that ICE agents do not have to show a badge. They don't have to not a badge. They don't have to show like their badge number. They don't have to like give you like their card. They don't. They wear a freaking mask over their face. So they're masked people coming into. You're more focused on immigration and getting the immigrants out.
That will stop the ICE raids. Yes, yes.
You're not focused on the police force and how the police force looks, acts, behaves, everything.
No, actually, I said sue him. You might have forgot. You have ADHD. I said sue him. You might have forgot that.
And you're not gonna keep fucking labeling me. You know what? Listen, you're not gonna keep belittling me on my channel because you have retardation. You know, I might be ADHD, but you are mildly retarded. Because if you can't get off just one subject of that's crazy to me. And that's gaslighting is what it is. You're gaslighting. You're trying to piss me off and get me pissed off is what you're trying to do. And you're not really making a valid. People that might be in the chat think you're making a valid point, but to me, you're not. You're not on subject, sir. It might seem like you are, but you're not, bro. You're focused more on your subject and your topic because you want to make this whole thing. You know what, Wale? Can you talk? Because I'm getting irritated. This guy has irritated the fuck out of me. All this attacking me as a person, but you're on my channel. You get to speak freely. I'll let you come up and I'll let you talk, but you're gonna talk bad about me and call me a ADHD and keep like calling me ADHD. And I said, you know what? And just to humor you, I said, you know what? I guess I am. You know, I ain't been diagnosed. Who the fuck are you? You're not a fucking doctor. How dare you diagnose me something and try to have this banter about ADHD when you clearly cannot like talk past the subject that you're even talking about? You're more focused on getting immigrants out of here than how it's affecting elderly people, this, that, the other. So all the Black people need to like start calling the police on the immigrants and then get subjugated to all this stuff and not do nothing about it. That was what my thing was about. Let me go back into this and go into the thing and how this person was inconvenient. Let me do this again without all the crazy people up here.
I had to run in with ICE. Monday night, September 29th, I was at home minding my own business, and I heard a knock at the door. When I looked through the window, I could see people in uniform. They were wearing the green Army fatigue uniforms. When I answered the door, they pushed their way in, and is there anybody in here with? And I told them no. They said, we want you to come with us. And I'm like, what for? You know, what is this all about? And that's when they told me, they said, just shut up and come with us. At that point, I grabbed my backpack and I headed on out the door with them. When we got on the porch, they put my hands behind me. They put those zip ties, they put those on me. Once they got me outside, we came down the street to the corner. And when we got here, right on the corner, they had a lot of units, a lot of cars were out here. There was some press, members of the press out here. They had right about where that car is at.
Right where the blue car is, or the green-looking car.
Where that green-looking car is at. They had a budget rent a truck. They put me up into the truck. When I got in the truck, there were already about maybe 10 people who were already in the truck. And then they started bringing more people. They had everybody in zip ties. We were in the truck for about, I'd say maybe 20, 25 minutes. Mm-hmm. They sealed the truck up and the truck pulled off. Next thing I know, they're unloading us and we were out at the facility in Broadview.
I'm going to ask you about, I want to know what the conditions were like inside, but let's go back a little bit. Mm-hmm. When they knocked on your door, right, and they told you to come out,
right,
did they tell you why?
No.
Did they ask you anything like who you are?
No. I tried to tell them.
Listen, a person comes to your house, they knock on the door, they are dressed in military garb, okay? You open the door because, you see them dressed in this way. They address themselves as ICE. You say, hey, listen, you know what? You knew that they were ICE? Listen, here's my information. I'm an American citizen. Shut up. This is what he's saying happened. Shut up and do what I say, whatever. I'm an American citizen. Now, everybody's focused on Don being a clown, but I'm not, fuck what Don is saying. Listen to what the man is saying in his story. And I'm going to delete what your comment is because you're stupid, bro. Fuck Don Lemon and listen to the person he's interviewing and what his story is. You can't be so hyper focused on Don and what you think about Don that you're not listening to the person and what his people get so caught up in bullshit political nonsense. They like get like a specific like fucking talking point and they don't want to deviate from that and they want to drive everything no matter what you're saying. I could be talking about Papa Smurf and somehow it will be drawn back to whatever the fuck political point you're trying to make. And I'm talking about targeting U.S. citizens in Chicago, and you're talking about we need to call ICE so that more citizens could be targeted. I call ICE on a building to get 12 ICE agents out, and then the whole building is black niggas, and then 12 of them is ICE, migrants, and now everybody got to like get inconvenienced because I'm calling ICE on them. But just because, well, at least as long as they get them immigrants, I don't understand where us black people got so indignant. It's so crazy. We are these y'all young black people are brainwashed, bro. You can't be this brainwashed to be so focused on the bottom line or whatever the fuck you think it is, of whatever your thought is, that you don't even see how it will affect the community. You're so focused on that like nothing else matters. This is an elderly guy with one eye in the back of a fucking budget rent car truck being shipped off to an immigration facility that's not an immigrant. Now, what if he didn't have his papers? What if he didn't have his birth certificate? What would have happened? Hell, there's times when I don't have I might have lost my shit or whatever. People lose their shit all the time. What would have happened in that situation? He was in that facility. Then what? bump him. He should have his papers. So people have lost their humanity. We all got to make sacrifices in order to secure a future for black man. If you don't shut the fuck up with that stupid shit, bro, what sacrifice is it to like to like? It's almost like a thing where I like throw somebody else under the bus to help my own self. That really is crazy. Snippets get stitches, you know. What do you want to say, Wale? I see that you unmuted your mic. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say you had called for me. You don't need me. You could handle that. These are your nemesis. That other boy, Hightower, and that guy that just came on. If you notice, they are almost identical in your response, how it makes you feel. That's a nemesis. I'm trying to let you know what you're facing so you'll know how to defeat it. And I asked you, I was saying earlier, I said, I wonder, did you put sprinkle salt around your doorways leading to your house? Because that's just some salt out of your own salt shaker, man. Don't even trip. Just on your door ledges coming into your house. Not all the door ledges in the house, but the ones coming in and out. The exits and entrances.
I didn't get to do that yet, but I'm gonna have to do that. And so this Rudy B. Moore, DJ, are you? What did it say? Are you indicating that America should have put Kamala Harris into an office? Then America would be more brazier due to the fact that the Democrats do not know what's a woman, sick, rainbow, and throw up. Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor and read the title of this live? I'm not indicating none of that. I'm not indicating shit. I'm talking about this. This is what I'm talking about. I think that I don't get it. Like people are saying I'm ADHD, but I mean it's a clear subject.
They had the word ICE on their back, so I knew who they were. And I asked them, "Why are you guys taking me? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant." And I was told to shut up and just follow instruction. I did as I was told. When we got to the facility, I again tried to tell them, "Look, you got the wrong person. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an illegal immigrant." Again, I was told, shut up. I tried to tell them, I've got everything in my backpack. My birth certificate, I got my ID.
Why'd you have it in your backpack?
I had some business to take care of with the Illinois Department of Public Aid. I went there earlier in the day.
So at no point did they allow you to show your birth certificate or any identification?
They didn't want to see nothing.
I've heard people say they're not just rounding people up, they're getting identification. They're not being rough with people. What do you say?
They're lying. They're not checking IDs. The building behind me was the building that they were targeting.
This building right here, the orange brick building?
Yeah. I couldn't understand why they were at my building because my building is not there. I'm a block over in the middle of the block. I didn't see any reason for them to be bothering us.
They were just scooping people up randomly?
Yeah. People that were just hanging out here were all rounded up as well.
It didn't matter Latino.
Didn't matter what color you are. They were scooping people up.
But it was black and Latino. What time was this?
This was close to 10:30 perhaps.
At night?
At night.
So you were out here in the darkness doing with all this happening?
Yes. We were in the back of a moving truck.
Were there seats in there?
No. It's like the trucks that you use to load your furniture in. It was a budget rental truck.
So you had to stand up to get there?
Well, some people were able to sit down, but most of us stood up because there were, it was too many people for everybody to try and sit down.
What were you holding on to?
Each other.
Were you rumbling around in the back of the truck? Anybody falling over?
We managed to maintain because with the amount of people that we had in the truck, if somebody was about to fall, you've got enough people to break that fall.
How many people?
I'd say we had about 40 or more people in that truck.
What the hell?
So you take an elderly man.
Hey, DJ, let me ask you a question. Did you see the actual news report on this event in Chicago when it happened?
No, I just I woke up in the morning and it came on my timeline and I was amazed by it. I said, "Oh my god, is there? Did you see one? Do you see what?
Of course, I saw the actual news report about when
Can
it
you send that to
happened.
me? Can you send it to me, please? Because I just went on to what Don Lemon
I ain't
interview with
sending
the
you.
guy.
No, it's on YouTube. You just put in there the Chicago ice raids, and they'll give you all kind of YouTubes on it. I would just happen to be watching the YouTube because I watch stuff from different points of view. And I saw what the people were saying, the guy, like this guy, so I knew where he was coming from. And they, just what he said, they weren't doing nothing except Gestapo tactics and this stuff about calling. That's why I wanted to ask him now, how did he know they were targeting the people on the next block? How did he know that if he's in his house? How did he know that's what they were targeting? Maybe he did that thing the boy said and called ICE on him, and ICE came and got him too. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what
That's what I've been trying to say the whole time. It's like, okay, you
now
call
that
ICE on the Mexicans.
he's talking about he didn't turn in 70 ICE people. I bet he's not turning in people in his neighborhood, in his apartment building. He's doing that where he sees them way over there, and then he stands way over here and point fingers. You see, he admit he's not where you at with this at all. He's not where nobody is, because that's concerned about our people, whether you call them black or not. He's not with that. He's telling you what you need to do and immediately blamed it on the man. Secondly, I heard somebody say the first thing he did wrong was open the door. The man is at his house. He opened the door if he wants to. He opened the door because he's like, he ain't got nothing to worry about from them people. And then found out they was on Gestapo. If it was a regular cop, you could do that. Gestapo don't care. They saw him look through the window and then he didn't open the door, they'll kick the door in. This is what I saw at the end of the newscast. They were showing some of the apartments that ICE had went through, and they were ramshacked like a hurricane had been through them apartments. Them boys don't care nothing about you. Don't open the door. Open the door. They ain't what they on. They ain't on that. You said it yourself. They're illegal. They know they're illegal, and they're going to continue. They are sent there by a 34-count felon. He's illegal. The guy that sent them there, the only reason Trump is not in jail is because he was managed to get voted in as president. And the moment he comes out from being president, he's liable to go to jail unless somebody can get him out of that deal. But at that moment, he'd take any jail. That's why he took the deal with Elon Musk. I don't care what deal I got to get. I got to win this election. Because if he didn't, he would have went to jail. I don't know what these people are tripping on about this and that. The man's a 34, la-di-da. The rest of the story on the real tip. And those people not on no legal.
I'm gonna say this. Listen, Reverend Green, you're gonna come up here. You're gonna stay on topic. I don't want to hear like all this fantastical stuff. I don't give a fuck about like all this other shit. This is the main topic is a man got his house broken into. So I just want to be sure. Got his house not broken into. The police come to his house, arrest him, take him to an ICE facility.
There you go.
He is loaded into the back of a truck.
There you go.
Now you're gonna probably say that this is a lie or not a true story, but
we're
gonna focus in on the fact that okay, let's say this is a real story. What do we do about it? Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody, once again.
All right.
Am I supposed to respond to something, Miss Genesis?
Did you hear what I made a whole statement before I brought you up? I said because I want you to focus on the subject.
I don't believe any of it. Just like I don't believe Brittany Griner got caught for a cannabis vape. I believe she was a spy or something. That's it. I don't believe anything I hear, especially from that channel, that network. Don't believe it. I don't believe anything the Democrats are saying.
But you believe everything Republicans are saying. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. I'm just telling you, I don't believe anything that the Democrats are saying.
Okay.
Nothing.
But do you believe everything? So you don't believe everything Republicans are
Nope.
saying?
Nope.
And you don't believe
I'm
everything
just telling you exactly how I said it, and I'm answering you. I don't believe anything that the Democrats are saying. Anything at all.
Is that an assumption that the man talking about him being absconded about ICE, he's a Democrat? He never said that, but I'm wondering if that's the assumption that he's a Democrat. In your statement about you don't believe anything Democrats say. So are you assuming that the
I
man
don't
is
believe that man was doing it from the bottom of his heart, speaking on television.
okay, I get you. Well, there you go. I could dig it, man. I could dig
I
you
believe he's a
saying.
paid distractor. And Don Lemon, he's a Democrat shill, and they work it out through Visa gift cards, whatever. I don't care how they work it out. I'm not trying to find out.
Okay,
I
I
don't want
agree.
no parts of what they saying.
There
I
you
don't
go.
believe them.
Well, there you go. So I understand. That's so beautiful.
Okay, so
Put it this way, 20 years ago, as children, maybe even 40 years ago, 50 years ago, if you was a Democrat, whatever, no one cared about none of that stuff at the time. We could all play. We all, no one cared no one cared at the swing set. No one cared at the seesaw. No one cared when we playing hopscotch or whatnot. No one truly cared. We just wanted to be children. And I think that even on a political level as adults, that's kind of how it was too. Like, cool, you got that thing going? Oh, I got that thing going too. Come up on my yacht. I got a yacht. Come to my niece's sweet 16. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But today we can't do this no more. There's a line drawn in the sand. This is warfare. I don't like you. I don't like what you represent. Don't try to sneak that stuff in this household through the television, through my children's curriculum. None of that shit.
So now, what does this got to do with ICE agents targeting U.S. citizens?
Congratulations, ICE. Thank you, ICE, for doing great service for the American men, women, and children of the United States. I appreciate your help. God bless Tom Holman, Boris or Tom Holman, and thank you, Mr. President Trump.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
For real, for real.
That's so beautiful of you. So, DJ, you heard his comment about your topic, and when kept on subject,
God
he
bless
just
America, most importantly.
he praised those guys up, and that's the end of it. We're done with that. He has nothing to say about your concerns.
So let me go back to what I was talking about, which is really about what my subject is. So I
Sure.
get it that you don't believe that any of this is true. I do. So I don't really see any purpose for you to either be
You're
up
a
here.
minority, though.
Okay, well, I won't
Not
talk.
on this panel. She's not a minority on this panel.
No, on that subject of what I mean of believing in that this guy,
She's not a
any of this ICE stuff.
minority
Yeah,
on this
nobody
panel
believes that.
on this subject. She's not a minority on this panel on this subject. So telling her
The
she's a minority.
the majority of America voted for ICE. More
That's
ICE,
not
please.
true.
Thank you.
That's not,
Oh, listen, that's not the topic. We're not talking about
not
ICE.
even true. That's not even true.
See, that's the thing is that people they have a focus on and they're not talking really about the subject. Let me go back to the subject. So let's go back into what the guy was saying that happened to him Wow.
right.
I understand. I heard about ICE and this immigration thing, but you could look at me and see that I'm black. I don't care if you were black, if you were dark-skinned, light-skinned. They were just scooping people up, period.
You think they were doing that to people they think didn't have the resources to fight back?
That I couldn't say. I never thought for one moment that what happened could have happened to me. I don't fit what they're looking for. So why would I have anything to worry?
So when you got to the facility, you didn't have your backpack in the back of the truck, right?
They took the backpack and they took my phone. I wanted to record what was going on when they first grabbed me, and that's when they took my phone. Before they let us go, they were holding up like your phone and stuff and asking, whose phone is this? They only did that as we were about to exit the facility. No paperwork. All they said is, okay, you can go.
You get there with all of these people. They take you inside the facility. What happened?
We were in like a large room, extremely large room. We had a toilet. We had a sink.
One for everybody in there. How many people?
There could have been like 60 or more people in there.
So whatever business you needed to do had to be done in the open.
Yeah. Now, I have been at Cook County Jail before. It was similar, but it was worse.
If you're not from Chicago, you don't know about Cook County. That's
no.
If it's worse in Cook County, that's bad.
It's like a stainless steel toilet.
Yeah.
There was a sink directly next to it. If you needed to sit down on the toilet, there was no seat. You had to sit on the rim.
Did they give you any water, food, anything?
No.
And so they take you, they put you in this holding cell.
And they held us, I'd say, a good 8 hours. The ordeal started at 10:30. I saw a clock as I was leaving, and the clock was at about 8:15.
Why would a person have to lie about that? I mean, you know how you can tell a liar is. I mean, this guy was able to tell the entire details. Okay, so anyone in that facility would be able to substantiate his argument that he was in the facility. It had a toilet. It had water. If he was lying about that, they would probably be like, "No, he's lying. He ain't never been over there." So I don't think anyone would lie about. Why would they lie about that? Oh, do you think they like gave him a script to read? Oh, okay, say this. That gets into conspiracy. That's almost like saying that the people, what's his name, Alex Jones, got really bad into it with the American government by saying that the people were actors at Columbine. You know, we cannot get so what's it called, paranoid that everybody's an actor. It's all fake. Blah, blah, blah. It's like there are real people that go through something, and if he speaks his story, he speaks his story. Now, either you can believe it or not, but just like you have other people telling them what happened to them, when the Mexicans talk about how the ICE came and did this to their family, no one is hold on, put the thing on mute. No one is questioning when they say ICE came and arrested their loved one. They're not actors, but when a black person come up and say, "Listen, they arrested me," oh, now all of a sudden that's a paid actor and this, that, the other. Let's get into it.
We had to find our own way home, and I had to walk to the metro station.
Did they let other people out with you?
They let other people out, and they didn't give us no kind of paperwork. They were just saying, okay, you can go, you can go, you can go. I think the whole thing is crazy. I think things are going to get worse before they get better. I think that the goal is to create chaos and eventually provoke a civil war. I feel sorry for the military people who are caught up in this. They didn't sign. I don't think they signed up for this. National Guard, from what I understand, they typically deal with, like when we have hurricanes, some kind of natural disaster. I don't think they signed up for that.
How did it make you feel to just be taken without any warrants, no due process?
It makes me feel scared because I'm wondering, where are we headed? Even with the court system, President Trump, he done totally took over the the judicial system. They're supposed to be separate from the executive. He's bullied them into giving them everything he wants.
Does it make you angry?
Yeah, it makes me very angry. I just wish there's more that I could do, get enough people together, get something somewhere that's going to make a difference, put a stop to it.
Do you feel like you were treated like a man?
No, they herd us up like animals.
What do you want the people who are watching this and they support what they're doing to know?
Come here and see for yourself, or let them come to your state, your city, your neighborhood, and do to your area what they're doing here to us. Some of the people, there was a guy I saw on TV when they were filming the protests about ICE being in Broadview, talking about, yeah, I'm all for it. I applaud what Trump is doing. When I heard him make that statement, yeah, you want it because it's not your area, it's not your neighborhood, your city that's being invaded.
Again, like he said, people are saying, yeah, make it happen because it's not them. We can like watch the stuff online and watch it on the TV and say, you know what? Yeah, they need to keep doing that. Meanwhile, it's people that's living in these communities and they're like, what the hell is going on? And we could easily like look, well, we need to do more of it and do this and call more. And then people get inconvenience, whatever. And oh no, people get arrested. This person says people, mother effers get arrested for no reason all the time. Check his citizen status and let him go. No, 8 hours. So it's 10 o'clock at night, 10:30. You don't get to go home until 8 o'clock in the morning. With 60 person, let's go into the actual. I think he talked about how the sale was. I'm not sure.
I think this is going to start happening in more places across the country.
Any Democrat.
No, I want to see if he talked about.
They had the word ICE on their back, so I knew who they were, and I asked them.
The third.
I understand. I heard about ICE and this immigration thing, but you could look at me and see that I'm black. I don't care if you were black, if you were dark-skinned, light-skinned. They were just scooping people up, period.
You think they were doing that to people they think didn't have the resources to fight back?
That I couldn't say. I never thought for one moment that what happened could have happened to me. I don't fit what they're looking for. So why would I have anything to worry?
So when you got to the facility, you didn't have your backpack in the back.
So is it a thing that we are just so as black people, right? Because it sounds like he wasn't even worried about it, right? He like, I'm chilling, they after the Mexicans, just like Castle is they in our neighborhood. You have Pam Mulatto, like it ain't got nothing to do with me. That's what they doing over there, right? So therefore, they're not going into a nice facility with one toilet, nothing to eat for 8 hours, sleep. You can't go to sleep, and you up until from 10 to 8 o'clock in the morning in a cell with 60 people, not knowing whether or not you're going to go home or not. To them, it's like it's no big deal, I think that people are delusional when it really comes to. They're going to call me delusional, but I'm like, bro, I don't have to be in the hood with the threat of this happening to understand the threat of it happening. I think that people get so like caught up in the nuances of Trump and this and that. Oh, well, I'm pro this and whatever, that until it's in their backyard, they will not see how scary this is. I could not imagine a person knocking on my door and pulling me out of my house at 10:30 at night. I'm fixing to go to bed. I got my pajamas on. I done just went to the hospital, whatever, did do whatever with the government to like get my benefits or whatever the hell he was doing. That's why he had all his birth certificate, everything in his bag. Hey, listen, I got all my stuff. Shut the fuck up and come on with me. And get told that. And then it's like he said that he opened his door. They stepped into his house. So it was no threshold thing where he just said, no, you're going against the law. No, it was like the moment he opened his door, they walked into his house. So there was no such thing as respecting like law and constitution at this point. And whether or not this is, you go ahead. Go ahead, Wally.
The night that I watched it, when it went down, the one of the bystanders was talking,
and she said that ICE had brought people out naked, out of their houses naked. In some cases, children and all that. They had the children zip tied in one van, one moving van, and the adults in the other moving van. And that's and the woman said some of the people were naked. She said she didn't say whether it was the children or the adults, but if you look, and that's why I say you should see it for yourself. It wasn't this little pie in the sky something. They raided them people, man, and they raided the whole environment, like he was saying. They raided the people on sitting on the curb, having a smoke or talking or something like that. Whatever they were doing, they just arrested everything they saw. That's Gestapo type tactics. The man thought they were going to behave with some lawfulness and say, "Hey, what's up? You on my door? What's up? Oh, we looking for illegal aliens. Okay, here's my ID and stuff." And then they told him, "No, we ain't doing that. We're not doing this legal stuff you're thinking. We're taking you to jail. We're taking you wherever they want to go." Like you say, kidnapping. And I guarantee you, there's some phony ICE agents out there who ain't got nothing to do with ICE. They hook up 3 or 4 of them, ride up on people and pretend they ICE. And the next thing you know, they're hanging in a tree. Or in somebody's basement getting repeatedly, you know what I mean? All kind of stuff. Because there's no, how do you say, they just running wild. That's what everybody be saying. They're running wild, and the people be saying, "Oh, I'm glad he's doing it," and all that, until they run into you. And they will. They will. Because it's escalating. That's what the man said, it's going to get worse. From what he could see as part of the experience. And I was in the experience
and
when
he's older. He probably been around during certain movements and everything, probably seen certain things, you know? And he's not, I'm sure he probably not, it's not the perfect citizen. Who knows what he's been through? But my thing, if I'm in my house, minding my business, you knock on my door, step inside my house, and tell me to shut the fuck up or whatever the hell you tell me to do. I'm like, hold on now. What? And then you got, no, I don't want to see your birth. Like, listen, some people ain't got their birth certificate right there where they can, like, they have it, but he just happened to have it. But imagine me, I'd like go fish for mine. So I'm in that facility until they figure it out. They might not have my ID right there, handy, whatever. I'm just stuck there until they fingerprint me and what are we gonna do?
You remember how this got started, right? They said they're gonna get the worst of the worst. They're gonna get the criminals and stuff like that. And they immediately started arresting children and going to the doggone kindergartens and picking up their parents when they come pick up their children. They're not arresting the worst of the worst, so they would have warrants. Say who we gonna get today. We got warrants for this guy. He's a criminal, and they go pick him up, no problem. They're not doing that no more. Stephen Miller told them they got quotas. They ain't got time for that. Fill these damn quotas, arrest everybody. And that, like they said, let God figure that out later, whatever the rest of that saying goes, right? And that's what they're doing. And that's how they're flowing. And the people who ain't caught up with that, talking about, oh yeah, we'll do this and do that. And I'm glad they doing this and that. Like you say, they just ain't reached your neighborhood yet. Because people in New York say, yeah, do it. And the people in California say, yeah, do it. But the people, because they're doing it in LA, because they're doing it in Atlanta. But once they finish doing it in Atlanta and they got you in there cheering them on, they're coming to Boston. And pretty soon they're going to come to New York and LA. The man said he going across the nation. He already told them he coming. I don't understand why people don't see that. He tells them he's coming. He said, we're going to go from this city to that city. We're going to start with these cities here. And then we're going to go from city to city. He said that in his own interview.
Straight up. So here
I think this is going to start happening in more places across the country.
Any Democratic state
got a Democratic governor, Democratic mayor.
People stuck on this reparations thing.
As Democrats, how long you think we're being targeted?
What would you say to Donald Trump? What do you want him to know?
Ain't nothing I can say to that man. There's nothing I can say to him. The main thing that I do at this point moving forward, I keep praying every day for God to step in or show me show us he's got it in control. That's what I want to see.
But the Lord helps those who help themselves, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to take any legal action?
Yeah. I've been calling around. They said they don't mind going against the city. They don't mind suing Chicago. But when you talk about suing the federal government, they're afraid. They're afraid. Even though they didn't say this, but seeing how Trump has been acting, some of these law firms don't want to touch it because if you touch it, they're afraid that he's going to come after their firm like he's done others.
You going to be all right?
Yeah, I'm going to be all right.
Thank you for telling us your story.
Okay.
How old are you?
66.
66. How's your health?
My health is fairly good.
Good. All right. Thank you.
66-year-old man, bro. Come on now.
Oh, you open my mic? Oh, I didn't notice. I like him, man. I think he's real cool, man. We could rap.
Someone said with my baby picture. No, that was only taken about 5 years ago. I just keep that one up. I could change it up. Ain't that much of a difference though, bro. I think I like the way my expression look at this. Like I ain't taking no shit from nobody. You know what I'm saying? I like that one. I think my other pictures look too happy and stuff. So so just to be fair, we're gonna talk about this thing where Don Lemon, supposedly gets handled by this immigrant, and she tells him how she really feels. So and I was halfway through, people couldn't get through it. They want to call me ADHD, but people could not, just let the video play. So it's like no. All right, so let's go.
Crossing illegally is not a crime. They're not breaking the law. That's my thing. If you go to Japan and try to do it illegally, and I guarantee you're
we don't live in Japan. That's the thing.
Okay, but
do you want to live under Japanese rule? That you're making my point. You don't want to live under a dictatorship.
What I'm trying to tell you is that America is heading that way because we're only giving slaps on the wrist instead of enforcing the law. So when
there are things that we need to work with, but we cannot brutalize people and not give them due process. Do we need to work on people who don't serve enough time in jail and other things? Absolutely. But
can I just say this real quick? Because all right, so OG just indicated that ICE will be coming to any Black Democratic community because we allow illegals to live there safely, which is crazy. He did not say that. What he said is that it's going to be he's like that. It seems like Trump is targeting mainly Democratic communities, but it's going to happen all over the country. Like there's illegal immigrants all over the country. I don't understand what's wrong with you people that you guys don't even understand that this is not this is just the beginning. Like why don't y'all understand that? Y'all don't think it's going to come to your neighborhood? He got 3 years to just ravish the whole country, bro. He's starting off in those areas. It's gonna happen. Just wait. You think he only gonna just focus on communities and that's
when he was still in his in his prime, running for the thing before the election, he said he wants to be a dictator on day. He said he will be a dictator from day one. That's what he actually said, and then he smiled. And people say, "Oh, he kidding? No, he kidding? No, he wasn't." That's all I'm saying. People keep talking about, "Oh, he kidding?" No, he didn't mean that. That's just the way he talked. No, it's not. He's telling you. He's telling you what he intends to do, and he does it.
And everybody just like, no, I don't understand, bro. So let's go on. We're gonna continue this thing. He's telling him and. They hate Don Lemon so much, but I mean, whatever.
That is not the same as immigration. And look, I think people should come here the right way. But also, I'm not in a dire situation where I'm going to judge how someone comes in the country when they are in fear of their lives or they have no opportunities. I'm not going to judge how they...
told me the president is a criminal, so that's judging.
No, I'm not judging. That's fact. How's that judging?
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence? That's the whole point. And
guy's
if they are
crazy.
breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go.
Listen. I don't know where the disconnect is. Maybe I missed something along the way. I've always been told that if you break the law, if you do something that you're not supposed to do, then that's what's called a crime. What are we missing here? Where are we off? That is breaking the law. The law said.
So we already covered the fact that it's like kind of like teetering the lines of misdemeanor versus civil thing, right?
It's a misdemeanor.
People are making. It says the first time you do it, misdemeanor, second time felony, third time whatever, right? Is
But
that what
both misdemeanor and felony are both crimes. They're criminals. That's criminal law. Civil law is different.
All right, so
misdemeanor and felony are criminal terms.
Okay, so the people that cross over into the border are executing a crime. So, in order to find the people that crossed over the border, we need to do another criminal act to figure out whether or not, like, because here's the thing: in order for them to get the people that crossed over the border, if they're not like registered,
No, sweetheart, they're not militarizing the streets for illegals. They're militarizing the street for the citizens. This is all a whip to get the citizens in there.
you get people to burst into people's houses or kids.
That's right.
Don't even know if they're illegal. If I pick you up off the street and I'm not gonna hear whether or not you have a license or not. Hold on, give me 1 second because there's a little bit of an echo. Let me mute you a little bit. If I wear a ski mask, right, and I come up to you without, and I don't allow, and I have a uniform on or whatever, and I grab you up, and you tell me I'm an American citizen. What are you doing, right? And you tell me to shut up, and I take you to a facility. Is that not kidnapping? Like if you find out that I'm an American citizen, and I told you I was one, and I offered my documents, and you tell me shut up, listen, and just go do what I tell you to do, and listen, whatever. That's kidnapping, bro. The police can't even do that. The real police cannot just tell you shut up and throw you into a car without telling you what your crime is. They have to tell you what the crime is. There's a whole process. But ICE agents do not seem to have due process. There's a certain okay, you pull over a car, you put your hand on the back of the car, you walk to the thing. Do you know why I pulled you over? Ask for the license. Once you identify the person, you explain to them why. You have to read a person their Miranda rights. There's no Miranda going on. It's just get in the car. You look Mexican, get in the car. That's kidnapping. I'm sorry. You look black, but you might be Haitian, get in the car. I don't want to see your ID. Fuck that. We'll deal with that later on. Get in the car. Let me grab all these people over here. Get in the car. That's kidnap. That is holding. I could not go into anyone's house, me as a person, tell them and bust in. They open the door. I come in, I grab them, tell them to shut up, throw them in a car, put them into a warehouse, and be like, and figure it out later. Me as an American citizen, I can't do that. But because they are federal agents, they get to do that. But that's kidnapping, is what that is. That is not legal. And all I'm saying throughout this entire live is that they need to have a due process for ICE agents. It can't be a thing where you wear, first of all that covering, concealing your fucking identity shit. Now I get it. They're probably doing that because it might be some Mexican gang leaders or whatever that could like, come and get them. But why can't police wear a mask over their face? They're equally in danger of whatever. Why does ICE agent get to like walk around covering up who they are? Because they're not doing shit. They're kidnapping people, bro. The reason who even came up put the mask on your face. There had to be a meeting. Like, listen, everybody, before you go out here, you're gonna put this mask on your face, and I want you to grab up as many like looking people like look like Mexicans as you can. Chinese, whatever the hell it is. Any illegal looking immigrants, black, Chinese, whatever, grab them up, put them in the car. And they have and there's gonna be people filming you, so you have to put your mask on because you have no qualified immunity. And that's what it really boils down to. You have no qualified immunity. They don't have the qualified immunity, so therefore they have to cover who they are. And they get to like probably brutalize you, hurt you. You have no way of identifying who that agent is. They could rape you. They could do all kind of wild things. You don't even know who that person is. You never see their face. That is a very dangerous thing to do. Like, what are we doing here? And everybody is so focused on immigration and getting illegals out that we don't understand that this is a new, that anytime you have a police force that is able to conceal their identity, burst into homes, grab people out, sort it out later, that is a very dangerous thing. And so even if this story of this man who says this happened to him is fake or real, the threat is there. The fact that these people have no way of identifying them. If they had numbers, I would say, okay, cool. Numbers. You can like memorize the number, know who did it. If someone does anything jacked up to you, you can like say, okay, this is the agent number 123. They have no identifying features. They just have a mask over their face, and then they use the police to reinforce them. But really, the police are the ones putting themselves at risk because you can identify them. They don't have masks on. Why do ICE get to put masks on? The police don't. Now listen, hell, man, don't fuck around and let them say, you know what? We need the same thing for the police department. We need masks. And all this, like pulling your phone out when you get pulled over, and and give me your badge number. Could you imagine what happens when you can't ask for the badge? Can I have your sergeant? All that stuff goes out the window. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are so focused and laser focused on immigration. You're not seeing that once they are able to try, test, and make it true, this is how you get to like round up people for so-called crime, that they can dismantle the entire police force and make this the new thing. And I'm not talking about fear mongering. I'm just saying is that you guys, you can't be so comfortable in your own little bubble that you don't understand where this shit is headed. I mean, anyone can see it if they pay attention. This is a test study. This is a case study. They are testing out this police force that they're probably going to implement. But what they need to do is start it off with like, oh, okay, immigrants. Okay, then National Guard come in. Drugs. Oh, bad, whatever. Why is ICE involved in all this stuff? ICE agents involved in all the community. They are becoming the new police force, guys. You guys need to pay attention, but I mean, if you don't want to pay attention to it, you think I'm crazy, okay, fine. We have 3 more years and we will see where this goes. And I swear to goodness, please bookmark this live where I said that at some point that is going to be the main police force. Is the ICE is going to be the main. They're going to probably call it, so they're going to like change the name of it, and that is going to be the modus operandi, because right now police what's happening is throughout the country, all the brutalization of police has been costing states thousands and millions of dollars, because when they like do police brutality, right, you can sue them. I think this whole thing, where they're going to start off with like the immigrants and then be able to move this whole type of law enforcement agency and make that the main agency. I don't know. Listen, this is my prediction. ICE is going to become the new law enforcement agency. I swear to God. And it's not, they're going to change the name of it because, immigration, whatever, enforcement, they're going to make this the new norm. Being able to cover your face, not have a badge number, not have to give out cards. If you are caught doing a crime, they'll be able to round you up, beat you behind, throw you in a thing, and sort it out later. And that's all this is all leading to. That's all of the laws that Trump is putting together. But y'all are too busy thinking about immigration and Mexicans and the South Americans that are getting kicked out. No, let them get kicked out. We're gonna get more jobs. It's gonna be more opportunity for us. My focus ain't on the jobs. My focus is on the police force that's getting formed out of this. My focus is on the case study that's being done. And my focus is on that this whole thing is a test to test out a new police force.
Is that you cannot come over to this country illegally, undocumented. Where are we off at? Because I just want to make sure that we all on the same page here.
But they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent out? Especially when he promised to deport the criminals, and now he's not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going.
Misdemeanor is not a crime.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not.
It's
a
not
crime?
a criminal act. No, if you get charged with a
Misdemeanor is not a
criminal
crime.
act.
Charge at all then, if it's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
It's just
we have
different
we
level.
have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's not. You're not. It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
So it's breaking the law.
It's
No,
breaking the law, but it's
you're
just
not breaking the
different
law.
level of
The misdemeanor is not
crime.
breaking the law.
No.
If you're speeding, drinking, get pulled over, DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no.
It's a
If you're
misdemeanor.
speeding, is a misdemeanor.
It's a
Right.
misdemeanor. So it's still breaking the law.
Okay. Well, if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics. But what I'm
No,
saying,
we're not doing
what I'm trying to tell
semantics.
you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
But is it the law?
What is it? The law that what?
Is it a law to come
Is
over
there a
legally?
law?
Is there a law?
It's also a law, like traffic law, not to make a soft stop at a stop sign. Right? So if I make a soft stop and get pulled over, right? And I get written a ticket, right? So what level of misdemeanor is it? Is it a ticket or is it like a legal? Is it a misdemeanor 1, 2, or 3? I don't know. I need to do some research into that.
Don Lemon got caught because apparently he didn't know a misdemeanor is still a criminal offense. It's just a lowly rated criminal. Felons are more rated. You get more time, more charges with a felon rather than a misdemeanor. Sometimes they just give you a ticket and you pay it because, there you go.
Yeah, I'm like, which one is it? Is it like a ticket?
Most of them things, no, most of the stuff that you're talking about, like a ticket in some municipality, that's more or less civil because municipalities run under what's called corporate municipal corporation.
So a federal misdemeanor, not like
No,
a local misdemeanor in that area. Okay. So I don't. So yeah. So I'm not gonna pretend like I know law and all this. I don't know. So just like probably Down Limited. So let's go.
There are processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking a law.
So what happens when you break the rules?
Then you suffer the consequences. But the consequences should not. Look, no one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up. Okay. What we're saying is that you should not be brutalized or beaten up or treated inhumanely for even if a criminal act in America.
Just for any law.
For any law, whether it is the highest in the land, you still have due process. You're still innocent until proven guilty. Right.
No, we agree with all that.
But what's happening now is guilty until no proven. It doesn't matter. You're just guilty.
It's on both sides. But
He's right about that.
If you're going after someone that's breaking the law,
right? So speeding or whatever. And they're lawfully pulling over and obeying your command, right? Then there's no issue. Are they going after people that are like calm and gentle?
Yes.
They are?
Yeah, they're not even.
They're not
it's
resisting
no,
at all?
These people are, you just grab people and say, get on the ground and get in the car. And then someone will say, well, for what?
Don Lemon got cooked. Apparently he doesn't want to concede, and he's embarrassing himself right now. Doesn't really matter. It is what it is. Make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach
And he said, people said, get on the ground for what? Like, what did I, you know what I'm saying? And here's the thing is that, you know what? For if it was a illegal immigrant this is only happening to, fine. If they broke the law and they came over here illegally, fine. But if it's only also happening to United States citizens that are not illegal, that's the problem. Now, let me actually bring up something, right? Because I think that we have gotten so numb in our society to, you know, oh well, if you're a prisoner, you if you break the law, then you know you deserve it, right? Whatever you get, you deserve it, right? So let's go into Alabama. There's an entire documentary right now discussing like criminals and how the legal system deals with criminals. And I'm going to do a whole live about this because I think that we have gotten so we watched enough slaughter films and everything that we don't even understand. We begin to dehumanize each other when we commit a crime. When they commit, okay, you know what? You committed a crime. You're not a human anymore in my eyes. You need to be hung up, slaughtered, whatever. Now let's go into this situation in Alabama. Let's go into what's really happening because we can't have so much hate in our hearts that if a person commits a crime, to hell with you, right? Now, these are real criminals that have committed crimes. Now, I want to know if in your mind, do you believe that because they are in prison, committed a crime, that they deserve what happens to them? Let's go into it.
People call this place the slaughterhouse, the slaughter pen of the South, even the house of pain, and for good reason. Holman Correctional Facility over in Atmore, Alabama is nowhere close to being a cushy country club. This joint got a rep as one of the deadliest, most chaotic prisons in the country. Violence, gang beefs, riots, they all pop off on the regular behind them walls. Ever since Holman opened its gates in 1969, it's been a powder keg waiting to blow. Thing is, it was only built to hold 581 inmates, but the state has been stuffing in more than double that at times. There are not enough bunks, not enough cells, and the place is already falling apart. Back on August 30th, 1975, the St. Petersburg Times, that's what they called the Tampa Bay Times back then, ran a headline screaming, "Court closes Alabama prison gates." Two federal judges, William Brevard Hand and Frank M. Johnson Jr., straight up told Alabama to stop sending new bodies to Holman and a few other overcrowded prisons, saying the conditions were downright inhumane and dangerous as hell. Fast forward to October 2016, Connor Sheets from Al.com dropped a piece about how violence was still tearing Holman up. Just in the 2 weeks leading to that story, one inmate got stabbed in a four-man brawl, and another died by suicide. That mess happened right after the Department of Justice kicked off an investigation into Alabama's prisons for all kinds of foul stuff. Violence, sexual abuse, overcrowding, you name it. A couple of weeks before that, another reporter, Christopher Harris, put out how 9 correctional officers didn't even bother showing up to work at Holman, saying the place was so wild they feared for their own lives. People who've seen Holman up close don't sugarcoat it. Pastor Kenneth Glasgow, who has been working with inmates there, told The Guardian, everybody at Holman got knives, said it was basically a bloodbath, with killings going down on the daily. New inmates get told straight up, grab a knife because everybody else already strapped. And that isn't just him talking. Lieutenant Kurt Stidham, who used to work in that nightmare, backed it up. He said nobody wins at Holman. It's just survival. That's exactly why they call it the slaughterhouse. Stabbings on the regular, no let up. Then there's that heat. Down on the Gulf Coast, it'll hit 38 degrees easy. Holman ain't got no AC, just some big old fans spinning around doing nothing while people basically bake alive in there. Even visitors be about to pass out. And the kitchen, straight up sauna. People have been so desperate that they have been taping signs to the windows begging for help. Back in October 2019.
Now people are asking, what does this have to do with immigrants, right? Now, immigrants get put into similar facilities. I don't know what you think. You think they're getting put into a hotel somewhere? No, they get put into prisons, right? They get put into, but then they get put into prison-like situations, and guess what? You know what? It's illegal. They did something illegal, so fuck them, right? So they did something illegal, so fuck them too, right? So fuck all the illegal. If you were illegal, you did something illegal, you don't deserve no human rights. This is what people are saying. It was illegal, right? So therefore, no human rights. So if you make a mistake or whatever, do something illegal, period. If you steal a purse, whatever, and you end up in the Department of Corrections at any point, right? All this stuff applies to you. You deserve everything that goes on, no matter what it is, whatever facility it is, how bad the facility is. Let's go into it. You deserve it, right? They deserve this. They deserve everything that they're going to get.
The Alabama Department of Corrections put out numbers that'll blow your mind. They had over 21,000 inmates in prisons built for about 12,000. That's 170% capacity, like cramming 17 people in a house made for 10. In 2020, things got so bad, the state had to step in and shuffle around about 600 prisoners trying to ease the pressure. They even moved some lifers without parole into different dorms just to free up space. Even addict boss Jeff Dunn called it a Band-Aid on a bullet wound because Alabama's prison system was on life support. And on top of everything else, Holman got 170 death row cells and the state's execution chamber. That's where they put Kenneth Smith to death in January 2024 with nitrogen hypoxia. Reports said he was convulsing and shaking so bad it looked like torture. Most people stuck in Holman are doing long stretches for heavy-duty crimes, no parole in sight, and they know it. Truth is, even if the feds sent an army of agents to camp out down there 24/7, it wouldn't fix Holman. History shows that the minute those watchdogs leave, it's back to business as usual. Overcrowded, crumbling, filthy, the inmates packed up like sardines, surviving off food that wouldn't pass for dog scraps. When winter comes, the heat barely works. And when summer hits, the place turns into a boiling hellhole. Holman stays what it always been, a living nightmare, a modern-day house of pain, where hope dies slow and survival.
They deserve it, though. They did a crime, so they deserve to live in squalor and fucked up situations. They deserve to be put into these institutions with little to no. And here's the thing, is that the part that people are missing is that the guy explained the conditions within the ICE holding facility. Now, these people have not done a crime. Some people are just American citizens, just got caught up. So, but they get subjected to, so if the Mexicans or the immigrants did a crime by coming into the United States and they have one toilet and this, that, the other, everybody's sitting in this one room and gotta like share that one toilet and probably like get sick or whatever. This person that has nothing to do, is non-illegal, they have to suffer the same consequences as they do. And even if it be for like 8 hours, 12 hours, until they can like prove their citizenships, they have to go through the same thing, right? So when we talk about like these type of institutions of incarceration, whether it be ICE, detainee facilities, whether it be a prison, whatever it is, it's the same thing across the board. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like one is any different than the other. Like, no, they don't. They give you the same bare minimum. They treat them like prisoners and illegal. They've done a crime. So these ICE facilities are prisons for people who have committed a crime. And guess what happens in our prisons? This is how they treat prisoners.
Is the only law left standing. Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women. It was June 2008, deep in the night, and inside Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women in Alabama, things took a twisted turn. This wasn't about some guard abusing power. It was a nurse named James Sutton. He told an inmate, Felicia Dixon, to head to the showers, which was already suspicious because nobody usually showers at that hour. Then he had her sit on a bench, unzipped his pants right in her face, and demanded something crazy. When she hesitated, he pressured her, claiming she was wasting time, then pushed harder, saying she owed him for favors like food and phone use. Broken down and stuck, she finally gave in for about a minute, just long enough to survive the moment. Most women on the outside would have the right to refuse, no matter the circumstances. But behind bars, those rights almost don't exist. Dixon, trained to follow orders, probably felt like there was no other choice. According to her lawsuit, as a state prisoner, verbal commands alone controlled her every move. There was no real way to say no. And Tutwiler, it had been a nightmare for women for decades. Corrections officers had been accused of everything.
All right, so this is what's happening in the prisons, right? So let's show the ICE facilities, right? So this is what happens in the ICE. So this is where, so imagine, right? You get pulled out of your house. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? It said that it lost my audio. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, good. So you get pulled out of your house and you are put into a facility like this, right? This is this is the optics of this, right? And you are also in Chicago. You're a black person, and you're in a place like this. One toilet that everybody got to use. Where I don't know where you're gonna go to bed at. How are you gonna lay down? We have all these people in one spot, like all just in one like area. So I get it. You know they committed a crime by coming over here. But do you see this? Do you see what's happening? This is how you treat human beings. And then here's the thing: is that they probably ain't showing that this is probably like in a certain area, but now it's happening in. This is in McAllen, Texas. It's closer to the border, right? But now this same thing is happening in Chicago, where it might be a few black people like up in here crammed in like this. So, and they have nothing to do. They're not illegal or whatever, but they're like in a room, in a fenced in place looking like this. Are we just what is the word? Like numb, that we don't see that this is not how you treat human beings? But you know, you'd rather you know, when I show the prison situation, it's like, well, what? That's not the same thing. No, it's the same thing, bro. It's even worse. At least prisoners have beds to lay on. These people are packed in sardine style. They probably have to lay on each other just to get some sleep. What are you talking about? There's no beds in here. There's no bunk beds. It's just a toilet and that's it. So hell no, I don't want my grandfather to end up caught up in that. I wouldn't want like, oh, you know, we need to call ICE on all these immigrants and put them in this situation, and then then I'm gonna end up in this situation because I didn't call ICE on them, and I'm in the same apartment building as they are because I'm trying to get all the immigrants out. So you know, bump all that. We want to get all the immigrants out. So let's just do this. Let's have people looking crazy, all piled in. Let me just show you guys some of the pictures of these ICE facilities. Like this shit is not. This is prison. Oh, look at this. This is not. This ain't somewhere that it's not. They just, oh, it's no big deal. This is not. Y'all need to look at the pictures, the images of this stuff. They are in prison, bro. They're in a prison, and then on their way there, look at this. Look at what they're like living under. This is. We can't be just so. What is the word? I don't know what the word is. We can't just be so. I don't know what the word is, but we can't just like not care so much that people are put into these situations. Look at this. Immigration facilities, conditions, found several. Hold on. Let me just find this. expired food, dilapidated bathrooms amid egregious conditions. Hold on, let me look at this. You gotta go to the bathroom on here. You see this? Hold on, let me see if I can show you all this. Hold on, let me see this. Hold on, I thought y'all could see it. Hold on. This is the toilet. You have to like go to the bathroom. This is a prison. What they're being brought to is a prison for coming over to fleeing their country because whatever's going on over there, they are just trying to find a better life, and they get put into a facility that looks terrible, like horrible. Like, well, what are we doing? And then here's the thing: is that like they will grab your grandfather from Chicago while they're rounding up everybody else and put him in the same facility with all this going on, and he ain't did nothing but just open the door. That's the problem I have. That is the problem I have, bro. Apathetic. Yes, apathetic. We have zero. We don't give a shit about nothing but ourselves, bro. And we're more focused on, oh, I'm sorry, CNN didn't, we don't care about people that they can grab our loved one and throw them in a facility that looks like this. Because our focus is on we got to get the immigrants out. Who cares about how they're living or whatever the situation is? And they really are not going to put no money into those facilities because they're trying to, listen. They don't even like take care of the actual jail prison facilities for people that have real did some real crime. These people are piled into these places and everything. Look at Angola. I can tell you about Angola. I can like play you a whole video of people I've interviewed in different prison settings, bro. All of the ICE facilities are prisons. It's not like, oh, it's a jail and they're just, no, this is a prison. This is a prison setting. Not jail, prison. And they could be there from anywhere from 18 to 20 months or whatever until they get their paperwork straight. And they are living in the most diabolical situation. And thank God, sometimes, American citizen might be able to, if their family is able to get them out of that situation. But like, I'm thankful that the black man was able to only be there for 8 hours. But could you imagine being in a place like that for 8 hours? Look like with this type of conditions. Let me show you again. These type of conditions, shocking conditions at several ICE facilities. This is not
Hopefully, as
I'm
we
not
go,
I'm playing a video. Stop talking.
there's no sound.
Okay.
Grow up.
Hold on, let me like. All right, I didn't know that you guys couldn't hear that. No audio, but
No,
I'm
there
just
was
saying
no
one
sound.
Yeah,
She
so
wants people to
but listen, like, so I'm so used to y'all interrupting everything that I just got irritated. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to show y'all what the deplorable conditions of an ICE facility is, and then for our loved ones that are like getting like rounded up with all these other people getting put into that situation when all they did was answer the door, that's a problem. And it's, even if you say that it didn't really happen, it was a lie or whatever, like the fact that he's saying that that's the truth, I don't question that because I like, why would he lie, bro? Why would people lie? Oh, to get like
Facility.
Did he make it to the facility? I mean, I know he was processed,
went,
but I don't
went
know
to
that
the
he was put in those conditions like he was
sir.
processed all the way through to where they are.
Sir, he went to the facility.
He's lying.
He was in a
Right, I
room.
know he may have been to
Hold
the
on,
facility, but you know how there's a what do you call it? Interrogation room. You know how
No.
there's like an interrogation before you get put.
No, that's not what they do. They throw you into before they don't.
He's lying.
There is no interrogation room.
He's
I
lying.
don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying, Castle. But I don't think that he got to what she's showing. I don't think he got to.
Can I explain how he's
Have you,
lying?
have you been in an ICE facility before? Yes or no?
I have information that this man is lying.
No. Okay, well, show me the information. Give me the actual proof, not
I
just
write
words.
information.
Not just words. But I'm saying,
Hey, you can have to take it on what it is or not.
Well,
Call me a fucking liar then.
Listen. Every time I be trying not to remove you, but you do stuff that like make me want to remove you. But I'm
But you
trying
can't
to
prove it though, DJ, because they take people's phones, like you said yesterday or whenever. They do take your cell phones.
Listen.
They take your cell phone, so you can't show it.
Listen. Do you see this?
I don't care about what I'm seeing.
Okay, listen. Do you see this, Ladybug? I'm asking Ladybug.
I'm zooming in so I can. I'm zooming in right now. I just took the phone away from my ear so I can see it.
When people
behind a fence.
Listen, just like if you've never been arrested before, right? When anyone first enters because I've been arrested before, I've been to jail before, right? When anyone first enters a facility that's they are in jail, right? What happens is you get into a holding cell first. Okay, that holding area can hold a bunch of people before they get sent to the main. Actually, the holding is worse than the main place because the main place
you're right.
Your bed or whatever you're going to sleep on or whatever you're going to live in, right?
It could be pissy and everything.
Right, the holding thing is where everybody is at, right? So this is the initial look of the holding facility. It's like a gated place. Everybody's up in there. They might have one bathroom, one telephone to call your loved one. So listen, ICE facility is jail and prison. Make no mistake. You have the holding facility, and then you have the actual jail that you end up in. The actual prison. You have the jail. For each location has a jail, and then once they sustain that you are not supposed to be in it, you go to the prison. They ship you off to the ICE facility prison somewhere else. Maybe it's Alcatraz or wherever they're going to send you closer to the border where they're going to ship you off at. But initially, for each state, they have like little holding jail, just like they do when you go to jail and you go to a regular jail. They put you in a holding room, and then you get shipped off to the actual jail you're going to be at. And then if you get convicted, you go to prison. It's the same thing. ICE is prison. It's jail. It's locked up. Period. So they have the same facilities.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They have the same facilities as a person that is incarcerated. So it's not like they're gonna be incarcerated. They're gonna have the aluminum toilet. They're gonna have the same facility.
Yeah, I think the holding cell that you described is
bologna sandwiches and bullshit to eat, and then probably once or whatever. You don't get that bullshit to eat. That bologna, probably like raw bologna sandwiches, you know, until it's time to go. And then when you actually go to where the facility, maybe you might get a meal of like some bullshit ass like some slop, whatever. But that's how it goes. So it's you're in jail. It's the same system of ICE is the same system of the jail and prison world. So that's how it goes.
But I think with you, the equivalent of the holding cell, and I could be wrong because I mean, none of us have been able to witness this. I don't even think they let certain Congress people back there, and this is crazy what they're doing. But I think my thought, my logic would tell me, rather than process them and put them all the way into what they're showing right here, is that the holding cell, he was probably in something more equivalent to a holding cell, just a larger space than a typical jail. holding cell that we see on TV. But I don't think that they take time to process them all the way to where these guys are going to be, because they know that some of them are going to be released. They know this man didn't have a Haitian accent. He didn't have a he's not a Dominican Republic, like looking black, but having some maybe a Spanish Hispanic, Spanish accent. They knew that. So I don't think they're going to take the time to put him that far into processing. But I mean, I don't know because they're not letting people.
I want to answer, and I want to make this quick. First and foremost, why I'm saying this brother is lying is because it's obvious. They're throwing these illegal immigrants. They're throwing these illegal immigrants into our neighborhoods for a reason. They're not. I want to see the white Mr. Charlie's equivalent of that guy, where there's an old hobo, white man, white male, saying, "Hey, yeah, I was thrown in the ICE facility too." I want to see Don Lemon do it with one of them. There's white people in Chicago. The majority black folks in Chicago are the minority, are the least populated in Chicago. What are y'all talking about? So this is what I mean. It's like we have to get real clear on this. There's under 300,000 black people in Chicago. Chicago is a city of over 3 million. You have to make sense of this.
So what do you think he is? A mole? Not a mole. What do you call those? What do you call those people that get
Crisis actor.
that infiltrate gangs and then bring back like the snitches? Huh?
Yeah, crisis actor. Yeah, crisis actor, sis. Yes.
That's what you think? Is that like? Are you trolling, or is that really what you think?
No, I'm not. It's just, sis. It's time to make money. The when I'm saying like that, in the boardroom, in the network boardroom, it's time to make money. Hey, you, the intern who just got here doing coffees, you're being promoted. We need you out on the streets. Me, sir? Yes. You, sir.
Look,
And then next thing you know, they perpetrating as a bum. They perpetrating as a crisis actor.
Okay, I honestly, after what's going on with Kirk, I honestly don't put anything past our 3-letter agencies and how they monitor King, how they monitor Malcolm X. I don't put anything Kennedy. I don't put anything past them. Don't get me wrong, I really don't. But I'm kind of with Wale on this. I just kind of think this guy is. I do think he's more. I mean,
are these all crisis actors?
That's a lot of AI. that looks like the Scarface movie. Rabanga. Hey, I told you not to. I said sanitation. I said sanitarium, not sanitation. Oh, okay.
Oh gosh, that's hilarious.
This is how it goes. They coaching each other to say the same stuff.
No, I believe that brother was. I think he was a legit brother, though. That's just my opinion, though. If I had to guess,
You could say he's a legit brother because why? He's old.
I don't know.
I mean, because
why wouldn't they take no young boys? No young boys, huh? We're the young boy version of
talk to Don Lemon. They're not gonna be on camera. You crazy? You think they want to be on camera?
The YN gonna be on camera with Don Lemon?
Okay, so why
gonna be on camera? He got a warrant. No, just
okay. What about the YCs? You trying to say there's no YCs in Chicago?
Not that got wrapped up and put into a U-Haul truck.
No. I want to see if where the mind is at. So this is all AI too.
Yep.
Have you tried to like type in AI and create something like this? Have you really tried to do that? You know what?
I'm saying it's AI.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to type in on
Castle
one.
is so entertaining. I love him, man. You make me laugh. Don't take him seriously,
We're going
DJ.
to see the difference between
DJ, don't take him seriously.
No, I don't like people that like to troll and.
She's trying to get to the truth.
Not troll.
To use OG's word, she tried to get to truth.
Look at that water cooler. Look at that's supposed to be a Gatorade water cooler. Yeah. Where's her equipment around her waist?
Yeah, be quiet. Listen, hold
Where's
on.
her equipment around the waist?
That Christy Nome lady, she ain't now. She's an actor. That lady just wants to dress up in her uniform and take pictures and create videos. She is an actress for real.
All right, so I'm using. Okay, so I'm saying create a picture of a nice facility with 200 people locked into a fenced. Of an ice facility.
Where's her flashlight on the side of her thigh with her uniform?
Hey, while she's doing that, Castle, I had a dream about you last night.
You did?
Hey, listen,
I did. I was no, seriously, I'm not joking. I really did. I had a dream about you last night. I was giving you a back rub, and you really enjoyed it. It wasn't sexual. I was just giving you a
not
back
the
rub.
love connection here. This is not the love connection. You know, when I typed that in, that shit took me to a whole other page and didn't do shit. It was like, bump, what you talking about? I don't know what you talking about. I'm not.
Can you drop in the chat? Can you drop in our exclusive chat if you appreciate really good firm back rubs?
Sure.
It did not do it. I'm like, oh wow, what happened? It would not do it. 'Cause I'm like, okay, if AI is that sweet, then I want to see it do it in real time. Let's see it. Okay.
But DJ, didn't they say that one of Trump's
Nope, here we go.
No, I was just gonna ask you a question. Like one of his speaking engagements, they said it was AI.
Nope.
In the audience.
Do you see this?
In the audience, I know they're saying it's
let me
AI
zoom in.
Can you read
I gotta
this?
zoom in.
All right. So what it
Wait,
says?
we gotta zoom in because you can't. You're not letting us see landscape, so it's small. It's a smaller screen. We can't do landscape. It's only a portrait. I cannot fulfill this request. We don't see anything.
Hold on, I'm trying to this thing that it says I cannot fulfill this request. My purpose is to be helpful and harmless and generating an image that depicts people in a fenced jail with police officers. This context could promote negative stereotypes or incite harmful sentiments. I can create images that are positive and creative.
Okay, that's for us. That's not for the government, though.
Yeah,
that
this is
don't apply to the government. You know that. But can I say what I was trying to say when you cut me off? DJ
Ladybug, are you a giver?
I do a whole nother dating and love connection show of like the dream.
Am I a what?
A giver.
Am I? I am a giver.
Listen, you guys, listen. Okay, y'all, what are y'all trying to do? Y'all trying to what?
You got an
You're
error
getting the
message.
headache about this stuff. It's not so.
You don't want dead air.
We get each other's
You don't want dead air. You don't want. It's not good to have dead air.
No, I didn't have dead air. I found out that I showed y'all what AI does. AI don't do shit like that on the pool.
Okay, AI don't do it like that.
That's
Sure.
our AI. Like our internet is different than the government. We countries can limit what you see on the internet. China can
can restrict what they can see on the internet, and they can then see everything we do in America on the internet. You know what I mean? Like,
So
they restrict
why
us.
would the government put out a AI when they're trying to enforce immigration that makes them look like they're harboring people into
I was
a
trying to tell you, and you
jail?
told me to shut up when I gave you an
Oh
example
no, I
during
thought
the
you
campaign.
I thought you were up here trying to like flirt and stuff like that. Go ahead.
No, she
Well, I
been told
was
you
too,
shut up
but
before that.
Castle. Initially,
Crazy.
though, DJ, I was giving an example of AI during the campaign. I don't know if you remember, but Trump was on stage talking to a bunch of people, but it wasn't a bunch of people. So someone did an aerial view and got an aerial shot, and there were not as many people attending that outdoor rally as Trump campaign put out. Their photo actually had AI incorporated. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but
It
that's
was out.
big difference between
It's
AI.
around his birthday.
There's a big difference between AI adding people into an audience or this, that, the other, than you asking AI to make a image of something like that, like people in an immigration facility. And you know, there might be government. Why would the government create AI that make their immigration operation look like they're packing people in like sardines?
Because they like it. They like the torture. They like people looking crazy. Like you're thinking like a normal person, DJ. These people,
she doing that for good reason.
you thinking normal. They want it to look sinister. They want to deter others from coming here. They don't care.
Do you see that woman in that picture with in the political the guard who's behind the fence, and those people are right in front of her, like they're not even 1 foot away from her. It's just a fence between them. Look at her uniform. All right, just carefully.
It's not on the screen. I can't see it. I can't see it.
One day again, she didn't have any baton, any mace near her. I'm talking about around her waist, her belt.
You can't see it because
she
it's
had
dark.
no flashlight. She had no keys. Come on, y'all, stop playing this. It's so simple, Simon.
I am kind of scared.
And why is that
I see what
Gatorade
you're
cooler?
saying.
Why was the Gatorade cooler there?
Did it say Gatorade? Why you keep saying Gatorade?
Drink some water.
Because no, there was a
You mean
cooler
like a
that's
Diamond,
orange.
a Diamond Springs type of cooler?
Whatever it
like
is.
a Diamond Springs office cooler?
Why was that orange cooler right there?
Oh no, if it's orange, that is a Gatorade, like sports Gatorade cooler.
So what I'm saying is, come on, y'all. Go back to that same picture and look at it. Right.
Wait, let me zoom in. Wait, how did you see a cooler? Dang, boy, you are. I mean, young man.
It's at the bottom of the thing. It's as big as that.
Oh, now I see it with the white top.
Psychometry. Where's her belt? Where's her waist belt for her tools as a guard? Where's her flashlight at?
It's right here.
Well, everything is black, so I can't really
No.
see too much.
Where's her flash? Where's her waist? Where's her tools at?
She actually has a pistol.
Really wish I could look at this landscape, but it's not zooming in like it should in landscape.
Fellow Americans, I present to you Exhibit C.
Right here. It's right here. It's on her side. You see her pistol. Here's her arm. It is pistol right here. There's a pistol right there. It's a whole pistol right there. And I don't know what this
pistol or flat. We need flashlights. Come on, man. No.
Taser. It should be a taser. It should be
taser or something. Yeah, pistol. You're like, that's her whole pistol right there.
You're gonna call me a cop if I start naming stuff.
Go ahead. No. It's just obvious.
Where's her pepper spray? Where's her taser?
Like, do they have the pepper spray and the taser on the same size, or do they have it on different side?
Well, it's going to be the gun is going to be on one side, but sometimes they don't have guns because they don't want the inmate to take the gun from her.
She has a pistol on this side underneath her arm, so they're not going to have the pepper spray and the pistol on the same side, so you don't mistake the pistol from the Pepper spray.
And the pepper spray usually it's either like yellow or orange, something very distinct. So unlike that other heifer that
And
girl
this
talking about
dude right
taser,
there
taser,
with the
taser,
beard,
and shot and killed the boy with it's a bright
hey,
yellow.
this dude folding his arms, he fake. This dude with this dude right there near the fence near the tinfoil, he fake. This shit fake as fuck. This is a deep fake, y'all. This is deep fake.
I was
I
laughing
don't
at
even
first, but you know what?
understand, bro.
I really, it's making me question everything. Like AI is making me question everything
This
I
is
see.
crazy.
It really is. So I don't know. I understand your point, DJ, but they don't care. They want them to be deterred.
So what is happening? So they're all just in like these beautiful facilities, like they're nice.
You remember Christy
Right,
Nolan
so
took a
is
picture?
Is this fake too, right here? Is this fake?
I remember
Let me
Christy
see.
Nolan.
Let me zoom in.
You know what I'm gonna
Hold
do?
on.
I'm gonna save it and then I'm
Can
upload
you,
it.
if you zoom in, DJ, then we can see better. Because we can only zoom
She
in
don't
so
want to do that.
far on the phone.
No, listen, boom, right here. That's fake. That's all fake.
Castle, you so smart. Dang, you smart. You're so smart. I mean, sometimes that what you say sound outlandish, and then the more you talk, I'm like, actually, shoot, that actually has got some, sounds kind of credible.
Hey, when I in the next life, I wanna come back as a Honduran scammer. Oh God!
Why can't you just be an Indian scammer? Why you got to be Honduran?
I won't come back
You just want to speak Spanish?
as a Sikh. Oh, a Sikh,
Okay.
from a Brahmin scammer.
You know,
Yep.
Wale gave me a great
Gotcha.
description of you. You purposely try to come here and like irritate the shit out of me because I'm like, bro, what are we talking about?
So someone's saying you can tell it's a.
Why was Pam? Hey, after you left, Castle, then Pam started laying into Pan. What was his name?
Pan mulattoism.
Mon something.
Pan mulatto.
Mulattoism started being ornery. Didn't he?
They're all on the same team. They all are like pro.
No, I don't even know him like that. And him and I have our differences
Man, he
too.
was going off.
Him and I have our differences.
Y'all all on the same team, bro. Y'all
Him and I have our
I don't
definitely
know
have
why
our
you
differences.
dropped off and
About
he
15
came
times.
back. He came in hot against
They probably be
Oh, he
tapping.
did?
wouldn't let her talk.
In, bro. They be tapping.
I had to slip out the place and get a haircut. So
Oh, okay. Oh, I know you look nice. I know you look nice.
just so ordinary American.
Every
shit.
guy looks good with a fresh haircut. I know you look nice.
Do you think so?
Honey, get a room.
You do.
Get a room.
You do. We can't afford a room.
Can't afford a room.
We can't afford a $500 room like the Mexican
I'm gonna
said.
tell you that that's an interesting one. Yeah, like what we maybe at the we at the casino or something. Maybe. I mean, like but like you're gonna have to take it back. We're gonna have to take it back to the place.
The broke ass love right there. Some broke love right there, y'all.
You're
That's
the
just
only
the way
one
it
rich.
is.
Listen, I think y'all need to like foster y'all relationship.
What do you call those ones down south? Extended stays?
I've been up here for I've been up here for 7 hours and 19 minutes. I think that I've had enough. I think you guys
Blue. Hey, did you hit Blue up in his? Did you hit Blue up in his DMs, DJ?
Honey, I've been
Was it
talking.
Blue?
No, Blue. Me and Blue always talk. I don't know what you're talking about. Like we talk all the time.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah,
did
on
you
the
hit him
phone,
up in his DMs?
We talk on the phone. We talk on the DM. We talk all the time. Blue's my friend.
What? Y'all talk on the phone?
Yeah,
I want to talk on the phone.
I've known Blue for almost 2 years, bro.
I did not know. How am I supposed to know that? And I just found your channel. The algorithm referred me to you. I think it's because you black.
I don't know. I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
I do think
We're
the
about to
algorithm
wrap.
be
We're about
doing.
to wrap this up. Shouts out everybody for being here. You know, I
Well,
want to
can
like
we exchange
also. I want to
information
also
first?
say
Can I give him my phone number first
in the private
in the
chat.
chat?
Go ahead. Listen, I want to give a shout out to the people that have donated to the channel. I want to just give take a moment to give them a shout out. Here we go. Thank.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
And I hope that you and your new loved one, y'all and meet and get it popping.
I like that song. Is that you singing, DJ?
No, but
Because
I
you do
wrote,
sound like you do have a nice voice, like you could sing.
I can sing, but I just wrote that song. So yeah, y'all go ahead and y'all in the back
Who was
chat.
Send me your information so I can contact you.
I don't know what you mean by information. I'm not on Instagram.
Send
I'm not
your
on.
number,
I'm not
your
on any
number,
social.
whatever. Get it. Send your number.
No, because you do like deep security checks on people and stuff. Background check.
No, I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna call it right away.
I'm scared.
So
All right, I'll give you my Google number.
All right, forever hold your peace.
I'm scared. I'll catch you in the next live. I got to think about it. I don't
Let
make
me
rash
find
decisions.
out that I'm making love connections over here arguing with people. That's crazy.
Hey, you'll be my not best
For
man.
being a great moderator. I
DJ, will you be my what do you call it? On the groom's on the bride side, like the best man. What's the equivalent of the best man on the bride side?
I don't even know.
Not bridesmaid.
The bridesmaids.
What is she called? No, the bridesmaid. That you have a bunch of bridesmaids, but what's her best person?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
The best one. Oh,
You know, like there's a best
that
man
is a
on
good
the
question.
groom
It's the
side.
best woman, right?
No, it's not called best woman. What is it called?
The matron of honor. I don't even listen.
Matron of honor. You'll be my matron of honor.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. And then
Forever hold your- So you're trying to shoot your shot, but you stuttering again.
You done got into marriage and everything. Y'all crazy as hell.
What is it that's
Blue will be your best man. And she'll be my DJ. Genesis will be my matron of honor.
right?
I'll just be the DJ.
You trying to send me something? You want to talk to me?
I'm scared.
Here's your opportunity.
I'm shaking.
Shared money never wins,
You give
y'all.
me
Shared money never
goosebumps.
wins, y'all.
You give me goosebumps.
You got 1 more minute. She doesn't want to be on here all day.
Well, give me yours and then I'll give it some thought. Give me your Google number or whatever.
Oh, that's not a thing. That's not a thing.
Yours. Give me yours.
Give me yours. Give me your Google number or whatever.
I don't have any Google number like that. So,
Listen, do you want the damn number or not?
do you want the number or not?
Do I want
I'm gonna count down 10,
9, 8.
What's your YouTube channel? What's your YouTube channel?
7.
I'm not doing none of that. Just
6.
you want to hear me like this.
DJ knows your YouTube
private
channel
chat.
name.
5. Hit the private chat up. 4. 3.
Wait, I gotta go back to the private chat.
What's the private
I
chat?
was looking at the screen because she muted me again.
No, she keep
I don't know
doing
what
that.
I don't know what a private chat is.
You're making up excuses. You're not.
No, she's talking about our chat, like what
No,
we've been put in. Where you dropped the heart in for me a minute ago.
Just
it
send
says
the number.
studio chat at the top.
Right.
And he and I have been communicating in the studio chat. It says 4 people, so that means everybody on the panel can see this.
Nobody else is giving a fuck about what y'all talking about in the studio.
Right. So send the number.
Well, evidently they do because y'all still on the call. I mean, we need you on the call, but while they are still on the call.
Listen. Hey, shouts out to the panel. Shouts out to everybody.